galaxy and I could take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining slowly light. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. No sugar boo, I'm levitating. No Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance to me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance to me. I'm levitating. I believe that you're for me, a feeling in our energy. I see us written in the stars. We can know whatever, so let's do it now and never, baby. Nothing's ever too far. Glitter in the sky, glitter in our eyes, shining just the way we are. I feel like we're forever every time we get together, but whatever, let's get lost on Mars. You want me, I want you, baby. No sugar boo, I'm levitating. No Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance to me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance to me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. So you can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. My love is like a rocket, watch it blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, thoughts are all soft. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, prenoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. It's cold, but it's sunny here in California, Los Angeles. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, hope all the girls, and hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day here. It is 74 degrees and sunny in California, Los Angeles. I know I said it's cold because it was cold in the morning, but we're live and alive. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Tuesday, October 31st, 2023, 11:24 a.m., and I'm right on time, and we are going to celebrate Halloween. That's right. It's Halloween. Here's my Halloween outfit. Kitschy88, thank you for the 30 gifted subs. That is the HasanAbi Sings Levitating My Dua Lipa AI cover, Hasan X Dua, on YouTube. That's right. For Halloween, I'm a peepo. I'm a chatter. Anyway, I am live. I'm alive. We are going to get into the news in a brief moment, but this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, and not really much is happening in my life beyond just constantly reading. So constantly reading, constantly keeping up to date with what's going on, and talking to some people, trying to develop a better understanding of the situation that is escalating in Israel and also escalating in Gaza, as Israel has apparently gone to its second phase of the ground invasion. Financial Times came out with a pro-Hamas. Yeah, I mean, it's not pro-Hamas, but I think that any kind of reasonable assessment of like Hamas's fighting capabilities or anything will, of course, be seen as like glazing up Hamas or whatever. But I did see that. Christopher Wray, the FBI chief, yes, I know, has done like the classic post 9/11 shit, and we're in it. We're in the cut. We're deep in the cut. We will get into all that, but before that, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. And let me tell you, what's going on in my life is nothing. Nothing at all. Ended the broadcast yesterday, just kind of took a brief moment, and then ended the broadcast yesterday, took a brief moment. Lots of Islamophobia going on in the world. Is Alex staying with you still? No, he left. Lolo left. So what I was gonna say is this morning I had a phone call with my dog trainer, who I talked to about like how to continue the training once Kaya comes back. Because Kaya will be coming back on Monday. And Kaya updates are, she's wonderful. She's incredible. She is the bestest of the bestest girls. She basically knows how to do arithmetic at this point. She knows how to do taxes. Like, Kaya is going to be filing my fucking taxes by the time she gets back. Okay? She's the perfect girl. And I miss her deeply. And I miss her. I think this is like... The past 3 weeks is when I needed her the most by my side. But I digress. Do you feel kind of sad when people leave? I had to hate the empty house feeling. My friend, my house is never empty. Like, you might not see all of the guests that come in and out of here, but my house is never empty. It's not empty right now. Like 3 people in here right now. Working on the studio, for example. Like, so. Anyway, did you see this video calling for the Israeli bombing of a civilian car in IED? I did not, but I also don't, like, I'm not shocked by it. You know what I mean? This is like, America does this all the time. The white car had a major VBIED, vehicle-borne improvised explosive device indicator. It was riding low to the ground and driving when all the Gaza Strip was supposed to be out of fuel. Yeah, that's a ridiculous assessment to make. It is unknown if this is a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, but the crew may have believed it due to the indicators. Yeah, or the crew just fucking opened fire on another civilian, as they always do. It's just a war crime. I don't know why they try to parse through each individual war crime to justify it when Israel is literally like, we are the war crime guys. You know, we love doing war crimes. Anyway. There was a sit-in happening at Grand Central Station for Jewish Voice for Peace. And, yeah. Oh, fuck, that's news. What am I doing? I'm not getting into news yet. So here are some of the assessments. Kaya update. Are you ready? Kaya update. She's the bestest of all girls. She's very good. She's very good in general. She was already very good, but she's become even better. She pays a lot of attention on walks. She pays a lot of attention on walks, like anytime there's a pause in the walk, for example. She looks up. I am learning on how to walk her to ensure, like, you know, maximum training on walks in the morning. I talked to the trainer about like how to you know, fit Kaya and Kaya's personal regimen into my regimen, right? No, I don't want to show you guys videos because I don't want to dox my trainer. Otherwise, I would. So, do you think it's immoral for people to celebrate Halloween with what's happening right now? What? I don't know. Probably not. I think you should still protest and push for a ceasefire. Attend protests. Don't stop. Don't stop applying pressure to your congresspersons. But anyway, no, hold on. Let me talk about what I wanted to talk about real quick. So, as I was stating, she walks, is your porch accessible to trick-or-treaters? No. I said walk upright. No, normally she used to walk in front of me, but now she walks behind my trainer, and he's like working on making her walk next to him. She started her off-leash training as well. One of the only things he said that she has, one of the only issues he said she has that like is not that big of an issue, but you know, just something to consider, and it's like it might be like a breed specific thing, is toy aggression. She does get like possessive over toys. That's it. She does not have any food aggression. She doesn't have any water aggression, nothing there. She's like incredibly well tempered, and on toys she gets a little possessive. So I have to work on that. I have to work on making sure that I like stop her dead in her tracks before she even conceives of a potential situation. And then oftentimes if she does engage in toy aggression, I have to stop, you know, pick up the toy. I have to stop her, show her I'm in control. But also on top of that, you know, she loves gardening, so I tried to get him to like work on that too. But only child syndrome? That's not even true. She's always around other dogs. So what? Is it not her toy? I love people. I love people being like, I'm an anarchist, and therefore, your dog should also behave in whichever way she wants to. Like, no training necessary. She loves gardening. I call it gardening in a cute way, because it's more so just she loves like digging and loves like eating shrubbery. Like she'll just like break off branches and then eat them and like chew on them. Do you think she will obey you even though you didn't train her personally? First of all, my friend, for the first like 8 months of her life, I did train her personally. And secondly, here's what many people don't realize. When you train a dog, you have to also ensure that you yourself continue that training, so that and put her in a tight schedule and a good regimen, so that she continues that as well. Anyway, bro is worried about you being dog dad cucked. Yeah. That's why I always used to say training a dog is not just about training a dog, but it's also about training all of the people around the dog as well in the developmental process. Is she gonna form resentment for you sending her away? She might form resentment for me getting her back, because she's surrounded by other dogs and has you know, time to play with them and stuff. So Hasan, I have an acquaintance who is in Delta Force who is certain that the U.S. is going to be involved in this conflict. Do you believe this is going to keep escalating after what we saw today? I'll talk about that in a second, but I do love that like my uncle's in Delta Force conversations happening. It's just like I feel like I'm getting whiplash from the nostalgia every goddamn day of like stories I've heard and things I've also personally encountered, like, you know, coming to the United States of America in a post 9/11 universe as like a kid from Turkey. I love that. So pretty cool shit. But I digress. I guess like at this point all that I can do is say that I'm live and alive, post it on Twitter, and get started. A Muslim dessert shop in my town in PA receiving a threatening letter in their mailbox reading, "Leave town, Hamas terrorists. I hate it here." So I need to explain something. Okay. a lot of the hate crimes against Muslims, oftentimes completely allowed by the American government, like because of the American government's attitude towards Muslims in general, doesn't happen in the way that you think hate crimes happen. It's not just like someone walking up to a Muslim woman and stabbing them to death, although that also occurs, right? A lot of the hate crimes that happen, Islamophobic hate crimes that happen, and hate crimes in general, as a matter of fact, are oftentimes just like low level, I guess, hate crimes. I don't know how else to describe it, where it's just basically like a threatening environment that Muslim people or people who even look Muslim, because Islamophobia is racialized in many instances, they start recognizing that there's always a threatening presence. It's very difficult to describe this to people who are in the in-group. You know what I mean? Like, if you're like a white person who is, Irish descent, it's very difficult for me to explain this to you. But for example, black people know exactly what I'm talking about because it's a daily constant in their lives. You know what I mean? Especially because like America is such a racialized country, such a white supremacist nation, right? So there's always like this aura. I would say that a similar thing exists for Jewish people as well, like anti-Semitism, especially in times when, especially during like protests, especially with like Donald Trump becoming the president and white supremacist movements growing, right? Like, it's when you are in a specific subgroup, you start noticing certain tense moments, key moments that are just very, very tense, right? Like, it's the low level offenses that you hear, like offhanded remark when you're walking down the street. If you're hijabi, for example, if you wear a hijab, someone immediately identifying you as like a threat and being like, so what's going on with Hamas, huh? Or even the daily condemnation of Hamas and things of that nature, right? I mean, it happened to Asians during COVID. It's like it's not always just like a straight up a straight up direct attack, right? So it escalates slowly but surely. There's not a really good mechanism to like calculate all of these things in the same way that like ADL exists, for example. But it happens. I mean, one thing, like, look, I'm white. I'm white as fuck. So I have this privilege. So I don't really experience it that much. But like, I mean, one example is literally how much people go, "Oh, dude, you're fucking Muslim. Your name is Hasan. Of course you love Israeli children being beheaded." You know what I mean? It's just like that in any other circumstance would be akin to me saying something like, "Oh, you're Jewish. Of course you love fucking Gaza being reduced to rubble. Like, you want to, oh, you're Jewish. You must want to kill every Palestinian child you see," is a ridiculous fucking take. And it is anti-Semitic, as is assuming that like someone who is Muslim is automatically like, "Oh yeah, I loved October 7," like that. Very, very, very fucked up. Of course, only one side of that conversation ever gets like coverage. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even get coverage. Let's be real. It only is considered anti-Semitic if someone is saying it and they're saying it against Israel. If they're pro-Israel and they make this conflation that like Israel and its actions are good and represents all Jews around the world, then they're not considered anti-Semitic, even though both of these cases are anti-Semitic. So Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. We're going to be talking about the dozens reported killed in the Gaza refugee camp blast. Obviously, Israeli military says more than 300 Hamas targets were hit in Gaza in the last day. We're going to be covering all that. And also, Yemen's Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility for missiles and drones launched towards Israel. Let's talk about it. It took 1 hour, but IDF took responsibility this time. Yeah, they did. They did take responsibility. Gaza camp targeted. IDF takes responsibility. Second phase of ground ops start. Yemen fires on Israel. IDF, it was me once again doing what you said I did. I mean, yeah, I think everybody understands that, right? Like, there's ridiculous. It would be ridiculous to assume that it wasn't the IDF targeting the refugee camp. Oh wait, they did that with the other hospital, and you know. Anyway, the Saudis stopped genociding Yemen. Why are they using their resources against Israel instead of Saudi? That's actually a really good question, my friend. The answer is yes, actually. The answer is yeah, they did. A couple months back, if you recall, I covered this story, which didn't get a lot of coverage in the media. They didn't get a lot of mileage in the media. But yeah, the Saudi blockade was softened dramatically as a part of a normalization agreement that China negotiated between Iran and Saudi Arabia. I'm going to get into that in a second, though. But yeah, it is not even that's a good question to ask. But that is what happened. Yes. Wendover, how Israel's security failed. Why is that link being yeeted? I would like to see that. I would like to watch that video. I'm fine with that. I'm actually interested in genuinely this, and it was not a gotcha. Do you think starting the Piers interview with I'm a propagandist was tactful? Yes, I think so. I think that it's silly to try and hide that. I think most people understand that mainstream media is doing propaganda of a certain sort. Everyone does it, and I needed a way to diffuse Piers Morgan before he went nutty mode on me, and I think that was perfectly fine to say it. The difference is everyone has a bias, and everyone engages. Everyone engages in propaganda of a sort. It can be truthful, and it can be a lie. The problem is, colloquially, our understanding is that propaganda is misinformation and a lie, even though that is not the case, right? What matters is whether you are open about your biases, like about your perspective, and what matters is whether you are trying to arrive at the truth. So that's what's important. Yeah, the IDF should have admitted that they knew they were killing civilians. Yes. I know. This is important because it instructs the rest of the siege. And we will also talk about the concept paper from the Israeli ministry, which I didn't get to yesterday. The missile was intercepted in Eilat, near my place in Aqaba. After the shock was so strong, it shook the entire city. On top of that, the Jordanian F-16s flying around 24/7 for high alert security. It's pretty scary, not gonna lie. I can't imagine how people in Gaza endure this massacre. Well, they have no other options. That's how they endure it. They endure it by just kind of being there, and there's like not really much they can do, and then they die. Westbank pogroms intensify as the world turns a blind eye. So I'll be doing a cosplay at 5 p.m. Zoro. Actually, I should probably not even mention the cosplay on this tweet. Okay. Pogroms are ethnic cleansing campaigns conducted oftentimes by like a group of individuals, not necessarily directed by the state, but can be directed by the state as well. Here it is. So I want to show you guys something, but here, let's blast off real quick. Two streamers I follow are Hasan and Sanat, the duality of man. Why? Sanat is entertaining as hell. You watch him for entertainment, you watch me for news. It makes sense. You know, you watch HBO Max and maybe you watch CNN. It makes sense. It doesn't mean anything. It's normal. Just for a different generation. Is World War III loading? Yes and no. Okay. Let's get started on the news really quickly. I think we should talk about the Gaza refugee camp blast. What we know so far. Some black people are very not happy about Kai right now. Yeah. Most likely because of they're saying he's trivializing the experience of black men in the country that are suffering in the prison system. I assume that's what the criticism is, right? I haven't really watched the fake prison streams. It seems wild overall. I think it's really interesting because like it's really interesting to consider because like Mr. Beast did that and it was like way worse when he did it, you know what I mean? Sanat is not a great entertainer. I think he is. Yeah, Mr. Beast did it a while back, and it was actually, in my opinion, that was one of the most fucked up things he's done. Stay out of middle schooler people's business. You are way too old to watch Sanat. Yeah, I have no takes on the Sanat situation at all. Don't ask me. I haven't watched. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't really care. I haven't really paid attention to any fucking drama around the planet other than what is going on in Palestine against Palestinians. So, someone suggested Gaza Fights for Freedom, 2019 documentary directed by a friend of the show, Abby Martin. Thoughts? Yeah, it's wonderful. We watched it. We literally watched it here on this broadcast. She's great. Saw the thumbnail and I have a hard opinion I need you to hear. What? What thumbnail? How your positive PR goal this year going? Not great. My regular support. By the way, Yemen didn't fire on Israel. The Houthis did, and they aren't the Yemeni government. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because like the Houthis are the Iranian-backed Yemen government, and at this moment, that doesn't really change matters all too much, because as it stands, as far as I understand it, the Saudi control over Yemen is diminished dramatically. I will eat crow on this one aspect, that I undermined the Houthis or Yemen in general. I made jokes about as far as the coalition forces, like the Iranian Axis, as they call it. The one aspect of that I regularly made fun of was whenever Thomas Friedman or American military officials said that there's could be a six-front war with Yemen. And I always joked about it, and I was like, how the fuck are they going to get there? And how the fuck are they going to, what are they going to do? Travel to the Red Sea? What do you think? They're going to fucking go through Saudi Arabia? But of course, what I did not consider, what I failed to consider, was that they do have medium-range rockets that they have thrown in Israel's direction as of today, and openly took credit for. There had been rockets that were intercepted by coalition forces on the Red Sea from Saudi coalition forces, along with like American intelligence. So that was already being quietly intercepted, but a couple days prior. But these ones actually made it all the way to Israel. Like, they have range. But anyway, here, this is from Elent News. This is actually pretty good and pretty descriptive on the Iran's axis of resistance, an umbrella term which refers to the range of militia groups which are located throughout the region and maintained by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. As you guys know, I'm not a big fan of Osin Andes, but Elent News is not only a HasanAbi head, but also an Osin Andy that I do trust. He actually, 3 days prior, had correctly called out that Yemen was most likely going to attack. I will say, Elent News is definitely the best out of like the non-affiliated, non-forensic investigator guys out there. I do appreciate his analysis. So, but yeah, out of all of these forces, obviously you have the IRGC Quds force, okay, in Iran, and then you have all of their proxy forces, right? You have the Houthis in Yemen that have been waging war against the Saudi occupation and the Saudi blockade, which was a man-made famine, which was a genocide. Iran's regional proxy forces are funded, armed, trained, and at varying degrees influenced by elements of the IRGC Quds force. These proxies consist of a web of interconnected militia groups distributed throughout the Middle East, predominantly located along the so-called Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon land bridge. This is true. So you obviously have, hold on, let's open up this image in a new tab so we can zoom into it. You have the Liwa Fatemiyun, the Liwa Zainabiyun, Liwa al-Bakr. These are the Syrian forces. They have been involved in the Syrian civil war in different directions. You have obviously Hezbollah in Lebanon. You have Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, as you guys know, Popular Resistance Committees, the PRC, the PFLP, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and also the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. These last two being socialist, this one being secular, and then these two being Islamist fundamentalist and even more Islamist fundamentalist. Okay, so that is the Palestinian militancy here inside of Gaza. Okay, this does not feature. This obviously doesn't feature like the West Bank and West Bank militancy. That's a separate conversation. This is just like specifically what DFLP in theory are SOCDEMs. Sure. Democratic Front of Liberation of Palestine is SOCDEMs. Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine are socialists. It just doesn't really matter because they are, you know, relatively I wouldn't say subdued, but they are not very popular overall. Okay. So Then you have the popular mobilization units that have operated inside of Iraq. These are also Iranian-backed militia forces. You have the Badr organization, Kataib Hezbollah, Asaib al-Haq, Harakat Hezbollah al-Nujaba, Kataib Sayyid al-Shahada, and Kataib al-Imam Ali. So this is where this is why people think that there could possibly be a multiple front war in Israel. This is a fear that Israel has always had anytime they've tried to do ground invasions or anytime they've tried to do sieges. The very real threat is opening up northern fronts from Syria and Lebanon, Syria by way of Golan Heights, and then also possibly having Iranian-backed IRGC troops that already are around Syria, like IRGC-backed militias that are already operating in Syria, possibly coming in through that area as well. Okay, no, PFLP are Marxist-Leninists and DFLP are Marxist-Leninist Maoists. Okay, whatever. Yes. Oh, this is also a good take as well. Thank you, Delayed Autistic Ubby. Also, yellow on the flag typically signifies Shia insurgency groups with the exception of Fatah. Fatah is secular. So if you see a yellow flag inside of Palestine, in the West Bank, that is not going to be that doesn't have anything to do with Shias. That just means it's a secular flag. But other than that, yellow typically signifies the Shia insurgency groups, and green, red and or white are Sunni. This is an important distinction, I guess, to make because Shias and Sunni are not necessarily fond of one another. And the reason why I'm mentioning this, there's a lot of sectarian infighting in other circumstances. However, the one thing that unites, the one fucking singular thing that unites all of the Islamic forces or even the secular forces in this region will always be America. Western involvement in either direction. This usually either causes sectarian tensions or ethnic militias that are logistically funded and supported by the American State Department. But usually, in this circumstance at least, the coalition of Sunnis and Shias are united against America and Israel, Israel being the continuation of America. Iran's interest, obviously, in this regard is Iran's interest in Hamas and Palestinians in Gaza, unironically, is not one of like genuine emancipation because of the one ummah or anything like that. It is mostly a destabilizing force against Israel, which it sees as a continuation of America. And this is important to understand specifically because maybe you were thinking, well, I don't understand. After October 7th, that Hezbollah, Iran-backed Hezbollah, would open up a second front in the northern part of Israel. Or maybe Iran-backed, IRGC-backed militias would open up another front in the Golan Heights by way of Syria. And this is yet to happen. Why has this not happened? You might be asking that question to yourself. And that's a question that I've been trying to figure out myself personally. And I think that there are a lot more complex involvements with America, not just like the obvious, sending fucking strike teams and aircraft carriers into the region, which is pretty obvious. Like, I mean, obviously that has had a very important effect in tempering Iranian response and Iranian retaliation. However, beyond that, I suspect, and I have not seen a lot of writing on this. This is my personal speculation. So, Hasan, speculation alert, is that I think that the Brandon administration had been working on normalizing relations with Iran, both quietly and also the public manifestation of this relationship came in the form of the $6 billion fund transfer from South Korea, which was already Iranian funds that were slated to be paid to Iran by way of Doha, and also the prisoner swap. I think that this was part of the reason why both the American government, the American State Department, the Israeli government, and the Iranian government, all three of them collectively said, holy shit, we had nothing to do. I mean, Iran had nothing to do with October 7. Iran personally said, holy shit, we had nothing to do with October 7, but, props to those, brave martyrs, but we didn't fucking do that. That was crazy. Okay? This is very important to understand. I know the Hezbollah General Secretary will speak on Friday on the situation, but what you fail to consider is that if they were coordinated, if this was a coordinated attack, then they would have already been ready to go into battle, mobilizing ground troops and actually actively pushing into Israeli territory rather than taking pot shots back and forth between Lebanon and northern Israel and then having like 40 plus Hezbollah fighters die as a consequence of the pot shots where, and with no real involvement, okay? It's very different when you consider the standing army of Hezbollah actually getting into action using the entirety of their arsenal, which is infinitely more robust than the missiles that they're sending into North Syria right now. I mean, not North Syria, sorry, North Israel right now. So I think that this has been a very tempered response from Iran so far. There are, I think, multiple reasons for that, but one of which that I just brought up was the potential closed door meetings that led to the very public prisoner swap that led to everybody saying, "Oh, Brandon is responsible for October 7th." And that's why October 7th happened, as though it like materialized out of fucking thin air over the course of like a week. And it wasn't a multiple year long thought out plan. We will know more about it. Once we will develop a better understanding on the relationship and what Hezbollah will do once Hassan Nasrallah delivers his speech that he's been fucking promoting like it's a goddamn rap battle, okay? Like, it is so, yes, I have seen the cinematic trailer. Here, does anyone have the link to the cinematic trailer? Like, they keep fucking tweeting out, Iran and Hezbollah keep tweeting out like, listen, you better watch it, Israel, over and over again, and not really doing anything. And if you're wondering why that is the case, that is because I think that they are not going to do anything. Here, this is literally what he posted. This is what he posted, showing that he was going to deliver a scathing speech on Friday. That was Al-Aqsa, right? I think it was like a miniature Temple Mount. So this Christopher Nolan ass fucking trailer is supposed to, or this Michael Bay ass fucking trailer is supposed to indicate that he's gonna drop the fucking hottest diss track you've ever heard of on Friday, but also what they're saying is important, but also what they're not saying is important. And if you look at what they're saying so far, the Iranian foreign minister Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. The Iranian foreign minister, Abdullahian, said, hold on. Second. Yeah. The Iran's foreign minister, Abdullahian, in today's meeting with Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, said the region is in the stage of making a very important decision. The resistance groups in the region make their own decisions and don't necessarily wait for political decisions. Therefore, if Israeli war crimes continue and the war expands, no party will be able to escape its consequences. Now, this is important to understand. Okay? This is what is important to understand. That's what they said officially to outside media, by the way. Inside Iran schools and Basij, they've been telling us they literally supported this, both forces and funds, for 27. Yeah, of course they supported. Nobody thinks that Iran has not been supporting Hamas. Everybody understands that. It's very important as to why, to the foreign media, they're saying they're not. Iran also personally stated that, you know, they thought it was sick. Like, they thought October 7th was fucking fire. So a couple different considerations here. Are, and again, this is wee woo. Yeah, they're basically saying they can't control Hezbollah if they get involved, right? No, that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is, thus far, the Hezbollah involvement has been outside of their control, which makes sense. It makes sense that they're saying the Hezbollah involvement has been outside of their control, because if Hezbollah got involved, there would be a lot more rocket barrages and ground activity to pull some of the forces from northern Gaza directly to protect the northern parts of Israel. So I think that, yeah, he did it. Nasrallah signing his kick contract type cinematics. Exactly. It was pretty funny. But there was an interesting article in Le Monde on the 24th. Apparently, the operation was very secret, and even the political wing of Hamas was caught off guard, and the Washington does not think they had any outside help. Like, they had outside help in the sense that, of course, there is no inside Gaza. Like, those missiles don't materialize. Those guns don't materialize, right? Like, obviously, they get outside help consistently from Iran to maintain any kind of violent resistance. The point is that they did this outside of the scope and outside of the go-ahead of the Iranian government. Now, why is that important? It seems to me, well, one reason why Hezbollah has not been involved, which was something that I talked about early on and said, this is, if Hezbollah is never involved, this is the likely reason. It's because the Lebanese economy is absolutely dog shit, and Hezbollah cannot withstand any kind of Israeli bombing campaign on its cities. They have nothing. At the end of Nasrallah's videos, this is a Quranic verse. It was a promise fulfilled, so maybe indicative. I mean, I think this is also indicative. I mean, this directly says that, this is basically pointing to the Al-Aqsa flood operation, right? Like, that was the name of the operation on October 7th. So I think that this is, it's going to be a speech specifically in regards to how they will. That's not Al-Aqsa flood, man. No, I'm saying that the October 7th operation was called Al-Aqsa flood. This is the Dome of the Rock, but it's still, it's, oh my God. I hate when people get like I hate when people get really fucking annoying about the semantics of this, okay? The Dome of the Rock is technically considered, as far as I understand, a part of the Al-Aqsa compound, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I know that the semantics are important, but the Dome of the Rock is the symbol people look at when referring to Al-Aqsa. Exactly. Like, in the Muslim world, he's literally signaling to Al-Aqsa. Anyway, bro thinks Hezbollah cares about the economy. Ha ha ha. There are dogs of Iran. Yeah, I think that it's still important because that means you don't have enough support on the ground. If your economy is completely gone, if your economy is completely in the shitter, that means you can't withstand an Israeli bombing campaign. That's what that means. So even if Hezbollah personally is like, oh, I hope all the Lebanese people die, even though they are also Lebanese, okay, it still doesn't change the reality that they cannot actually withstand a bombing campaign. Anyway. So, oh my God, I'm getting lost in the weeds here. Okay, so they signaled a big speech was coming on Friday, but there hasn't been a lot of military action beyond pot shots from Hezbollah forces in northern Israel and vice versa. Okay? Ultimately, the Lebanese economy cannot withstand any kind of bombing campaign from Israel because Israel's bombing campaigns are historically devastating to the civilian population and the infrastructure in general. They do not give a shit. They will blow up entire fucking towns. They will blow up every building. They will blow up every residential building as a part of their modus operandi. We've talked about this quite a bit. Hezbollah has 2 million Shia Muslims to look after in Lebanon, and they run a massive social movement providing aid to them. The damage after the 2006 war was a major issue, and they had to ask for more funding from Iran, so economic impacts are important. Yes, exactly. Hezbollah handed Israel its only military loss in 2006, and they have so much experience fighting Sunni militias, including Daesh in Iraq and Syria. They will 100% lose in the long run, but it would be very fearic for the Israelis. And Ben Shapiro even said if Hezbollah got involved, that Israel should seriously consider using nuclear weapons. Yeah. That's... I like that we're referring to Ben Shapiro on Israel's like military policy, but the way that the belligerent way in which Israel wages war against civilian populations, to me at least, indicates that Ben Shapiro's not that far off with his analysis. So I don't think that they're going to fucking actually nuke Lebanon. But, you know, considering that they've dropped one Hiroshima equivalent of conventional missiles and rockets into Gaza so far, you know, anything is possible. Israel goes YOLO mode every single time. So there is no reason for them to ever listen to the Geneva suggestions. There is no reason for them to ever listen to the internationally recognized codes of conduct around waging war. They've never done that. And they also have an apartheid state. This is before we even talk about how Israel also is maintaining an apartheid state, which I need to talk about as well, because the major stress point here was the mistreatment of Palestinians and the ongoing pogroms in the West Bank. That is what is like the major point of contention and why any kind of violent retaliation occurs from the Gazan front ever. It doesn't just materialize out of thin air. It literally fucking happens as a consequence of the Palestinians that are getting absolutely fucking destroyed in West Bank, despite the fact that they don't have anything to do with Hamas at all. other than the fact that they are Palestinian. So the entire purpose for Iran in the region is to say, hey, if you keep fucking ethnically cleansing Palestinians in Gaza, we are going to go into Israel. Like, we're going to fucking open up new fronts in this war, and you're going to have to deal with like a lot more of your civilians dying. And that is always a point of consideration, and it has been in the past as well. But one example I will give is this, okay? I feel as though in this last military operation, in the last militant operation on October 7th, which was very brutal, the Palestinian forces did not think that they were going to be as, in their minds, successful, okay, as they actually ended up being, with the human toll, with the civilian casualty, and with the amount of hostages that they were able to take. This is consistent with, of course, the Iranian messages that we've heard from them thus far, and that due to their achievement, and I'm using achievement on their, like, using achievement, not that it was like a good thing, okay, but due to what they were able to accomplish far beyond what they thought their capabilities were, that the Israeli retaliation, it was going to be devastating, and that given that they did not, the other regional actors did not realize it was going to be this brutal. I don't think that they were ready for a full-scale, multiple front war against Israel. Okay? So, as it stands currently, Lebanese intel is saying that Israel knew and pulled troops on purpose. No, I don't believe in the 9/11 stuff. I've talked about this before. Like, 9/11 was an inside job type shit. Like, I talk about that all the time. I think the most reasonable is often the closest to the truth. And the most reasonable assessment is that they were absolutely and utterly, incredibly arrogant about the conditions of the occupation and about a way to immediately squash any kind of violent retaliation coming from Gaza. They were unprepared because they were arrogant. They were unprepared because they had moved forces that have been engaging in, I guess, domestic suppression rather than like actual real military operations into the West Bank at the behest of Itamar Ben-Gvir and his violent ambitions in completely ethnically cleansing the West Bank. The more the 500,000, 470,000 settlers get violent in the West Bank, the more you have to have additional IDF presence there in order to maintain that violence, in order to contain that violence, but also to maintain that violence. So I think that was the most important reason. I think it was arrogance more than a deliberate inaction. I think, like, for example, not listening to other intelligence agencies, foreign intelligence agencies, and their warnings, in my opinion, was not, oh yeah, this is fine, like, we want them to attack Israel so we can violently retaliate and take over and possibly even annex northern Gaza. But instead, I believe it was because they were like, what the fuck are they going to do? It was more so, I think it was more arrogance than it was deliberately refusing to take this seriously. Okay? What is this? Dude, don't send me shit like this, because send me the actual article, please. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, we've suffered heavy losses in Gaza in the last 24 hours. I doubt that they would. I don't know if he actually said that, but if he did actually say that, please send me a fucking actual link to an article and not like a fucking photo. So Carter Center calls for Gaza ceasefire, return of hostages. Oh, man. How about you sit this one out, King? You know? Just sit this one out. You know what I mean? You've done enough, sir. You've done enough. How can Yemen fight a war given their own dire humanitarian crisis? The humanitarian crisis is no longer as bad as it once was, as far as I understand it, given the Iranian-Saudi normalization agreement, and one of the conditions of said normalization agreement conducted by China being the cessation of hostile bombing campaigns and a blockade on Yemen. So apparently 2 IDF soldiers were killed and troops overrun Jabalia Hamas post, kill commander, 50 terrorists is what they're saying. So the Jabalia Gaza, the Jabalia refugee camp bombing is being considered a successful strike, knowing full well that there were civilians there because they're saying that they killed a commander, a military commander. So Yemen isn't declaring war on Israel. A Yemeni group, Houthis, are declaring war on Israel. Yes, but it's the Iranian side, and it's still Houthis are in control of Yemen. What you're describing is literally the conflict in general, that one side is Saudi-backed, but also ultimately under blockade. The entirety of Yemen is under blockade and being bombed by the Saudis, which has created a genocide. It's still Yemen. They're the government. Saying that it's it doesn't, saying that they're not an expression of the government is I don't know, it's a little ridiculous. Anyway, let's get started. Okay. Like I said, my speculation, my speculation is this is Hasan's speculation alert, is that it doesn't seem very likely, given what they've done so far. It doesn't seem very likely that Hezbollah or Iran in general is all too interested in opening up additional fronts. And I say this at a time when you have Yemen missile strikes in Israel. And as Elent News correctly is saying, Again, the distance inhibits the level and amount of strikes that Israel can do in retaliation. That's partly why they made the decision to launch missiles and drones. So they have drones and missiles in their capabilities, some of which can obviously reach Israel. And the retaliation all the way down to fucking Yemen from Israel will be limited because of proximity. Okay? That's it. That's why I laughed at the notion of like opening up a six-front war or whatever with Yemen, with Houthi rebels like fighting in, I don't know, I guess like the southern point of Israel or something. Because how the fuck would they get there? Would they use their navy? Or would they fly over there? Like would they traverse through the desert over a massive amount of over a massive Saudi territory, which is a country that had a ruthless and brutal blockade that caused a genocide in Yemen until not that long ago. It's just not going to happen. But they still can lob rockets and assume that Israel can not really retaliate in the same way that it could to Lebanon because it's too far. And yes, Critzy is correct. Houthis had already attempted to launch missiles that were intercepted in the Red Sea. These ones were not. All of this to me signals that that the Iranian-backed forces are not trying to actively engage with Israel beyond pot shots.
50 people are said to have been killed and many more injured in a blast at the Jabalia refugee.
And yes, Secretary of Antifa, you are correct. It seems to me like the Western world will continue to look the other way or outright champion the ongoing ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the pogroms in the West Bank with no end in sight, and that there will not be some kind of, I might be totally wrong, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be this violent retaliation from Iran-backed militias in the region that draw Israel's attention elsewhere. So it just kind of seems like what is happening thus far is going to continue happening until, I guess, the Israel's interest in blood is satiated.
Refugee camp in northern Gaza. Well, those figures come from the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, which also says the camp came under Israeli fire. We're yet to hear from the Israeli military. The BBC is still establishing the details. Pictures from the scene, as you can see, show people searching for survivors and pulling bodies from the rubble. Now, Israel earlier said its forces are striking targets in all parts of Gaza, with fierce battles being reported with Hamas. Let me show you these pictures from Israel's defense forces showing their troops carrying out ground operations. The IDF says it has encountered anti-tank missiles and machine gun fire as they advance into Gaza. A spokesman said it was hunting commanders of Hamas and attacking infrastructure. Meanwhile, this video was released by Hamas. They say that the people you can see surrounded by tanks are in a firefight with Israeli soldiers in northern Gaza over the weekend. The Palestinian Red Crescent says the area around the Al-Quds hospital in Gaza City has again been under heavy...
Yeah, no, Israel, since then, Israel's, of course, confirmed that the strike was done by them on Jabalia.
The health ministry says more than 8,500 people have been killed in the past 3 weeks. Israel says over 1,400 Israelis were killed in the Hamas attacks on October the 7th. Well, let's go straight to our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams, who's in Jerusalem. And Paul, what more can you tell us about the blast at the Jabalia camp?
Well, Matthew, I think you've shown some of the pictures. They are pretty shocking. That crater is huge, an absolutely enormous hole surrounded by vast quantities of rubble and then homes and buildings around there that have been obviously severely damaged, either in the
body
course
here.
of this incident or perhaps over the course of the last 3 weeks. Jabalia, in case viewers are wondering, is the largest of the refugee camps in the Gaza Strip, home to around 115, 120,000 people before this war began, packed into an area of about 1.5 square kilometers. It's not tents, it's buildings that have been there for decades and tightly packed streets. And we think, judging by the number of people who are there looking in the rubble to try and find bodies and survivors, there are still hundreds, maybe thousands of people still in the area, despite days and days of Israeli warnings for people to leave northern Gaza. So it is likely that any airstrike on Jabalia, and this does...
How is this okay? I can't believe this. I mean, what's it say? What do we say at this point? Just... there's nothing. It's not okay. There's not really much people can do in this situation. It's just you have to keep applying pressure to Western governments to shut the money faucet and shut the bomb faucet, or at least threaten to shut the missile faucet and the money faucet to Israel, unless they do a ceasefire and engage in hostage negotiations. Not okay. Don't feel hopeless. Just continue applying pressure. Call your congresspersons, demand a ceasefire. Hope that they will educate people on what's going on, with hopes that they will stop, with hopes that at least the Western government will apply some kind of pressure. Because that's the thing that the Israeli government fears the most. If they did not fear Western pressure and Western retaliation in the form of not sanctions necessarily, but even a threat that they will stop giving an open check to Israel, they wouldn't always engage in Western-focused propaganda so aggressively. I'm not hopeless. I'm not hopeless at all. I mean, I'm sad. I'm sad seeing the death toll. It's impossible not to feel sad when you know that 3,000 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered by the Israeli Air Forces, by the Israeli Defense Force, by the Israeli occupying force. 3,000 more children have been murdered by Israel in the last 3 weeks than the entirety of children that died, that were killed, died in war since 2019. Which includes Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Think about that. Meanwhile, you see the fucking psychotic theatrics that are deeply anti-Semitic and trivializing of the Holocaust from Gilad Erdan and the UN Commission, the Israeli ambassadors to the UN, putting on a fucking Holocaust star, a Star of David, invoking the Holocaust to keep the bombing on the children continuing. Just absolutely unimaginable, dude. Oh, dude, it's my personal Holocaust. If you don't let me kill 3,000 more children, that's the message you want to send to the international community. What a fucking barbaric and completely and utterly psychotic thing to do. Please. It's ridiculous. No one trivializes the Holocaust more than Israeli officials. It's fucking nuts. like the never again, the Star of David, like putting it on, adorning the Star of David at the UN that says never again in it, while you are currently engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign against a population that is 50% children? Come on. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, it's like, it would be funny if it wasn't so fucking psychotic. Here is the official response, and this is the Times of Israel military correspondent, Emmanuel Fabian, Manny Fabian. I mean, he's a pretty good resource to understand what the fuck the IDF's doing. According to the IDF, Ibrahim Biari was one of the Hamas commanders responsible for directing members of the terror group's elite Nukba forces to invade Israel on October 7th. The IDF says the airstrike in Jabalia was part of a wide-scale strike on Hamas operatives and infrastructure belonging to the terror group's central Jabalia battalion. According to the IDF, the central Jabalia battalion took control of several civilian buildings in the area. The strike damaged Hamas's command and control in the area, as well as its ability to direct military activity against IDF soldiers operating throughout the Gaza Strip, the army says in a statement. So yeah, this is the second thing that Israel does. If they don't take responsibility and immediately blame Hamas or Islamic Jihad or whatever, then they will take responsibility and say, we told you there's Hamas there. It says numerous terrorists were killed with Biari, and underground terror infrastructure embedded beneath the buildings used by terrorists also collapsed after the strike. Yeah, this part I don't believe at all, but whatever. The IDF also says it reiterates its call to the residents of the area to move south for their safety. Now, if you want to understand the brutality, here is here's the IDF attack and its response from an IDF spokesperson talking directly to Wolf Blitzer.
Yes, I can. We were focused again on our target, a senior commander, Wolf, and we'll be updating you with more data as the hour moves ahead.
But even if that Hamas commander was there amidst all those Palestinian refugees who are in that Jabalia refugee camp, Israel still went ahead and dropped a bomb there, attempting to kill this Hamas commander, knowing that a lot of innocent civilians, men, women, and children, presumably would be killed. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's not what you're hearing, Wolf. We're focused on this commander.
Motherfucker's Scottish, bro. What the fuck? Yo! At first I thought he had an Israeli accent of sorts that I had never heard. Yo! What the fuck? Are my ears deceiving me? Are you fucking telling me he moved to Israel when he was 4 years old?
That's not what you're hearing, Wolf. We're focused on this commander, again, who you'll get more data who this man was, killed many Israelis. We're doing everything we can. It's a very complicated battle space. There could be infrastructure there. There could be tunnels there. We're still looking into it, and we'll give you more data as the hour moves ahead.
Yo, I'm losing it. Oh my God, I'm fucking losing it, dude. Like, listen, Wolf, there was children there, but we had to kill them.
But you know that there are a lot of refugees, a lot of innocent civilians, men, women, and children in that refugee camp as well, right?
This is the tragedy of war, Wolf. I mean, as you know...
Oh, he's so sad. Look at how sad he is, man. You don't understand. Wolf, it's a tragedy. These children have to be fucking slaughtered. Okay? They have to be slaughtered.
We've been saying for days, move south. Civilians that are not involved with Hamas, please move south.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a little bit more information. You knew there were civilians there. You knew there were refugees, all sorts of refugees, but you decided to still drop a bomb on that refugee camp, attempting to kill the Hamas commander. By the way, was he killed?
I can't confirm yet. There'll be more updated. Yes, we know that he was killed. About the civilians there, we're doing everything we can to minimize. I'll say it again.
Does anyone believe this? Like, I mean, you have to have like, you have to have an Israeli boot lodged so far up your fucking mouth that it is like impacting your brainstem to be like, yeah, no, they are definitely trying. They're trying, but oh God, they're just so silly. They're silly billies. Like, oh man, they're trying so hard, except 3,000 children. It's just such a sad state of affairs. They try so fucking hard. I love the argument that people always fucking turn around and present to me, which is so utterly disgusting, morally abhorrent, and also stupid, where it's like, oh, they could just nuke Gaza. No, they can't. You want to know why they can't just fucking nuke Gaza? Because it's literally like, it's like nuking North Carolina from the border of South Carolina. You can't fucking just nuke a town next door, okay? The idea that if they wanted to do ethnic cleansing, they could do it so much better. No, killing 2 million citizens is very difficult, okay? It is a very difficult endeavor. It is not as easy as you think it is. It takes a long-ass fucking time. And not only that, but also Israel has to do it in a way where, like, the rest of the world doesn't go, dude, what the fuck are you doing? This is literally the Holocaust. So they have to do it in a way that makes it seem like they're doing it morally. Although everything that Israel is doing fits the legal definition of an apartheid state, and everything Israel is doing in Gaza right now especially fits the legal definition of a genocide. And don't listen to me, listen to a Holocaust historian who has said as much, okay? Hold on. Here is Israeli historian and Holocaust scholar claiming that Israel's treatment of Palestinians in Gaza is a textbook case of genocide. This was, of course, at a time when only, and I can't believe I'm saying this, 2,778 people had been killed, with around 10,000 being wounded. This is from Roz Segal. He wrote an article on the Jewish Currents, professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Stockton University. Segal wrote that Israeli leaders and officials have made their intent clear, noting Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant's comments about fighting human animals, and Israeli Defense spokesperson Daniel Hagari saying the emphasis on damage and not on accuracy. If you listen to the IDF telling you that there are, if you listen to the IDF and believe them when they are telling you, oh, there's Hamas here, that's why we had to blow them up, then why don't you fucking listen to them when they also said, we're shutting off their food, we're shutting off their water, they are human animals, we do not care about their safety and security, we are there to bomb indiscriminately. It seems like a lot of people want to just not hear that part of the conversation and only focus on the parts where Israel, in the aftermath of yet another bombing campaign that was objectively brutal and unimaginably cruel, says, oh, they deserved it. Israel's official account on X, formerly known as Twitter, said, unlike the barbaric enemy we're fighting, we do everything we can to keep innocent civilians safe. They don't. They do not. Segal said Israel is perpetrating 3 of the 5 acts that fall under the UN Convention's definition. The dropping of thousands and thousands of bombs in a couple days, including phosphorus bombs, as we heard, on one of the most densely populated areas around the world, together with these proclamations of intent. This indeed constitutes genocidal killing, which is the first act. Israel is also perpetuating act number 2 and 3. That is, causing serious bodily or mental harm and creating conditions designed to bring about the destruction of a group by cutting off water, food, and supply of energy, bombing hospitals, ordering the fast evacuation of hospitals. Segal added, noting that the World Health Organization has called the orders to evacuate hospitals a death sentence for the sick and injured. So we're seeing the combination of genocidal acts with special intent. This indeed is a textbook case of genocide, he said. In his op-ed, Segal also said that the leaders in the West had reinforced this racist rhetoric of Israeli leaders and officials by describing Hamas's attacks as evil. This dehumanizing language is clearly calculated to justify the wide-scale destruction of Palestinian lives. The assertion of evil in its absolutism elides distinctions between Hamas militants and Gazan civilians and includes the broader context of colonization and occupation, he wrote. Told Democracy Now! That the attack by Hamas was a horrendous war crime, but using the term evil to describe the militant group is to decontextualize and enhance the widespread fantasies of Israelis today that they are fighting Nazis. He referred to a recent television interview where former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett lashed out at an anchor asking about the Palestinian civilians suffering in Gaza by declaring, "We're fighting Nazis." There's a long history of this shameful use of the Holocaust memory, which Israeli politicians have used to justify, rationalize, deny, distort, disavow mass violence against Palestinians, Segal said. And it has allowed also a view to develop that sees Israel as somehow exceptional, providing it impunity. The truth, however, is that all perpetrators of genocide actually see their victims as dangerous, vicious, as inhuman. That's how the Nazis saw the Jews, and that's how today Israelis see Palestinians. They are behaving in a manner that is absolutely consistent in the same exact way that Nazis behaved during World War II, okay? In their treatment of Jewish people. This is not my assessment. This is Holocaust scholar Roz Siegel's assessment. Anyone that tries to declare that this is anti-Semitic is just an absolute fucking delusional moron. Anyway, anyone have a link to the article? It's a Newsweek article, but you can also find the interview on Democracy Now! Wow, calling anyone you disagree with a delusional moron, typical. No, I'm calling people that specifically deny the absolute truth that is in front of their eyes if they choose to see it. You know? If you consider what Israel is doing in Gaza anything but absolute truth of the internet, no, it's not the... Don't try to trivialize this, okay? If you consider what Israel is doing in Gaza anything but a deliberate ethnic cleansing campaign, okay, that fits the legal standards of genocide, you are blind. You have to be delusional. And they confirmed it. They confirmed the killing. They confirmed that, there were civilians that died, that were murdered in their attacks on the Jabalia refugee camp.
Appear to be an airstrike. That kind of crater is really only consistent with a large munition dropped from the air. Then it is almost inevitable that large numbers of civilians who have chosen to stay in the north will have been caught up in this. That figure of around 50, which is the number counted by journalists on the scene from Agence France Presse. That appears to be the minimum number of people caught up in this obviously huge.
Are Israel's war crimes technically U.S. sponsored? Yes. Without America's approval, without America's logistical support, without America's support, Israel would not be able to conduct this ethnic cleansing campaign.
Explosion.
They are
Paul,
using
you were
our
mentioning
bombs.
some of the geography of the Gaza Strip, but over the last week and more, we've heard from the Israelis urging people, ordering people to leave the north, to go to the south of the Wadi Gaza. Just tell us a little more about where this camp is within that sort of geography, north-south, and this line that the Israelis have talked about.
Yeah, so Jabalia is north of Gaza City, so it's between Gaza City and the border fence with Israel. So it is not far.
So you're against sending money to Israel? Brother, are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how much I have championed sanctions on Israel for, like, if you think this is the first time I've said we should abso-fucking-lutely stop sending money to Israel, you are out of your fucking mind. Yes. And you know who else said that? Bernard motherfucking Sanders, okay? When he was running for president, he said, we have to stop giving money to Israel, okay? We have to stop giving money to Israel as long as it continues its ethnic cleansing campaign. I don't know where he stands now, but when he was running for president, he had the courage to openly say it. More politicians should be openly saying it. More politicians in the Western world should be saying, enough is enough. You have to stop. Unless we do a ceasefire immediately and an end to this occupation immediately, not a single dollar goes into Israel. Anthony Blinken wants to send aid. I just watched him talking about sending aid. Yeah, they're fucking genocidal monsters in the American State Department. Of course they want to send aid. They already have. Why do you think there was such pushback on the hospital but not the refugee camp? I mean, if the Israeli officials said we didn't actually bomb Jabalia and that it was also another Hamas rocket, there would still be plenty of back and forth in the media about how maybe it did just kind of do that to itself. It's also much harder to disprove. 6 tons of munitions and the crater that it leaves behind is impossible. U.S. Army sent a B-1B long-range strategic bomber to Incirlik base in Turkey. Hit top refueling of the B-1B warplane was carried out for the first time in Turkey on Tuesday. Oh, that's also one of the other reasons why I think it's fucking laughable when Erdogan says, oh my God, I'm going to show you, Israel, that you're wrong. Remember, those are the same bases that were utilized in the fucking coup d'etat that failed in Turkey. But guess what? Guess what? Turkey's relations with America could not be better, okay? In theory, Erdogan could fucking talk shit all day, every day. But in practice, there's no love lost. After all, America allowed Erdogan to take control over the northern Syrian corridor. What do you think happens there? Kurds live there. What do you think happens to them? A parallel can be drawn in the way that America utilizes Kurdish militias in the Middle East anytime they want to fight against any kind of combatant or engage in destabilizing actions, or literally use the Kurdish militias that they train and arm against other militias that they also are responsible for creating, like fucking ISIS, right? And then when they're done, when they've outlived their usefulness, they just fucking allow Turks to come in and do whatever the fuck they want. This, in a way, draws a parallel to the way that the Iranian administration views Hamas and any kind of Palestinian resistance against Israel. Kurds are seen not as a group that is ethnically displaced, that has 35 million living in diaspora with no fucking, no state. Okay? But instead, a group of militants that they can use a pawn that time and time again America has absolutely fucking left behind. Iran uses a emancipatory need that Palestinian people have that is expressed in different ways by arming and training more fundamentalist groups that are interested in violent retaliation, and using them against Israel as a destabilizing force, because they see Israel as a continuation of America in the region. But as you have seen in this last back and forth that turned into yet another ethnic cleansing campaign, Iran's interest in Palestinian emancipation is not necessarily one born out of a real interest in helping Palestinians at all. It's interesting to think that it's just like what is it, the Russian dolls? It's like that. It's a sequence of different regional actors utilizing militias against one another. The Matryoshka nesting dolls, exactly. Don't you think Turkey are colonizers in the same way Israel has colonized Palestine? I'm very critical of Turkey's actions, Turkey's actions against Kurds in general, both in its internal affairs and certainly in Syria and other parts of the region. But to make this comparison and say that like Kurdish people live under similar conditions that Palestinians live under in Israel is not correct. Absolutely incorrect. It is not a correct comparison to make. It's just not true. And I say this as someone who believes in a nation state for Kurds. As a matter of fact, although Kurdish living conditions, especially in Turkey, are far from great, it would be a dramatic improvement if Palestinians were treated in Israel in the same way that Kurds are treated in Turkey. That would not even, it would literally be like it would be considered world peace. Like global peace has been occurred. The global peace has been established. That's how bad the situation is for Palestinians. By the way, just in case anyone keeps asking, it's not just Ross Siegel that says genocide is happening. The Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention has just published their own assessment on the going genocide on their Twitter. Anyway. Yes, we're going to talk about the leaked memo and the right wing that corresponds to the right wing think tank closest to Netanyahu and their interest in moving Palestinians into Egypt and how they would achieve such ends in an effort to permanently occupy northern parts of Gaza, if not the entirety of Gaza, and engage in massive ethnic displacement. Okay. Didn't the Turks kind of genocide Kurds too? What a wild take. This is not a wild take at all. It's one that I believe most Kurds would agree with as well. Like if the situation for Palestinians, which is so dire, situation for Palestinians is so dire. This is not to say that like Kurds are in a great situation in Turkey. I'm not saying that at all. Far from it, as a matter of fact. But it's similar to my comparisons to Jim Crow South and the horrifying nature and the horrifying violence that black people were subjected to in the Jim Crow South. I've told you this before. Historically, if you look at the Jim Crow South, and pogroms, if you want to call it that occurred in the Jim Crow South, those conditions for black people are similar to the conditions that that Palestinians experience in the West Bank right now under an apartheid structure. The situation in Gaza is worse than that. The situation in Gaza is worse. I'm Kurdish, and I don't understand what we gain from making this comparison, to be quite honest. Can chatter stop using our statelessness to engage in debate lordism, please? Well, for many chatters, I think it's just a way to get, like, a Turkish guy on the back foot, they think, because they don't know what my opinion is on developing a Kurdish nation state. Developing a Kurdish nation state and also Kurdish emancipation. They don't know, and they think like, oh, he's Turkish, so he hates Kurds. Like, he wants to fucking kill Kurds. It's it's pure whataboutism, I think. It's simply utilized as a distraction. I would assume that people utilize it because people use it because they just like have heard someone else say it. Like I don't know if anyone else has like made this comparison recently, but I suspect that that's where it comes from. Usually, when you see a lot of messages in the chat that aren't about the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour, it's usually directed from like one content creator and their followers that like our communities commingle with. You know what I mean? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Haven't you also said if Palestinians were treated how black people are treated in America, it would be infinitely better? Yes, I have said that. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. And Salecat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I have said that, yes. Like, the is true. It would be an unimaginable improvement on the living conditions of Palestinians in under the apartheid regime. Because, I mean, the reality is that the apartheid South African conditions are most similar to the Palestinian conditions now. And apartheid South African conditions were, of course, far worse than what black people experienced in America, especially in the 90s in America. America is still a white supremacist nation. It still has legalized slavery through its criminal justice system, and it's continued its ongoing efforts to enslave black and brown populations through a more legal structure that I find abhorrent. But having said all that, it's not even a thing. Like, it's just ridiculous to assume that it's ridiculous to assume that like their conditions now would be akin to or worse than apartheid South Africa or apartheid Israel. I, as a white man, have no legal protection if I decide to take a black man's property. Israel backs the settlers who take Palestinian property. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it's not even a comparison, guys. It's not. It is one of the worst cruelties that is ongoing, that is happening with our full throated support. Not a comparison. Like, remember the black jogger in Atlanta and the lynch mob that came for him and killed him? Those guys went to jail. Okay? When that same thing happens every single fucking day in the West Bank, it's when people even dare to protest against a straight up murder, the police force comes in and kills everyone, like literally with live ammunition. Think about that. And no one is held accountable for it. It's not even a comparison. Not a single Israeli goes to jail for such a thing. Don't you think they're paying the price for what they did to the Ottoman Empire? You are a fucking psycho, dude. I hate this Turkish concept of like the Arabs betrayed the Ottoman Empire and thought that like the British would be better to them, so they deserve to be ethnically cleansed 100 years later is like an absolutely unimaginably and laughable nationalistic notion. You are psychotic. It is crazy. I hear it. I hear what people say. Klasik seküler Türkiye'de çok görülen bir durum, ilginç bir kafa. I don't understand how you can say such a thing. Like, how is it nationalistic if it's Arabs? Turkish nationalism also features the Ottoman Empire in all of its glory. Turkish nationalism has two different planks. You have Panturanists who believe in like a larger Turkic mythology, and some that look at the Ottoman Empire as well. All right. So we're going to read the Financial Times article on Hamas's capabilities in a second.
From the areas where Israeli forces have been pushing in on the ground. They're not there yet. They haven't reached those really densely populated areas yet, but they are gradually pushing forward on a number of areas in the north. At the same time, we've seen the movement of Israeli forces south of Gaza City, closer to Wadi Gaza, in what looks like an attempt to cut off Gaza City from the rest of the Gaza Strip. That would be entirely consistent with the messaging that we've been hearing from the Israelis really since this war began 3 weeks ago, which is to try and tell everybody to move south of that line. The Israelis feel that they have a lot that they need to achieve in the wider Gaza City area, that is where many Hamas fighters will be located. That is where a lot of the bunkers and tunnels that we've heard the Israelis talking about a great deal over the past few weeks, that's where all of that is located. And so I think it is likely that as the days go by, more and more focus will be on this very, very densely populated area. What we don't know is how many people, civilians, remain in that area. We do know that there are thousands of people sheltering at Shifa Hospital, where the Israelis allege that Hamas has bunkers underneath. We know of thousands of people sheltering at the Al-Quds Hospital in another part of Gaza City. And there are UN schools and medical facilities dotted about this entire area where people are still sheltering. So it is safe to assume that there are still many, many thousands of people who run the risk of being trapped in Gaza at the very moment when the Israelis turn their attention to it on the ground.
Only this time, yesterday or around this time, we heard Benjamin Netanyahu absolutely adamant there would be no ceasefire. It's interesting, just in the last couple of hours, the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has said humanitarian pauses must be considered in Gaza. He was talking to a senator.
I mean, at least once the death toll has reached 8,000 with 3,000 children, now even Blinken, who previously was saying no red lines, there's no line Israel can't cross, is going, humanitarian pauses, please. Maybe by this time next week, when the number is around 20,000, they'll finally say, okay, we should really do a ceasefire. And when it reaches 30,000, they'll go, okay, ceasefire now. Are they just going to try and annex Gaza City? I mean, annexation is a very, very, very difficult endeavor. I don't think that they can do that. I don't think they have the capabilities of doing that. So we'll see. The Israelis are trying to advance the coast, so people likely won't be able to actually get out now. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Here, they're pushing. Wait, what the fuck? That's not the right link for some reason. But yeah, IDF Box confirms. Blitzer, you know there are a lot of refugees, innocent civilian men and women. IDF spokesperson, heck, this is our tragedy of war, Wolf. We've been saying this for days. Move south. So here is the ongoing activity on the ground. This is all the northern part of Gaza. The Palestinian Interior Ministry in Gaza said the occupation forces are trying to reach the Al-Rashid Street from Salah al-Din Street on the eastern side on the outskirts of Gaza City. So they have started coming in from the north, and they are moving as well all the way to the beachfront so they can shut off the entirety of northern Gaza. Why is annexation difficult? I don't know. Ask motherfucking Russia. Okay? Annexation is so fucking impossible to do unless the civilian population already is like, has been ethnically displaced a ton of years ago, like for hundreds of years. Okay? I'll give you an example. Okay? Russia cannot annex Ukraine, but Russia was able to annex Crimea with very little difficulty. There is a difference. Why? Because the ethnic Crimean Tatars had already been ethnically displaced for hundreds of years. So the majority of the Crimean population was already Russian. That's why there's a major difference between, for example, the annexation of Crimea versus the invasion of Ukraine. You cannot invade a country and assume that you can just maintain this country. America can't even fucking do it. The only way to be able to full-blown annex a nation and maintain its population is by basically doing some kind of genocide. Even then, and that is what they're doing, but even then, a permanent occupation of northern Gaza is very, very difficult. I know that that is the interest here, according to internal memos and also right-wing think tanks close to Benjamin Netanyahu who have talked about the annexation of northern Gaza and what to do with it. But there are still hundreds of thousands of people there. They will understandably fight back. They will be busy with Hezbollah soon? I don't think so. Like I said, I think that that either due to some private correspondence, private back and forth, and possible normalization occurring with Iran through private channels.
Death is a cup from which...
Or, I don't know. I don't know what the other reason could be. It doesn't seem that, and also due to the dire economic situation in Lebanon, I do not believe that Hezbollah or Iran is all too excited to join and open up new fronts for Israel. There's also 2 fucking aircraft carriers in the region, Americans. 900 soldiers have been deployed, 2 aircraft carriers. There is just posturing with cryptic statements from Iranian officials and Hezbollah as well. But beyond that, it's mostly just Iranian-backed forces like the Houthis in Yemen and Hezbollah just, sending rockets into northern Israel. But it's just pot shots in comparison to what constitutes like an actual full-blown ground invasion.
Senate hearing, but even a pause looks really unlikely at the moment, doesn't it?
China said that they were sending their Navy ships. Things are going to get heated. I don't think so. I mean, China has 2 competing interests. One is their trade relationship with Israel, which is very important. But 2, China also, of course, will always try to undermine America's influence. Chinese Navy ships are in the region due to not even in that region, but like Chinese Navy has been conducting training operations. You just got hinkled, in my opinion, when you think that like China is going to go there and like fucking fight against America. Especially because Chinese operations, especially against the United States of America, have always been incredibly restricted, incredibly tempered.
I think it does, and actually a pause will not even affect Gaza City at all. The Israelis have made it clear that nothing that goes into Gaza, no aid that goes into Gaza, will go north of that Wadi Gaza line. That, for the Israelis, is absolutely essential. They're happy for aid to go in to the south, to the area where many, many hundreds of thousands of people have fled and are now sheltering, some of them in tents. But
Elon sent this, said, if you want any more indication that Gulf nation states don't care about Palestinians, Saudi Arabia assured the Biden administration the kingdom is still interested in pursuing an agreement that would normalize relations with Israel after the Gaza war ends in the White House. Yeah, there you go. For all of you who thinks that like the Ummah or the Gulf leaders would ever reflect the interests of like the Muslim population around the fucking planet. Saudi Arabia has been America's greatest ally. Saudi Arabia literally did 9/11 and America was like, you're our fucking goat. You're our king. We love your oil. Okay? Saudi Arabia and Israel have in all but name already had good relations. Just because it's not like officially recognized does not change that reality. And this goes for all of the Gulf nation states. This also goes for Turkey. The interests of the populations are not reflected by the actions of their leaders. You have to remember this. Okay? And this is especially so in like a fucking Muslim theocracy like Saudi Arabia. It's a kingdom. It's a theocratic monarchy. Of course they don't give a shit. There's no fucking democracy. The population, of course, is understandably on the side of the Palestinians, but they can do whatever the fuck they want. Same goes for Turkey as well. Erdogan can talk a big fucking game about like 1 minute. Oh my God, I'm so mad about Israel. I'm so angry. But ultimately, as one of the chatters correctly pointed to, they're still going to use American bases in Turkey, because Turkey is a NATO ally, to refuel their fucking bomber planes, or Turkey is going to continue its like actual relationship with Israel. China is supplying Israel with level 4 body armor. They also sold tanks to both sides of the Iran-Iraq war back in the day. By the way, even the people are not on the side of Palestine. That is not true. You're absolutely wrong about that. No. That is racist, vitriolic, anti-Palestinian, divisive rhetoric that you will only see in the Western media and in Israeli media. They say, oh, Palestinians, nobody wants them. Nobody wants the Palestinians. That is literally objectively untrue, because the Palestinian plight is simply an expression of the same kind of imperialist victims, like the victims of imperialism, that every fucking person in the Muslim world has experienced in some way, shape, or form. They literally see the people on the ground 1,000,000% see Palestinians as yet another group of individuals that have been fucked over by American forces, American imperialism, Western imperialism. It's ridiculous. And not only that, but I'll take it one step further. Same goes for fucking Latin American countries. Same goes for the entirety of the global South. Same goes for the periphery nations. Same goes for the actual people that have been victim to whether it be IMF and World Bank neo-colonial experiments and the economic violence they were subjected to, or direct coup d'etats, or direct boots on the ground military occupation. That much is completely false. I know, but many people there are not on their side. They have not come forward and said it. You're wrong. How can you look at even a place like England with 500,000 people taking to the fucking streets? England. Okay? 500,000 people taking to the fucking streets to demand a ceasefire, and you're like, oh no, the people actually are not on the side of Palestinians. No, they are. Even in the Western world, they are. No, I do not agree with this. I think it's a very weird and very like racist rhetoric to say, and I hear it all the time from those who want to defend Israel, to shift the blame over to like other Muslim countries in the region, to be like, oh, they don't want those refugees. They don't want those refugees. They hate the Palestinians. They think Palestinians fucking suck. All they know is like being a refugee and you know, taking billions of dollars from UNRWA. It's that same psychotic, like privileged refugee status rhetoric that I hear so much from ultra Zionists. The populations in Gulf nation states, of course, are on the side of the Palestinians. The leadership, however, is not. The leadership is on the side of the United States. These are client states. Gulf countries don't see mass demonstrations because their government are extremely authoritarian and oppressive and would absolutely arrest every single person who dares to think protest. What do you mean? They still happen, though. It still happens. It's been happening nonstop. Anyway. Christian evangelists in my country went out and marched in favor of Israel. Not that none of them are half educated, not even the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, so it doesn't surprise me. We're always in support not only of our downfall, but of our oppressors. I mean, yeah, you're talking about fucking evangelical psychos. Also, I love saying that Gulf nations are incredibly authoritarian and crack down on protests while fucking France is right there. You know what I mean? It's funny. It's funny to say this because like we don't ever think about how fucking inherently oppressive supposed Western liberal democracies are. And it's like, I mean, look at France, look at Germany. Pro-Palestinian demonstrations are shut down with identical fervor that you would expect from an authoritarian country, an authoritarian Gulf nation state. And yet what? I mean, it's not comparable. They don't mass kill. Wait, what? What do you think, like, they're just mass killing protesters in Gulf states? What the fuck what? So much of the problem that people face, so much of the blindness that people have to these kinds of things that are happening in the Middle East could be solved if they just simply took a deep breath and decided not to fill the puzzle piece that is missing in their brain with like Islamophobic racism. Okay? If they simply said, are you saying that the Syrian government reacts the same? Did I mention the Syrian government? But what the fuck? Even Saudi, yeah, in Saudi Arabia, they're opening up live ammunition. The only place where people are opening up with live ammunition, where the government is opening up with live ammunition, is motherfucking Israel, okay? In the West Bank. There's only one country in the equation that actually opens up live ammunition fire onto protests, and that country is Israel. But of course, we do not see it in that way. We do not see it in that way because we just only think about Israel being an expression of the West. So, like, of course.
But even there,
it's
the
different.
aid that is managing to get across the border from Egypt is just a tiny fraction of what is needed. We've heard American officials and Israeli officials talking in the last couple of days about increasing the number of trucks that go across the border.
To be honest, Iran does that too, and Russia does it as well. Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. First of all, you're talking about two very authoritarian countries, okay? And even then, the only times where what you're referencing has happened, it doesn't happen in Russia, first of all, and I'm no fan of fucking Russia, which is far from a Gulf state in general. But if you're comparing it to Iran, it has happened in Iran, certainly. It has. Not to the degree that you think it occurs in Iran, and certainly not to the degree that it occurs in the West Bank. But it has happened in Iran, yes. Live ammunition has been used on protests in Iran, but it's mostly mass demonstrations being shut down through non-lethal forms, which is still inherently oppressive and completely unacceptable. They do mass arrests. They do mass arrests in Russia as well.
Border up to around 100. That would be a start, but we haven't got to that point yet. We haven't seen that number of trucks going in on any single day. And even if they were to get in, it would be pretty challenging for the aid agencies to address the needs of those people who are huddled in the south, desperately in need of assistance. But as for the north and anyone north of Wadi Gaza, they are on their own.
Hello, I'm Lucy Gray. The Israeli military says it's striking Hamas targets in all parts of the Gaza.
Yeah. The Israeli military says it's striking Hamas targets, which we should believe. Also, the Gazan health ministry is backed by Hamas, so we shouldn't really believe that. But also, let's believe what Israel is saying.
As well as Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. An IDF spokesman said it was hunting commanders of the Palestinian militant group and attacking infrastructure. Meanwhile, the Palestinian Red Crescent says the area around the Al-Quds hospital in Gaza City has been under heavy bombardment by Israeli forces. Our Middle East correspondent Yolande Nell reports.
Shrouded in darkness, the Gaza Strip is pummeled from the air by Israeli airstrikes, with flares raining down to mark targets. And by day, the devastation and the huge human cost is clear. It was the subject of a briefing given to the UN Security Council last night. According to figures from the Palestinian Ministry of Health, some 40% of the more than 8,300 people killed in Gaza were children.
The true cost of this latest escalation will be measured in children's lives, those lost to the violence and those forever changed by it. More than 420 children are being killed or injured in Gaza every day, a number that should shake each of us to our core.
More than 3 weeks after Israel endured its bloodiest ever day of attacks, it's been expanding its military operation to obliterate Hamas, which controls Gaza. Israeli tanks are now slowly advancing, and the Israeli Prime Minister rejects any idea of a truce.
Calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terror.
Yeah, dude, they're going to come in and take over Israel for sure. Yeah. 35,000 militants. They're going to come in and control a nation of 9 million people with a standing army of 300,000 reservists that have the best bombs. Like, literally, the best weapons. Oh, my God. That's what it means. Saying, please, fucking stop killing babies. Please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, stop killing one child every 10 minutes. That is akin to saying Hamas should take over Israel with 35,000 militants and execute everyone there. That's what it means. Absolutely psychotic, moronic concepts being dished out here.
Terrorism, to surrender to barbarism. That will not happen.
Overnight, a glimmer of hope for Israelis, celebrating after a soldier said to have been rescued by the army in Gaza was brought home. Some 238 hostages, Israelis and foreigners, snatched on the 7th of October, remain captive. Earlier, these 3 Israeli women had been shown in a video put out by Hamas.
When I saw the image of Danielle on TV, my heart almost stopped. My wife and I were on one hand shocked, but on the other hand we felt relief that we saw her alive and that we see her. Until today we didn't know anything about her.
Entire neighbourhoods in Gaza are being rendered unrecognisable. This fifth war in 15 years is the most brutal yet. And beyond the fighting, conditions grow tougher by the day. Aid agencies saying that a small increase in the supplies now getting in isn't nearly enough. Yolande Nell, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, there are reports 100 aid trucks will be allowed into Gaza in the coming days, but the UNRWA spokesperson Juliet Tuma says it's a fraction of the help that's needed.
The trucks that have been coming into the Gaza Strip, by the way, not every day, are far from enough. Before the war, Gaza received 500 trucks, including of humanitarian aid. So what we're having right now is really a trickle, and does not correspond at all to the huge and increasing humanitarian needs on the ground in Gaza.
And in terms of the amount of people that you have in Gaza, it's many thousands, isn't it, of people that have worked for you over the years. What are they telling you from on the situation on the ground about how they're coping?
Well, every day our sadness deepens with confirmation that we keep getting that another colleague is yet gone. Yesterday we lost Samir. He was with his family and he was killed with his 8 children and his wife. 64 colleagues of ours at UNRWA have now been killed in just over 3 weeks in this war in the Gaza Strip. 64.
Gosh, and are the people who remain there, are they able to carry on their work now? I mean, we've been hearing some agencies having to really just give up because the situation is so dire.
No, we have not given up. We have not. We have 13,000 people who have been working with us in the Gaza Strip. We are the largest UN agency in the Gaza Strip, one of the oldest that have been working in Gaza with the Palestinian communities, teachers, doctors, engineers, support staff, counselors, psychologists, you name it. I mean, it's a very big presence for us at UNRWA in the Gaza Strip, and we have been working with the Palestinian communities. Now, many of our staff have been impacted themselves due to this war. Many have become displaced. Many have lost loved ones. Many have lost their own homes. Many of them are just exhausted. They have been living in UN shelters for weeks on end now. Many, however, continue to be on the front lines, giving the very little assistance that we have. Being with the communities that we serve and fulfilling their humanitarian mandates. When we say these are unsung heroes, we mean it. UNRWA staff in Gaza are our unsung heroes, and they are the glimmer of humanity as we sink into our darkest hours.
Juliet Tuma there talking to me. She's from the UN agency which looks after Palestinian refugees. Let's speak to Abdul Basir Hasan, our reporter from BBC Arabic in Cairo. And I was listening to a military spokesperson for Israel talking to the BBC in the last half hour, saying that there could be 100 trucks of aid entering from Egypt into Gaza by the end of this week. How feasible is that, in your opinion?
Well, sources at the Rafah crossing just told us minutes ago that another 60 trucks have already passed through the Egyptian gate, the Egyptian side of the crossing, into the zone which Israel decided to be the point where inspections are taking place, loading and unloading the trucks, which and the change would be there. These 60 are now, together with another like 35 are being still at this point, didn't move to Gaza from yesterday night. Yesterday night, 60 entered to that point. Only 26 of them later in the night passed to the enclave. Now, at the point, there are 94 trucks at the loading, unloading, and unloading and inspection point, which is almost like 60 miles away from Rafah crossing, according to Egyptian sources. Yes, there is a significant rise in the number. We have been talking over the last days about 14, 15, 16, 20 trucks yesterday, and today we are talking about 60 and 60 today as well. This came, in fact, after a conversation between Egyptian President and U.S. President Biden, which he said more trucks will be allowed in. And we have heard reports from yesterday night that the State Department spoke about the possibility of busing fuel to Gaza, but no date was set for this for the fuel trucks to bus on. So far, we are talking about food, medicine, and water mainly. And there is an expected trip today to the border by the Egyptian Prime Minister. Something new might happen there. We don't know exactly why he would be there. But there is also an important meeting here in Cairo between UNRWA chief Philip Lazini and the Egyptian Foreign Ministry. There could be like a talk about the needs of the strip, especially after the complaints that whatever the number of trucks busing on, it wouldn't amount to the bad needs of the besieged strip. So therefore, we might expect from today's meeting more numbers to be divulged on what should be coming in the next days.
That's interesting that they're discussing the possibility of taking fuel in, because, of course, Israel says that it won't allow.
I love when people say, when he's like fucking bilingual. Like, shut the fuck up, chat. I do that too. I hate it when people fucking shit on me as well. All my haters love going, oh, it says, It's like, yeah, dumbass. Yeah, I speak 2 fucking languages fluently. Suck my dick.
Allow fuel to go into Gaza because of the concern that it could end up in the hands of Hamas.
And this is very important, but still we are talking about reports from the U.S. side, no mention of this from the Israeli side, or even from the Egyptian side, or even from the international organizations working in the strip. Or
I get personally very triggered by that shit.
Either here on the Egyptian side, they are in bad need. There were calls that and warning that unless they get fuel as soon as they can, the services and the utilities are using fuel might collapse, and the services are offering for the needy in Gaza Strip might come to a standoff. Therefore, still food is an essential need for the Gazans, and therefore, we hopefully, after the Egyptian, Israeli, and could be the U.S. contacts over the last hours, there could be like a breakthrough soon. So therefore, we are waiting for this significant change if it happened.
Okay, thank you very much, Abdul Basir Hassan, our reporter there in Cairo. Let's talk more about the military operation that's underway and speak to Anna Foster, our correspondent in southern Israel. And Israel's military talking about how it's hitting all areas of the Gaza Strip now, and saying that it's had a large amount of exchanges on the ground with Hamas. Can you give us an update of what's happened overnight and this morning so far, Anna?
That's right, Lucy. Well, the Israel Defense Forces have said this morning that they have struck more than 300 Hamas targets inside Gaza in the last 24 hours or so. And you can see and hear really the ferocity of the battle that is going on there. We're hearing constant airstrikes and outgoing artillery fire from here in Israel. And the pictures that the Israel Defense Forces are releasing now show their infantry troops deep inside Gaza. You know, they're on the ground. At the start of this, they were going in and coming out again, but they're very much dug into their positions now. We're seeing tanks on the beaches of Gaza there, and we're seeing this increasing push from north to south of the Strip as they try to eradicate Hamas. You know, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has been very clear that this is a military operation that will continue until Hamas is defeated, until Hamas has been either destroyed or forced out of Gaza altogether. And you see the continuing military operation, which seems to be getting stronger every day, moving towards that eventual end. But it's also worth saying that because we're seeing and hearing so much activity does not mean that this will be over quickly. We heard from the Israeli Home Front Command last night. They said this will take weeks, if not months. It is a very slow progress towards their eventual goal of destroying Hamas.
And meanwhile, the humanitarian situation in Gaza deteriorates. So we have been hearing some positive news, though, in that the US and Israel talking about how there may be around 100 trucks of aid entering into Gaza from Egypt by the end of this week. And we were just hearing from our reporter in Cairo talking about how maybe 60 trucks have gone into the inspection zone at the border. border there. So that would be a big increase from what we've seen so far, wouldn't it?
It would, but they've said this before and it hasn't come to fruition just yet. For the last several weeks, there's been a lot of high-level diplomatic conversations going on about how to increase the number of trucks that go in. And you remember in the early days, for several days, we heard that trucks will go in today, and they didn't. Now, there is a lot of work going on behind the scenes, no doubt, a lot of high-level diplomatic talks, pressure from the likes of the US, which is Israel's biggest diplomatic and military ally. Certainly that is something that is being worked towards. The Israel Defense Forces have said in several of their briefings now that that is something that is being worked towards. But I think until we actually see those trucks laden with aid passing fully through the Rafah crossing and into Gaza, it's all just words, really, rather than actions. And I think when you look at those images that we saw over the weekend of increasingly desperate people in Gaza actually breaking into a UN warehouse, they were kind of carrying away these big bags of wheat and boxes of basic supplies like sanitation and hygiene kits. It shows you how difficult the situation is. There is a real need for much more humanitarian aid to be getting in there. And I think that's where you see the difference between the conversations that are happening, the words, and what is actually, what we're actually seeing there on the ground.
If your question is how can 2 million people survive on 100 trucks, it's not. They can't. It's not supposed to be.
Welcome back to
Israel-Hamas war. Do you condemn 9/11? Piers Morgan debates Palestine with a panel. What? Oh my Lord. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to fucking touch this with a 10-foot pole. I'm going to be honest.
Let's talk a bit about the hostages, because we saw yesterday this release. Well, the Israelis managed to free an Israeli soldier, and she's been reunited with her family. We also saw that video of 3 hostages being held by Hamas, and really messages from the relatives of these hostages for the Israeli troops to keep these hostages at the forefront of their minds as they are going into Gaza.
Yeah, you can see exactly why the hostage families would be saying that, because when you see the intensity of what is going on here in Gaza, and people are looking at that and knowing that their family members, their loved ones, their friends are somewhere inside that narrow strip being held by Hamas, and Hamas are being pummeled as they are by Israel, you can see why the hostage families are really concerned about their welfare, and they have been speaking with a joint voice and very loudly calling for ongoing dialogue with Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, with Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. The families were also talking about some sort of potential hostage swap that they would support. That there are thousands of Palestinians being held in jails in Israel. The hostage families are talking about a swap, and it was something that when the leader of Hamas in Gaza, Yahya Sinwar, spoke for the first time a few days ago, he also talked about. Is it something that Israel will entertain the idea of? I don't know. It's hard to say. They've done prisoner swaps before. But I think what is crucial right now is that ongoing pressure that the hostage families are putting on the government, and particularly when, as you quite rightly say there, we saw that video of 3 hostages being held inside Gaza, clearly speaking under duress from Hamas. That part of this story, that thread of this story is really present right at the forefront of minds here in Israel.
Yeah, they're speaking under duress, which is why the bombing should continue, and maybe they'll die as a consequence of that. It's a good take. No, I mean, of course they're under duress, chat. Like, they're guys, they are literally kidnapped, okay? They are hostages. You don't need to have a dude in a fucking balaclava holding a fucking AK-47 to understand that, yes, hostages are speaking under duress. The only important thing to consider here is that their statements, their anger, and the things that they have said are identical to hostages that have been released, but more importantly, people that were not even taken hostage, but instead were victims themselves who survived the attacks on October 7th. So that's it. It's not new. Okay? It's not a new thing that we've heard for the first time from these hostages. But yes, of course they're
Israel
under
all
duress.
the time, and that is why you see that continuing pressure from the families and from ordinary Israelis as well, for the government to do everything they can to get those people released.
And huge international pressure on Israel to consider some sort of pause or some sort of ceasefire in this. But as you were saying, Benjamin Netanyahu has been so strong in his rejection of that idea, hasn't he?
That's right. The Israeli message is clear. They say that what happened on October the 7th, the brutal and merciless killing of more than 1,400 people, many of them Israelis, but from all kinds of different nationalities, in these southern communities here, like the one I'm speaking to you from now. He is very clear that cannot be acceptable, and that the source of those attacks, which is Hamas in Gaza, needs to be eradicated. Now, the reason we see the likes of the UN General Assembly, the UN Security Council, Israel's allies around the world, perhaps asking for these ceasefires or humanitarian pauses, often isn't because they are telling Israel that it can't defend itself. They're very clear that they support Israel's right to self-defense. It's the presence of the civilian community in Gaza which I think is giving rise to those requests. More than 2 million people live inside that very small strip of land that you can see behind me. More than half of them have been told to leave the north and move into the south, because the north is where the fiercest of battles are happening. So you now have this desperate, displaced civilian population, many of them women and children, who are losing their lives, who are being killed in this ongoing bombardment. So that is why...
Can you put it in terms of my family would understand when I say they are happily ethnically cleansing and no government seems to care? I mean, the situation in the West Bank, the situation in the ongoing pogroms in the West Bank is closest to like a thing that Americans can understand, because Americans also experience mass shootings, right? So the comparison should be like if mass shooters had all of the legal right to be able to do mass shootings, and when they actually engaged in a mass shooting, then the police came in and killed the rest of the people that were like, hold on, what the fuck are you doing? Or arrested the people that were also victim to the mass shooting. That's what it, because that's exactly what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like in the West Bank. Anyway, here is Yemen's Houthi rebels claim responsibility for missiles and drones launched towards Israel.
Yemen's Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility for a series of drones and missiles launched towards Israel's coastal holiday city of Eilat.
Hasan, is Yemen going to help out Palestinians? They can't. They have nothing. All they can do is maybe fucking send rockets, but most of them are have been intercepted by Saudi forces and by Israeli forces as well. The most they can do is like draw some attention away from the Israeli Air Force that will take some time out from their endless bombing campaign in Gaza and use some of their resources to bomb parts of Yemen, most likely.
Israel reported destroying an aerial target over the Red Sea. Israel blamed the Iranian-backed Houthis for a similar attack on Friday. Let's cross over to Alan Fisher, joining us now from the occupied East Jerusalem with the very latest on this. And there will be reaction.
I don't think Lebanon will get involved, or it doesn't seem like they will get involved thus far.
To this from the Israelis, Alan?
Two attacks in the last 12 hours or so. There was what was described as an unidentified aerial threat early in the hours of Tuesday, which was blown out of the sky essentially by the Israelis. That was over the Red Sea and heading towards Eilat. And then just a few hours later, there was a missile that was intercepted. Now, that missile, they believe, was a land-to-land missile that was fired from Yemen. They say it was Iranian-made. It was taken out of the sky by what is known as the Arrow defense system. That's the first time it's been used in Israel since 2017, when it intercepted a Syrian missile. It is the top level. Everyone's heard of Iron Dome. There's Iron Dome, there's David Sling, and then there is the Arrow defense system. So that's how serious they took this out. And clearly there is concern that this was heading for Eilat. Eilat normally has a population of around 60,000, but many of those in the south near Gaza were moved to Eilat, so it's currently operating with a population of 120. So it's clear that the Israelis would be concerned that there would be this new front opening up, essentially. We already have the fighting.
So far, any of the Iranian axis, like anyone that gets logistical support from Iran in the region, any of them that have actually acted out against Israel has, according to the foreign minister, acted out on their own and not due to a collaborative effort. This does not mean that those aren't Iranian rockets. Of course they are. But the difference between full-scale, multiple-front war on Israel and on Israeli territory, on Israeli grounds, versus pot shots from miles away is pretty significant. What you're seeing right now is pot shots from both southern Lebanese positions from Hezbollah, and now some Houthi rockets that are Iranian rockets and Iran drones being deployed into Israel.
In Gaza, we know about Hezbollah attacks in the north, and now from across the Red Sea, we're seeing attacks by the Houthis based in Yemen.
Alan, can we just talk about how the Israelis now are either telling their own public or not about this ground offensive in Gaza? Because this all affects the way that the Prime Minister imparts this information to the public, with so many of him wanting his resignation.
Doesn't Israel also have nukes not reported? Like, I'm sure that's why U.S. is backing Israel unconditionally. No, U.S. is backing Israel unconditionally because Israel is an extension of the United States. Israel is a state. Like, not even a vassal state. It's just a state, okay? Israel and its interests. Israel is more a part of the United States than fucking Puerto Rico is, okay? So things that they do not do on their own. They do at the behest of America and our State Department. They can sometimes extend and over-leverage themselves, as they are right now. But it is purely a manifestation of Western imperialist desire in the region.
For the moment, they continue to support the war. What we're hearing from the Israeli army is that the fighting in Gaza is deeply intense. It's not just street to street. They have described it as face to face. And they say that this will cause continued concern for the Israelis because clearly it carries, they say, a heavy price. But they say it is important to continue this sort of fighting in the streets. And we know the tanks are there in Gaza as well. What isn't clear and won't be made clear to the public at this stage is what the end game is. And of course, that is operational. It's part of the Israeli military planning. The Americans constantly told the Israelis that they had to have a plan for getting in and getting out, but also what they were going to do when they were there. And Benjamin Netanyahu said on a number of occasions, look, we have those plans, we're just not going to share them with the public, which is obvious. But everyone in Israel and nearby is watching this intense fighting. They're watching reports of how heavy the fighting is, how tanks are there. Hamas would claim that the tanks are getting bogged down, that in the face-to-face fighting, Israel is suffering heavy losses. But everyone is following what is going on in Gaza with the limited information they can get from the Israeli news services and also from the information that has been provided by the Israeli military.
Alan Fisher there for us in the occupied.
How is Israel such a great ally to the U.S. when they're also buddy-buddy with Putin? That doesn't mean anything. It's like saying, why is America in war with China, or at least like always fucking yelling at China when they are our most important trade partner? Like, yeah, that is completely meaningless. A lot of what you think is going on in the world that is described on black and white terms, good and evil terms, have absolutely nothing to do with the reality. It's like I say, Turkey fucking claims that they're very upset at Israel, but they will also allow the American forces that are going into Israel to deploy out of their American military base inside of Turkish borders. Israel receives about $4 billion a year on average, when Connecticut receives about $2 billion a year. Yeah. To be fair, I mean, you know, yeah, they don't want to support Connecticut. Like, I get that.
Welcome back to Jerusalem. Now, the UN chief, Antonio Guterres, has repeated his call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and said that he was dismayed by reports that
Here's a Channel 4 report on babies being born into war.
We cannot report from Gaza ourselves, but Yusuf Hamash is a Gazan filmmaker.
I'm also going to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour now, okay? I've given up on segues at this point.
Every living thing must drink.
Oh, shit. I hit the wrong thing.
And an advocacy officer for the Norwegian Refugee Council. He sent us an eyewitness report on life for children and families inside Gaza, speaking to those who fled Beit Hanun in the north for makeshift camps in Khan Yunis in the south after Israel ordered civilians to evacuate there. And we should warn you, there are distressing scenes in his report.
These days in Gaza, hope is in short supply. But amid the darkness, I find moments of light. I too am a father, but I often wonder if Gaza is a place to have children. Tariq escaped Beit Hanun in the north with his wife and 2 daughters when the bombing began.
شفت سيارات مولعة فيها ناس ومولعين. وصلنا المنطقة اللي هي الصناعية اليابانية، نزلنا حسينا بأمان، حسينا إنه طلعنا من الموت. لحتى الآن وأنا بحكي معك متخيل إنه أنا ميت ومش عارف، مش موجود. يعني بحكي معك وأنا مش مصدق إنه أنا عايش من الأحداث اللي شفتها.
Tariq now collects rubbish. He used to be a wedding photographer, capturing the happiest days in Gaza. He has other concerns now. His wife Rania is 9 months pregnant with their 3rd child.
أجهز للبيبي، يعني هالوقت بدي أقلد ده ما فيش فرشة إن أنام عليها، فيش معي أواعي للبيبي ولا أغراض ولا كذا، ولو ولده هنا أصلا المكان من كتر العالم أمراض وباء حيصير بالأطفال وفيش تطعيمات وفيش شيء.
This tiny room will be the first home for her new baby. Displaced from their lives, refugees once again. There are now so many desperate families here. Generation after generation, we are all used to so much war. This time it feels different. Yet amid so much death, I also find life. Twins Ammar and Rama were born just 10 days ago.
وكانت فرحة والله حلوة نستنى البيبيات يجوا كونهم توم. فليلة ولادتي اتصلت التصعيد فاضطريت اني اهرب من بيتي. ما خدتش ولا حاجة، لا فلوسي لا ذهبي لا أواعي بيبي ولا إشي خدت ولا إشي. وفوق هالمصيبة بيتي اتدمر، راح بيتي بالكامل. يعني وصلني خبر من الناس إنه خيط ما بطلع من بيتي، بيتي كله راح، أحلامنا كلها راحت.
سكان أنين؟
سكان بيت حنون.
كيف طلعتوا؟ كيف كان وضعك؟
Lina made it to a hospital. Her twins were born as bombs landed all around them.
كان شعورك أول ما شفتي؟
انبسطت عليهم حلوين، أعطوني أمل.
Even the youngest in Gaza have already lived through so much. But they are also like children anywhere. When I take out my camera, I'm reminded of this. For a moment, It makes me smile too. This camp in Khan Yunis is Gaza's newest city. In war, you survive however you can. The next day, Tariq, Rania, and their 2 daughters are still waiting for the newest member of their family. But little Dana and Aisha are keeping their dad entertained.
الهجرة يعني 10 سنين 10 حروب. يعني بنتي الصغيرة 4 سنين معها كلية عسكرية 4 سنين حروب. جنرال صارت. خلاص بكفي خليها تشوف تعليمها دراستها.
الشريف والمحدد. لا تقيل يا مع ظهرك.
As the light fades, we all await another living nightmare. Few of us will sleep, even if you can. No one knows if they will wake up tomorrow. Everyone faces a daily battle to find something to eat. Tonight, Tariq has some food to feed his family.
I saw that Israeli person make fun of or not make fun of, but shit on a Gazan Palestinian who posted a photo of their breakfast, and she was like, "Oh, look, they're lying. They said that they were suffering and starving, but here is his breakfast." Like,
enough to keep hunger away for a few more hours. While Tariq prepares the food, Rani attends to their daughters.
It was literally olives, like 4 olives and a piece of lavash.
Their home in Beit Hanun is gone. But Dana can only think of her old life. We cannot protect our children anymore, but Rania is trying.
بدنا ننام انت ودانا عشان بكره نخلص الحرب نرجع على بيتنا على بيت حنون طيب.
The only way that this works is if you personally just don't think that these people that we just watched are real human beings, okay? That's it. That's how you can justify striking fucking refugee camps. Why are these people in the Jabalia refugee camp, which is not even tents at this point? It's just fucking buildings. Why? Because they're internally displaced from other parts that are now declared Israel proper for generations. They've moved into these refugee camps in their own fucking land. Okay? And now they're bombing the refugee camps that they created. Oh. Yeah, this was what I was talking about. Yeah. Palestinians are laughing at the Western world for believing their lies. My breakfast in Gaza, alhamdulillah. Wow. Gaza outdoor food market early today. Hashtag Hamas lies. Look at how good the situation is, guys. Look at that. Yeah, I mean, as long as the bombing, the ruthless bombing, and the indifference to human lives continues, people will, I assume, wake up to those realities, unless they are so fucking preconditioned into not seeing the humanity. At a certain point, you have to recognize that, like, it's an ongoing, I think, cleansing campaign. At a certain point, it's not that people are misinformed. Like, in the beginning, I understand it. Midway through, maybe. But I think that at this point, it is becoming increasingly likely that people, due to being misinformed by mainstream media, or being perfectly well-informed and still showing indifference to the Palestinian plight, as a consequence of not seeing them as human.
Israel has threatened Al Jazeera's correspondent in Gaza, Yumna al-Said, telling her and her family to leave their home or risk being killed. Israeli forces called her husband, warning the family to evacuate. They have been told to travel further south, but there are no safe routes out of the area. On Tuesday, the family of Al Jazeera's Gaza bureau chief, Wael Da'du, was killed in an airstrike. He lost his wife, son, daughter, and his grandson. Earlier, my colleague Laura Kyle spoke to Yumna during intense Israeli strikes in her neighborhood.
The message or the phone call that we received was from a private number. He literally said, he gave my husband's full name and told him that this is the Israeli army. We are telling you to evacuate south.
Yeah, they do this. This is normal. For those of you who don't know, this is what the IDF does. They call, they have phone numbers of pretty much every single person. No, this is how it works. I don't know if you've ever heard one of these calls, but they will literally call up a house and say, we're going to blow up your house.
Because in the coming hours, it's going to be very dangerous in the area where you are. My husband told him that we know that there are incursions or an Israeli tank and other tanks in Salahuddin Street, and that's the main street tying Gaza to the south. And he said, I can't answer you on which route you would take, but main street could be relatively safer. You should find out which one yourself, but you need to move now. So my husband asked him, should we make this journey now?
Yumna, if you are able to, tell us what you are hearing now.
These are bombardments just around our neighborhood. You can hear how loud they are. Our building is literally shaking now. We can see a black smoke everywhere from the window. So these airstrikes, by the way, have been going for a while now, extensively in the area of Gaza City. I don't even know where exactly they are, as I see smoke from more than one direction.
Well, following that, Al Jazeera has issued a statement saying it condemns the Israeli threat to Al Jazeera journalist Yumna al-Said and her family in the Gaza Strip. Her family received a threat, it says, claiming to be from Israeli forces, forcing them to leave their homes, as the area where the journalist resides is currently under heavy Israeli bombardment. This vile threat comes only a few days after the indiscriminate killing of the family of Al Jazeera's Arabic journalist Wael al-Da'du, who were asked to move south before being bombed. Israel's actions continue with impunity as they attempt to silence a messenger. Al Jazeera strongly condemns these acts of violence and calls on international institutions to intervene and to protect journalists and all innocent civilians.
Okay, so... Oh, here, this is an example. This is the propaganda they released, by the way, to say...
אתה מדבר עברית מצוין. מה שמך? מה שלומך? הכל בסדר? צבא ישראלי כרגע, אנחנו צריכים להפציץ את הבית שנמצא באמצע, אנחנו עושים את כל המאמצים שלא יפגע בבתים האחרים שום דבר, אנחנו רק רוצים לוודא לפני כן שאין אף אחד.
This is from 2014. Is a real recording of an IDF soldier calling a Gazan to warn of an impending airstrike in his vicinity. This is PR. Like, this is considered good PR, chat. It's so humanitarian and it's so moral. That's Hebrew, though? Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, normally they do it in either English or in Arabic, but... Or not in English, sorry, in Arabic. Okay. The comments on this video are insane. Israel is merciful even to her enemies. God bless Israel. Holy fuck. So... Did you see what they did in the UN? It's insane. Yeah, I know. All of that good PR, man. It's such good PR. It's only good PR when you realize that, like, you know, what the But the average Israeli TikToker and their assessment of the situation is just fucking unimaginably crueler than even that. It's good PR maybe to people inside of Israel, but to people outside of Israel, unless they're like completely fucking delusional, this looks like psychotic nonsense. But I wanted to show you this. In 2002, George Bush strongly denounced Israel for killing Hamas's top militant leader because 7 kids were killed in the same airstrike. To get a better assessment of like how far this insanity has continued and how much worse it's gotten since 2002, okay, I want to give you 2 examples. This is number 1, George W. Bush condemning Israel, or at least rebuking Israel and saying it's too heavy-handed. President Bush issued one of his sharpest rebukes against Israel today, denouncing the attack that killed a Hamas leader and expressing regret over the loss of innocent life. This heavy-handed action does not contribute to peace, said the president's chief spokesman, Ari Fleischer. This message will be conveyed to the Israeli authorities, and the United States regrets the loss of life. At least 14 other people, including several children, were killed in the missile attack that killed Salah Shahadeh, a founder of the top commander of Hamas's military wing. Scores of others were wounded. Now, today, they struck a fucking refugee camp. They struck a refugee camp. Now, another thing that I want to show you also is Wolf Blitzer. Wolf Blitzer was a spokesman for AIPAC. Wolf Blitzer was this is a better example of a warning call. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Wolf Blitzer was an AIPAC spokesman, like he did media for AIPAC. Here's Felix saying, I'm not being glib or insulting him. That was his actual job at one point. This is the most receptive possible audience this Scottish prick could have asked for, and he still recognizes what he's seeing. Like, when you lose fucking Wolf Blitzer, whose job is literally to be a stenographer for the Israeli officials, and has directly been a stenographer for Israel's interests in general, okay? When you lose that guy, what the fuck are you doing? Yad Vashem Holocaust Museum Director Danny Dayan calls out Israel's ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, for donning a Yellow Star of David during his address to the Security Council yesterday, saying it dishonors both the victims of the Holocaust and the state of Israel, according to the Times of Israel. Here was earlier in the day, NSC's very own John Kirby declining to say if an Israeli airstrike hit the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza and whether or not that constitutes a war crime. He said he's not going to speculate on an incident that I really have no information on. That'd be really, really imprudent for me to do so.
Massive blast has been reported at a refugee camp in Gaza, in one of the most densely populated areas, and IDF spokesperson said that they were targeting a Hamas commander. What can you tell us about this, and does that, in your view...
This is after Israel had admitted it, by the way.
They violated the laws of war.
Can't say much. I mean, this all just happened just before I came on out here, and I just don't have a lot of information on that.
Would it mean they violated the laws of war, given what we've seen?
No, I'm not going to speculate on an incident that I really have no information on. That would be...
Yeah. Obviously, like, defenders of Israel will look at this and go, he's not immediately making a conclusive statement. Okay? He's not making a conclusive statement. He's just waiting for the facts. It's like, bro, what do you mean? Israel could admit to it and he'd be like, I just don't know. I just don't fucking know, man. But yeah, here, this is the moment a Gaza man was gets advanced warning from Israeli defense force. Military of their strike on his building and asked him to evacuate safely. In a little while, the big blow will come. Is the big blow from the back or the front? He says, I don't know. I don't know. We told you there's an empty space in the back. Why are you damaging the houses in the front? I understand you. God willing, only this building will be bombed. He says it will not affect the houses around us. Soon after the call, he fled and his buildings was targeted by an airstrike. We can read as well. Why do people do that? I mean, there are plenty of people who are listening. The building is residential. What's in it to hit? I asked them, what was in there in order to hit it? He said, after it is bombed, I will call you and tell you why. I tried to find out why all of our normal houses. He told me after it was hit, I will call you and tell you why. By the way, this is like this is what they used to do. This is not all. It's not always. It's not something they do all the time. They do it when they're they do it when the bombing is not as relentless as it is currently. Anyway, so just wanted to point that out. Wanted to show you how different things are now in comparison to how they used to be even a couple of years prior. And certainly how different it used to be 20 years ago with America's relationship with Israel only strengthening. I wanted to also show you this thread of what it looks like to be a part of daily life in the West Bank as a Palestinian person. Now, there was video that came out of a bunch of Palestinians that were were completely naked. I'm not going to show you that, obviously. But I want you to understand like what the permit regime looks like. Okay? These are Palestinians who are following the law. These are Palestinians living in the West Bank in their own country, in their own supposed territory that the international community recognizes belonging to the Palestinians, that the Israeli government has unjustifiably occupied. This is the standing police force of this occupying force that they are subjected to. This is what it looks like for a two-state solution in Israel. It says, good morning, bitch, before repeatedly kicking and spitting on a detained Palestinian. Calls him a kahba. I won't show you this one. But again, this is the West Bank, not Gaza. The occupation is the motherlode of all violence in this land. As long as it remains, there will never be peace or calm. Every day under Israelis' rule is violent for Palestinians. This song is important for you to understand. Why is this song important? Because they play this song so much in the way that whenever they apprehend like Palestinians, these are Palestinians in the West Bank. These are not like Hamas militants or anything, okay? These are, even if they were Hamas militants, this would still constitute a war crime. It's like Abu Ghraib style fucking torture at that point. It was a war crime when America did it, okay? Another kidnapped Palestinian in the West Bank forced to chant, "Long live Israel," with an Israeli flag put on his back. Okay. Another kidnapped Palestinian in the West Bank forced to praise Rabbi Nachman of Breslau and chant "Long live Israel." Again, Hamas is not in charge of the West Bank. Every Palestinian is targeted by Israel. By the way, this is a child. Like, this is not an adult. I hope you understand. This is a Palestinian kid.
Nachman. Meuman.
Here's another detained Palestinian from the West Bank forced to wave Israel's flag along with a satirical music for a TikTok challenge. Now, the reason why the song is important is because this happens so fucking frequently that it became a goddamn TikTok challenge that not only the IDF was engaging in, but also other civilians in Israel started doing as well. This is a fucking TikTok trend now. Another Palestinian detained in the West Bank with a soldier yelling at him, "You're a bitch, son of a bitch." Again, no Hamas in charge of the West Bank. These are also not like these are not things that were uncovered through investigations. These are posted freely on TikTok. These are posted freely on TikTok. These are not like hidden crimes. Okay? These are openly shown on TikTok. These are IDF soldiers that personally fucking filmed this shit. Okay? They personally filmed this shit, and these are Palestinians in West Bank, in their own fucking home territory.
עכשיו, סמרטוט רצפה. אני מעביר פה מסר לכל הבני זונות שלכם בפנים. אם מישהו חושב פה להתעסק עם הצה"ל שנמצא כאן, אנחנו נזיין אתכם, נגיע לכל הבתים שלכם ונזיין אתכם. שמעתם אותנו? עוד פעם אחת תתעסקו איתנו נראה. יא שרמוטות, בני שרמוטות.
Calls him a sharmuto. Israeli soldiers turned it into a TikTok challenge to kidnap and blindfold Palestinians along with the tunes of the song that you heard before. Here is Israeli national TV thinking it's hilarious and funny to kidnap Palestinians, tie and blindfold them, then blast them with the fucking song nonstop. The two anchormen say this song is Israel's secret weapon while laughing hysterically.
אוקיי? עצירי חמאס שהושיבו אותם. אתה ראית את זה? יש משהו שאתה לא רואה?
אני לא כל כך רואה האמת, אבל זה שוב, זה תוקף אותך בכל מקום.
עצירי חמאס שהושיבו אותם, ובזמן שהם יושבים שם ומחכים, החליטו להשמיע להם בלופ שימו את זה.
He's saying those are Hamas members, by the way. They're not. But once again, I have to point to something here. Even if they were Hamas members, okay? Even if they were literally Hamas, this is a fucking war crime, okay? This is a war crime. It's still illegal. You can't even do this to fucking Hamas. You can't. There are rules to what you can and can't do to those who you have apprehended.
זה אמיתי.
עכשיו תשמע. רגע, אבל דבר, פרט שכחת.
מה?
8 שעות.
8 שעות.
רצף, הם שמעו many.
Prisoners of war have rules. Like there's a rule in treatment of prisoners of war. Okay? Here is a prominent Israeli politician and journalist, Yinon Magal, who loves the TikTok challenge of kidnapping and humiliating Palestinians. Here he is enacting it with his kids. Oh, apparently the journalists are saying this was played to them for 8 hours. Look at the depravity. Look at, all those fucking videos that they love playing on Israeli television about how like, in UNRWA schools, they're teaching children how to hate Israel and hate Jews and blah, blah, blah. It's like, brother, that's projection, okay? You know what teaches children in Gaza or in the West Bank to hate Israel? The actions of Israel. That's what teaches them. That's what radicalizes them. You, on the other hand, have to actually genuinely teach your children to hate this much. Yeah. I mean, dude, if fucking Nazis at TikTok back then, this is what you would see. I don't want to show you the full-blown one, but here. I swear I can't begs the Palestinian detainee stripped naked by IDF soldiers who beat and shove him on top of a likely dead, tortured detainee. Soldiers kick, stomp ahead of others, dragging a detainee who screams of horror. Okay? I can't show you, even though it's censored. I don't think I can show you, even though it's like full-blown censored. They're laughing too as they fucking drag him. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, an Israeli journalist celebrated a dead Palestinian being dragged in the back of an armored personnel carrier. Yesterday, a Times of Israel reporter caught and reported on an Israeli tank opening fire directly on a retreating civilian car. These are atrocities that are not even hidden. They're openly celebrating said atrocities. Okay? They are openly celebrating said atrocities. And the American government is allowing it to continue. Russia-Ukraine again is not a comparison you can make. The Russian occupation is brutal. It's unimaginably cruel, and it's fucking brutal. But if you make this comparison, you're wrong. The conditions that Palestinians have had to withstand for generations is far worse. And even when you look at the human toll, the numbers do not lie. More than 3,000 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel over the course of the past 3 weeks. This number is larger than every single child casualty in every single conflict globally since 2019. Israel has killed more children. Source, trust me, bro. No, that's not source, trust me, bro. The source is literally internationally recognized NGOs. You cannot source, trust me, bro, out of this. The question you have to ask yourself is, what part of your conscious, because there has to be a conscious inside of you, goes, oh my God, that is so incredibly fucking cruel that like a part of you, a part of your brain still goes, I don't believe it. So it's easier for me to suspend my, it's easier for me to basically maintain my current position and assume that people on the other side are fucking lying. So seek within yourself that shred of humanity that is causing you to instead say, bro, we are not there. When they go to a music festival is oppression? What? What do you mean when they go to a music festival is oppression? We are sorry for your losses, but you are not seeing Hamas as a terrorist group? What? I mean, this is from Relief Web International. 3,195 children have been killed in the last 3 weeks, which surpasses the annual number of children killed in conflict zones since 2019. In 3 weeks. Since February 24th, 2022, 615 days, there have been 7,000. Now I have a source. Thanks. Wait, what? You think I pulled this shit out of my ass, you fucking dummy? Why? Why are you acting like you genuinely actually cared about hearing a source? You don't care about actually seeing a source. You can't backtrack out of this and now be like, oh, I just actually legitimately wanted a source. I couldn't trust you, and I couldn't. It was simply a matter of not trusting you. Don't act like you now have a source, so now you're like, oh, okay, now I believe it. No, you came in here specifically to say, source, trust me, bro. I've shown sources time and time again throughout this entire fucking siege. The real reason why, and I urge you to explore the human side that remains in you, that sees this, okay? Sees this conflict, sees the fucking brutality, sees the cruelty, and still asks, maybe it's not real. The reason why you don't want to believe it's real is because it is unbelievably awful. So search within yourself, because the part of you that does not want to believe that this level of death and destruction is unbelievable is the human side of yourself. You have two options in this circumstance. One, recognize the cruelty and try to find justifications for it by saying, the Gazans asked for this. They deserve it. Let's look back at 75 years and try to omit key details from Israel's actions time and time again. Let's claim that like the Palestinians never wanted to concede. You can do all of that and try to justify this cruelty, this brutality, or you can look at the circumstance, look at the information in front of you, realize that this is completely and unimaginably unacceptable, and change your perspective. So I urge all of you, if you're in this chat and you're still like, I don't know, can Israel do such awful shit? I mean, could they? Everything I have learned about Israel thus far says that they are the only democracy, says that they're the only democracy in the Middle East. If you are still conflicted by what you see, if you are still conflicted by the information that is presented to you, I will point out that it's annually, so it's equal to 1 year of any year since 2019. Sorry, yes, it's annually. 2019 had a higher number or not a higher, but annually, the amount of children that are killed in conflict, that number has been reached in 3 weeks. I don't think the world would have reacted the same way if Israel had not retaliated. If Israel hadn't retaliated to the Hamas attacks, do you think the world would have reacted the same way doing now? What do you mean? I mean, if Israel had not retaliated, I think that, one, it would have been significantly better. Absolutely, I say that. And I said that after 9/11 as well. Okay? But what do you mean? Like, would the world be more supportive of Israel withstanding an attack of terror? Yes, they would be. The world still is, though. The world leaders, at least, still are. But that's not the world we live in. Weren't you like 7? No, I was not 7. I was 10, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about my immediate response. I'm talking about my analysis of the immediate response that I've written about time and time again, including on the Huffington Post in 2017. I misspoke. Anyway, I did talk about the bombed refugee camp, yes. Anyway. Axios reports Blinken will meet Bibi on Friday. Secretary of State Blinken will arrive in Israel on Friday to meet Prime Minister Netanyahu and other Israeli officials. This is also coming on the heels of, I guess, according to this Bloomberg article, the U.S. and Israel are exploring the possibility of a multinational force governing Gaza if Israeli forces succeed in ousting Hamas, people familiar with the matter says. A second option would establish a peacekeeping force modeled on that oversees a 1979 Egypt-Israel peace treaty, while a third would see Gaza put under temporary United Nations oversight. I like that we are already moving on from the devastation to like, well, this is already a humanitarian catastrophe that Israel created, by the way. So now let's figure out how we can deal with it. Like it's a fucking naturally occurring phenomena. We just got really nothing else to do here. We can't really do anything. We can't shackle Israel or rein it in even a little bit. Not really much we can do here. Guess we just got to keep doing it. And then deal with it after. Anyway. I don't know anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. Here's btselem. The scale of killing that Israel has caused in Gaza is appalling. Over 8,000 dead, more than half of them women and children. Entire buildings collapsed on their occupants. Entire families were killed at once. The criminal damage to civilians is intolerable, and the obvious must be mentioned. In any war, even against Hamas, not everything is permitted. Targeted attacks against civilians are always prohibited. Also, here's some fucking wonderful news from Belgium, a real country now. I know I've said it's fake. It's not a real country. Belgian transport unions refuse to load and unload weapons going to Israel, both via ports and airports, and have called for an immediate ceasefire. Think about what you could do if we had some fucking union power in this goddamn country. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Also, here's some fun stuff.
Threats to the homeland. The FBI director began giving his opening statements a short time ago. Play some of that for you.
Here's some fear-mongering for America while I go
what
pee.
We're going to tackle them are always important, but it seems, especially
9/11, baby,
this year, with the dangerous implications the very fluid situation in the Middle East has for our homeland security. The reality is that the terrorism threat has been elevated throughout 2023, but the ongoing war in the Middle East has raised the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States to a whole nother level. Since the horrific terrorist attacks committed by Hamas against innocent people in Israel a few weeks ago, we've been working around the clock to support our partners there and to protect Americans here at home. We assess that the actions of Hamas and its allies will serve as an inspiration, the likes of which we haven't seen since ISIS launched its so-called caliphate several years ago. In just the past few weeks, multiple foreign terrorist organizations have called for attacks against Americans and the West. Al-Qaeda issued its most specific call to attack the United States in the last 5 years. ISIS urged its followers to target Jewish communities in the United States and Europe. Hezbollah has publicly expressed its support for Hamas and threatened to attack U.S. interests in the Middle East. And we've seen an increase in attacks on U.S. military bases overseas carried out by militia groups backed by Iran. Here in the United States, our most immediate concern is that violent extremists, individuals or small groups, will draw inspiration from the events in the Middle East to carry out attacks against Americans going about their daily lives. That includes not just homegrown violent extremists inspired by a foreign terrorist organization, but also domestic violent extremists targeting Jewish or Muslim communities. We've already seen that with the individual we arrested last week in Houston, who'd been studying how to build bombs and posted online about his support for killing Jews. And with the tragic killing of a 6-year-old Muslim boy in Illinois in what we're investigating as a federal hate crime. But as I said a few moments ago, on top of the homegrown violent extremists and domestic violent extremist threat, we all
This paired up with the ADL's initiatives to do McCarthyism on college campuses to completely stomp out any kind of pro-Palestinian protest, claiming that this pro-Palestinian protest is actually simply anti-Semitic, is the 9/11 wave coming back once again to the United States of America. White supremacy has always been a leading motivator in the United States of America. It has helped justify many wars overseas. And that is why, if you are surprised about how quickly America was able to adorn the white supremacist glove like it's it's the best fitting glove of all time, like how quickly they were able to just go back to their old ways of pushing Islamophobia and claiming that there is a serious threat that Hamas constitutes here in the United States of America. Let me explain something to you. It never went away, okay? It was masked for a little bit, and even I, myself, I was stupid enough to assume that maybe things were a little bit different now. We snap back into that old attitude so fucking quickly. Meanwhile, the greatest threat, and this is not myself simply stating it, but also the gravest threat of domestic terror in the United States of America, at least statistically, are still and will continue to be white supremacists, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, white identitarian extremists. Statistically speaking, they are the ones who do all of the stochastic terror in this country, damn near all of it. Statistically speaking, they are the ones that do the anti-Semitic hate crimes by the widest of margins. They are the ones who engage in the Islamophobic hate crimes by the widest of margins. This is also stats on stochastic terrorism. I mean, it's not even stochastic terrorism, just individual acts of domestic terror. If you don't want to fucking consider it stochastic terrorism, if you think that's like a laughable concept. Okay, fuck it. Let's not qualify it as stochastic terror. If you have an issue with that, dear Redditor, thank you for the gold, kind stranger ass motherfucker. Just individual acts of domestic terror on U.S. soil, according to the Department of Homeland Security. The gravest threat, according to the Department of Homeland Security, even under Donald Trump and the FBI as well, even under Donald Trump, the gravest threat came from white identitarian extremists. Far-right anti-government extremism is the broadest umbrella term for all matter of neo-Nazis and 3%ers, Oath Keepers, and the like. On top of that, we also have hundreds of fucking mass shootings in this fucking country. You can keep denying it, but what is a much larger threat for you and your safety in this country is a motherfucker that watches Matt Walsh regularly. Okay? So the fact that these guys are just running this narrative that Islamic terror is shit's about to pop off real bad is silly. Threat to Jewish Muslims or a threat to the general population? Threat to all. You are right, but you do have some pricks in your chat too. What do you mean? What kind of pricks? So it's different from EU, says some Georgian with a mustache. Says, what's a 3%er? I'm willing to bet that the reason why he said so is different from EU is because you also personally think Muslim terrorism is much worse in the EU or something than any other kind of terror. And also, on top of that, you're doing that claim, the classic fucking false equivalence. Wait, I don't think this is true. The FBI might like to think so. Saying stuff like this discredits you. Saying stuff like what? Saying stuff like using the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Domestic Terrorism Strategic Report? I mean, this is from February. Oh, this is the wrong one. Hold on. I mean, here. This is a New York Times opinion that analyzes in 2019 under Donald Trump that looked at the DHS's own internal documents as well. This is like broadly covered, broadly reported. Why would they believe the FBI on this shit but not on their opinion of Israel? Wait, what? Why would you believe the FBI on this shit but not on their opinion of Israel? What? I don't think you understand. I do not trust the FBI at all, especially as it pertains to calling out anti-white or anti-government extremism coming from white nationalists and far-right extremists alike. Okay? The FBI, in my opinion, is simply a continuation of American domestic policy, which is inherently far-right, but also white supremacist. So even when the fucking FBI says that shit, well, you know, you got to take it a little seriously. I remember studies being conducted after 9/11. 15, 20 years after 9/11, 75% of the acts of domestic terror that occurred on U.S. soil were not conducted by Muslim terrorists, were not conducted by Islamist fundamentalists. They were conducted by white supremacists, far-right, anti-government white supremacists and other forms of nationalists, white nationalists. Normally, I'm not exactly a big fan of the FBI and would be certainly a little bit more careful or a little bit more skeptical, as I am now when they're talking about the grave threat that like Islamic terror creates in America. Okay? However, when the FBI, which literally historically started as a white supremacist institution to carry out the new federal laws that were created in trafficking white women, which means, you know, when you were a black person and you had a white girlfriend and you went from state to state, this institution that was created to specifically enforce this interstate commerce, which has its roots in white supremacy, which also continued that legacy for a very long time, especially during the civil rights movement. When that institution turns around and fucking says, hey, white extremist terror, kind of a problem, I'm going to take that seriously. Anyway, let's get to Jordan. Apparently, he's very upset that he's losing his Muslim followers or something because he's constantly fucking chirping Palestinians, chirping at Palestinians saying Israel should give him hell.
I'm joined now by Dr. Jordan Peterson. Jordan, great to have you back on the program. A lot has happened since you were last on just a few weeks ago. I want to start by saying that I'm wrestling with a lot of moral quandaries about this war. And I'm hoping that through our conversation today, we might get to at least have some clarity about the moral quandaries and see if we can work out what we should be thinking about this, because I think it's very complicated, and it's got to be nuanced, this conversation. Do you feel any moral quandaries about it?
Well, I don't think you can have a war without moral quandary. I mean, a war is the consequence of an unsolvable moral quandary. And so it's not surprising that the conversation surrounding the war is full of moral quandaries, because if it was straightforward and simple, and if there was an easy path forward, then there wouldn't be a war. And so, I mean, I can tell you what I think is going on to the degree that you can reduce it to something quickly explicable. You know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Jordan Peterson, when a trans person exists in fucking Western college. This constitutes the gravest threat to Western civilization of all time. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. Trans students are engaging in the most horrifying, deadly, massacrous ideology of postmodernist neo-Marxism. Jordan Peterson, when Israel has slaughtered fucking 3,000 children in the most expeditious way possible in a matter of 3 weeks, while the moral quandaries are quite difficult to grasp with, the dragon of chaos will come for you if you make a fast assumption on Israel's apartheid regime. Who could say if this apartheid is justifiable or not? The fuck? This guy literally goes, this dude, okay, has a fucking aneurysm when the green M&M is not fuckable any longer. But when it comes to just like talking about, again, an ethnic cleansing campaign that's happening in front of our eyes, that all of the Western leaders are refusing to listen to their fucking listen to their fucking voters on, as there's mass protests happening everywhere demanding ceasefires. He's like, who could tell who's in the right and who's in the wrong? It's complicated.
You know, I think Iran is desperate because of the tenuous hold on power that the mullahs now have in Iran, given their own citizens' rebellion. I think they see the Abraham Accords, which were the most significant step forward towards peace in the...
Yeah, totally. That's why October 7 happened also simultaneously. Yeah, no. Famously, Palestinian liberation has always reacted really quietly and perfectly fine whenever they get totally cut out of the conversation. Doors open. Yeah. Nothing keeps the region safe like allowing Israel to maintain its apartheid regime and basically solidifying the pre-existing partnerships that these Gulf nation states already had as CIA client states with Israel. You know? No, it's not cosplay. It's delivery.
In the Middle East for like 75 years, they see the Abraham Accords as an existential threat. This is a last-ditch attempt by the Iranian mullahs to use the Islam against Jews story to prop up their own dismal reign. And so they rattled the chain of their Hamas puppets and said, provoke, and they did. And their hope is that the Israeli response will be so overwhelming that the Arab world turns against them, and maybe even the people who might be inclined to, be swayed by a victim narrative in the West, and that the Abraham Accords...
The victim narrative... I mean, he's having this conversation right now. It's not October 8th. He's having this conversation on October 31st, okay? At 3 p.m. American time. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And Jordan Peterson is having this conversation after 4,000 or 3,000 children have been fucking slaughtered. Like, oh, they're gonna... The world will see a victim narrative. What a ridiculous fucking thing to say. The world will see Palestinians. Oh no, the world might see Palestinians as victims. When in fact the real victims of society are men that are being told that they can't have sex with women. Men that are being rejected. when they want to go on dates. Women wearing makeup. That's the real blight.
To fall apart, and that'll be the end of that. And that could happen. And I'm hoping it won't, because I think the Abraham Accords were...
I'm hoping it won't.
It's irritating to me, for whatever utility that is that I think I know, insofar as you can know such things, that Saudi Arabia would have signed the Abraham Accords 2 years ago if Biden would have moved a little bit more forthrightly on it. And I think...
Like, you want to know how fucking stupid he is? One, Saudi Arabia and Israel have already normalized relations in anything but on paper, okay? For years. They have the same regional adversary, Iran. So a person who is so supposedly knowledgeable on the matter should probably know that already. That's number one. Number two, Saudi Arabia already has told the United States, well, one, they're intercepting Yemen, rocket fire coming from Yemen in the direction of Israel already. And two, they already told America that they are going to continue with normalizing relations with Israel once things quiet down. But you would already know that if you fucking knew anything about these regional actors and their long history with one another.
I think the reason that he didn't and the Democrats didn't was because they didn't want to give Trump any credit for anything that he had attained in his administration. And I think all of that is appalling. And,
I love that Jordan Peterson gets uninterrupted 56-minute conversation. But God forbid I try to fucking explain something on an issue that I'm knowledgeable on. Holy moly.
I see this story of Muslim against Jew being put forward in this propagandistic manner. And I think, well, the Muslim world has to make a choice too, because it doesn't look to me like their proper champions is the government in Iran, and it's not like the Saudis don't have their flaws, and perhaps the rest of the Arab governmental structures, but
he's like, he still can't hand it to the Muslims, dude. He's like, make no mistake, the Muslims are bad. They're bad.
The Islam world should move in the direction of the Abraham Accords. That would be great for everyone. We could have a real peace. We could have something approximating a union of the Abrahamic people, and I think the accord was named extraordinarily well. Or we could have what we've had for the last 75 years with the Palestinians as perpetual cannon fodder, at the beck and call of those for whom having them be cannon fodder is useful. And so, yeah, well, there's just moral quandaries everywhere there. It's a minefield. But that's what I think is the fundamental reality of the current situation. It's a propaganda war. And
it's so funny. Yeah, man. The greatest threat there is the fucking Gulf nation states at least aesthetically criticizing Israel whenever they engage in yet another fucking pogrom. That's the gravest threat to regional security, and not the fact that Israel has an apartheid state. Israel is an apartheid state. This is inherently a violent position. The maintenance of an apartheid state requires a tremendous amount of violence, increasing violence year over year. Israel is trying to ethnically cleanse the West Bank. Israel has taken over more and more territory in the West Bank. That is the big problem here. That is the big problem morally. That is the big problem from a legal perspective. That is the main problem. That's the only problem, as a matter of fact, because most of this other shit would not occur if Israel did not have an apartheid state. 50 plus years of Israel building settlements in territory that is supposed to be Palestinians and maintaining said settlements is a major problem. It's a major issue. Denying the right to return to Palestinians, 6 million of them are refugees in diaspora, generational refugee status in diaspora. Denying them a right to return to their homes is a major human rights catastrophe.
There's a lot at stake.
On October the 7th, Hamas obviously committed...
When you say the problem is propaganda or the problem is regional actors here and their response to this level of of death and destruction, you are quite literally openly admitting you don't give a fuck about what happens to the Palestinians. You only care if people get mad at it. You only care when people actually see what's going on with respect to the Palestinian plight and get upset and want to say, no, enough is enough. We have to stop this.
Committed a terror attack of appalling magnitude. Where were you when you first heard about it, and what was your instant feeling about it?
Well, my instant feeling was to be sickened by it, you know, and it hasn't been that long since I was in Jerusalem, and so it was a little closer to me than it might have otherwise been. I'm also more sensitive to any signs of anti-Semitic catastrophe from studying the Holocaust for the length of time that I did, and I've always regarded Jews as the canary in the coal mine, and I think the reason that the Jews are the canary in the coal mine is because they're a successful minority. You know, and if a culture can tolerate a successful minority, it's pretty damn robust and it's not very resentful. And as soon as a culture starts to get resentful, the Jews make an easy target because they're a minority, and so that's an easy target to begin with, but then they're the minority that has the temerity to be successful. And that really brings the resentful out of the rat holes. And I've seen a rise in anti-Semitism online over the last 3 years.
I hate that, like, he's using real... No, guys, before you say this is actually anti-Semitism, no, this is no, this is correct. What he's saying is correct. What he's saying is reductive, but it's fucking correct. Historically speaking, this is precisely what has happened in times of economic instability. I talked about it yesterday as well, okay? Economic volatility creates a chaotic environment where people immediately look for a villain, and the villain always historically is Jews, okay? He's not wrong on this, but what should perhaps give you a better understanding or reframe your perspective is the fact that this dude who openly repeats neo-Nazi propaganda, claiming that the Great Replacement is happening, claiming that there are, there's cultural Marxism occurring in college campuses that is actually rotting the morally superior Western world to its core. These are things that Nazis have said. He has repeated this Nazi propaganda in contemporary society time and time again. That guy is making a correct assessment on anti-Semitism and then literally changing the dynamic and using it. He's weaponizing anti-Semitism to justify Israel's actions.
It's just stunning to behold on the right and on the left, but jointly. And then, well, so I was sickened by it, but then I was also immediately suspicious of Iran's role. And I mean, that doesn't require any particular perspicacity on my part. I think it's quite obvious, but that also opens up the rat's nest of the maneuvering, the political maneuvering around the Abraham Accords, because you know, I was very ill when the Abraham Accords were signed, and I couldn't or hadn't paid much attention. And when I sort of recovered my ability to see again, I saw that this remarkable peace process had taken place, and I could not understand for the life of me why it wasn't trumpeted on the front page of every news.
Yeah, I wonder why, dude. I wonder why a peace process that quite literally, demonstrably caused, at least a little bit, caused the chaos that is unfolding, that played a role in this chaos unfolding. Yeah, just read a fucking newspaper, man. Read an Israeli newspaper, please. Read Haaretz or something. Maybe you will develop a better understanding of what the fuck is going on. But it is a consequence of the apartheid regime and a real refusal to meet the Palestinians as human beings, as equal partners, okay? Openly denying them their humanity and continuing to strangle them. A peace process where one part is not present. What a joke. Exactly. You can't, I'll give you a Nazi Germany argument here, okay? This is like saying appeasement caused peace for everyone and stability in the region. And that the Germans should have been allowed to continue taking additional territory to create living room, to create living space. It is identical. It is identical to say this. I cannot believe why every newspaper is not talking about appeasement. I cannot comprehend why every newspaper is not talking about appeasement nonstop. The reality, of course, is that if Nazis had kept it specifically to ethnically cleansing and targeting Jewish people and Romani people and trade unionists and communists, and they didn't actually have colonial ambitions beyond that, imperialist ambitions beyond that, who knows? Maybe the world would have kept it going. Maybe the world would have literally been like, yeah, fuck it, like YOLO, we should do our own, actually. We love what you're doing. Make no mistake. Nobody fucking went to war because they wanted to save Jewish people, okay? That is not the reality at all of no matter how hard people try to explain how honorable and unjust every single actor was during World War II. It was not. It was not because of the camps.
Newspaper across the world. And I also think that Trump's team should have got a Nobel Peace Prize for it. I cannot see how you could possibly make a counter-argument to that for all of Trump's flaws and for his administration's flaws. This was a major accomplishment. And yet, and I know the Saudis were behind it. You know, they didn't sign it, but it wouldn't have gone forward without their nod and wink. And I believe, that if Biden would have taken the opportunity and been a bit magnanimous in his...
Chat, for those of you who don't know, like, I mean, I guess maybe you don't know, but like, we've literally turned boats full of Jewish refugees away, okay? Here in the United States of America, we said, no, fuck off. The Jews escaping Nazi Germany, okay? Like, escaping Europe. Don't ever let anyone fucking tell you that America was joined World War II. I mean, FDR was not the worst when it came to World War II. I will admit that. But ultimately, like, the overarching American ambition, it took a lot. It took America to be attacked for us to even join the battle.
His response to Trump, which he could have been, instead of thinking of him as Satan himself, that he could have enticed the Saudis into a peace accord. And we wouldn't be in this damn situation now. And now we're playing it out the hard way, you know, because the Iranians could win the propaganda war, and they've got, God only knows how many agents they have in the West, you know, promoting the kind of social upheaval that we've seen on the streets in the last few weeks. And so the narrative could go either way.
Yeah, dude, it has to be. I mean, this is the same exact shit that, like, people always say about, like, the Arab Spring and whatever, right? Okay? I will admit readily that there is always enough volatility on the ground. You cannot just materialize protests out of nowhere. I know a lot of lefties will love saying, for example, that, like, every single protest that happens globally, like whether it be the Hong Kong protests or whether it be protests in other places, like, these are all inventions of the American State Department. It's like, no, obviously there are real fucking people, okay? These are real people who are genuinely fearful. And there are examples of where it doesn't work, like Cuba, right? Because there are examples of these protests not working, like in Cuba, where they try to fucking present it in a certain way. So the idea that, like, there isn't actual real instability on the ground and people who have a genuine desire to, like, protest against their government is completely fucking incorrect. And just like the fact that Jordan Peterson thinks that Iran is responsible for the fucking mass mobilization that we are seeing is completely idiotic. It's so utterly laughable. Yeah, dude, Iran is responsible for 500,000 British people taking it up to the fucking streets. And not because they fucking see what is going on. Not because they have seen the numbers and think the unimaginable cruelty that befalls the Palestinians is unacceptable. No, it's Iran and also anti-Semitism. That's the guiding principle here.
But I'm rooting hard for the Abraham Accords signees, and I hope they have the courage of their convictions, and I hope they can see that their way forward is the most appropriate way forward for the good of the Muslim world. Or what, are we going to stay in some 14th century conflict between the fundamentalist Muslim world and the Jews? Jesus, that sounds, we've had enough of that, haven't we? You'd think.
14th century fundamentalist Muslim conflict? Bitch, that's your own people, you fucking asshole. What do you mean? Aren't you like a Christian supremacist? 14th century pogroms and shit is still up to the Muslims at that point? Muslims were doing that? You fucking asshole. Another laughably ahistorical, nonsensical fucking take.
I asked Ben Shapiro, what is a proportionate response to what happened on October the 7th?
Yeah.
And he said there isn't one, that there is no proportionate response, and there shouldn't be. I mean, that in itself, I asked Vivek Ramaswamy.
I mean, if he's talking about if he's talking about the Crusades, then the fuck does that have to do with Muslims versus Jews? What do you mean?
When I interviewed him at the weekend, the same question, and he was basically inferring the same, but he also said that he would happily put the heads of 100 Hamas leaders on stakes along the border as a message to people not to commit this act. I thought that was a sort of medieval barbaric response to medieval barbarism, and that eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth is not the solution. I also believe that Israel has a fundamental right not just to defend itself after what happened, but has a duty to protect its people. And it has to take that duty obviously very seriously. But if your mission statement, as they've made clear, is to eliminate Hamas completely, and Hamas live in Gaza surrounded by civilians, among civilians, you can only do that. You can only get rid of Hamas with massive civilian casualties. And that's where I have this moral quandary about how much is too much.
Well,
does Israel get a license to do whatever it wants?
I think Piers Morgan talked to way too many pro-Palestinian voices, bro. I swear to God. Maybe at some point he was like, yeah, no, fuck these guys. This is good for my clout. But he talked to one too many pro-Palestinian activists and speakers, myself included. And now he's like, I'm confused as to what's going on.
To eliminate Hamas, or should there be a limit? And if so, what is that limit?
Well, I don't think Israel will have a license to do whatever it wants, because what will happen inevitably, and I think if I was an Iranian propagandist, I would be counting on this. Let's imagine that Israel moves against Hamas with its usual effectiveness, and they start winning, in a serious way, and the casualties mount. Well, it's a lot easier to take a victim appreciation stance against a power that's clearly winning. So Israel can't win without accruing losses along the way, because the more they manifest their military superiority, the easier it's going to be for those who cast the Palestinians as victims to gain the moral upper hand. And
I can't believe he's using so many fucking different words to basically say that the more Israel kills babies, the more the world is going to get mad at Israel killing children. Okay? The problem is not, of course, Israel killing children. The problem in this circumstance is the world recognizing that Israel's killing children and getting mad at it. Okay? Oh no, don't stop the baby murder. It's just that the world might start seeing the baby murder and get mad at it. I am more upset about the optics, the bad optics of the baby murder.
And that doesn't mean I know what Israel should do, because I wish I had that wisdom. But what I would like to see happen, in the best of all possible worlds perhaps, would be for the signees of the Abraham Accords to say to Israel, privately first, we're not budging. And then maybe to take a foray into the public and say that. It would be lovely to see Saudi Arabian come out and say, you know, we're going to continue the Abraham Peace Accord process. And then Israel could say, well, if the Abraham Accord holds and we have the probability of expanding it, we can take the risk of not being so devastating in our response to Hamas, and they could back off. But because there'd be a counter victory in it for them. And so as far, like, I can't see a better pathway forward than that. And I think that's a potentially realistic pathway, especially because that would also have the side benefit of not allowing Iran to prevail. So that's
like, the funniest part about what he's saying is that I don't completely disagree with him, because if your goal is to undermine Iranian influence in the region, and I personally don't give a shit one way or the other, I just want people to stop suffering, right? But if your goal is to undermine Iranian influence in the region, if that is your strategic goal, okay, and that is certainly America's strategic goal, then you have to take away a calling card that will undermine Israel's defenses and Israel's security in the region, okay? Yeah, we know you have no idea what's going on. Thank you. Yeah, totally. I definitely don't know what's going on. Anyway, actually, I don't know why you banned that guy, because I would love to hear what he thinks I don't know about what is going on, and how he can tell me over the course of many, many years, they will finally you know, get to the point where, like, Israel has to have an apartheid state. His name literally says is banned. Mods were right. Oh. Did he mean Jordan? I don't know. Anyway, my point was this. If your goal is to undermine Iran in the region, if your goal is to then you need to take away one of Iran's tools. It's not necessarily just the Abraham Accords. It's also to stop. It's also to basically stop allowing Iran to be able to use Hamas or any kind of Palestinian group, any kind of Palestinian militancy against Israel. So technically, he's not wrong in the sense that Iran uses Hamas as a destabilizing force against Israel, which it sees as a continuation of America in the region. But the best path forward in this circumstance is not to continue bombing the shit out of Gaza. To continue bombing the shit out of Gaza. The thing to do in this circumstance is to move in the exact opposite direction. Peace assurances, security commitments, allowing Palestinians to live with dignity so that there is no more air that can be, there's no more oxygen for Hamas to exist.
That's the best I can do on how this might proceed.
You cannot do that without ending the apartheid.
Most optimistic possible way. And I don't know if that's good enough or not.
On October the 7th, you tweeted, "Give them hell, Netanyahu, enough is enough." And you got some blowback for that, as everybody who says anything about this. Were you surprised by the scale of the blowback? Do you wish you'd phrased that tweet differently? Do you have any regrets about it?
Well, you know, Twitter is a very complicated social media platform, and it's been difficult for me to learn how to use it wisely. And I'm not alone in that, because it's difficult to be wise on Twitter. Now, what I'm trying to learn is when a tweet is appropriate and when a long-form commentary is appropriate. And the rule, I think, is something like the higher the stakes, the more likely that the long-form commentary is necessary. And really, it would have been better had I because I did release a YouTube video where I explained some of what we already talked about.
I saw it,
and that was received much better. Let's put it that way.
Thanks, man. Thanks for thanks for explaining your position of give him hell, kill more babies, more baby blood, please.
But it also gave me a chance to elaborate my argument. And so what it highlighted for me, and I felt, I was very taken aback by what happened in Israel. And I was also appalled because in my estimation, it was unnecessary. As I said, the Abraham Accords could have been extended earlier, and maybe this wouldn't have been necessary. And so I allowed myself to express some sentiment at that point without providing context, and that wasn't as good as providing the context. And I'm rethinking Twitter overall at the moment about how to use it. Elon has taken off the character limit, and he's also made it possible to distribute video. And so it no longer has to be a place where impulsive exchanges can occur rapidly. And I'm trying to reconfigure how I use it. I'm much happier with the video. Now, I was upset because I had developed somewhat of a Muslim following on YouTube, and I was very happy about that. A lot of people on the Islamic side of the world were watching my biblical lectures, for example, and I've had extensive conversations with Muslims on my YouTube channel. And I burnt some of that up, and I'm not sure I did that. Well, I would say I'm certain I didn't do that in the most productive manner. And so, do I regret it? It would have been better to do the long form, to have done the long form to begin with, And Twitter invites and rewards a certain amount of impulsivity, and it wasn't, I don't know, Pierce, I don't know if it's ever time for impulsive action, especially when the stakes are serious,
Yeah,
And
so I completely get that. There's no doubt, for example, that what happened on October the 7th was a form of hell for the victims and for their families. There's also no doubt that for...
Okay, I can't, is there parts of this that get more interesting? Because the reality is hearing Jordan Peterson be like, give him hell is not shocking to me at all. That's what I expected from him anyway. You know what I mean? Scroll to 69. Good one, dude. I don't understand. Is he just losing followers and upset by it? So Jordan Peterson had a big following in the Muslim world. Part of the reason why he had a big following in the Muslim world was because, let's be real, there's, misogyny everywhere, and it certainly exists in the Muslim world as well. Conservative Muslims loved him. They loved an American guy, an American trad guy, repeating shit that they fucking believe. Now, this doesn't mean the entirety of the Muslim world loved him. Okay? Of course. I'm not American, sorry, Canadian, whatever. They loved it. But then, when his attitude came out about or his willingness to openly champion the death and destruction of Palestinians was recognized by some in his following, and then they were like, okay, yeah, this guy fucking sucks. He's just like everybody else, That's it. Andrew Tate Muslim stands have been mad quiet. Bro, I don't even remember who Andrew Tate is at this point. Does he still fucking do stuff? Does he even say shit? I don't know, but I mean, I don't know. Is he pro-Israel? I doubt it. I think Andrew Tate doesn't give a fuck. He can just say whatever the fuck. You got into beef with Ben? Oh God, I don't care. Oh, he is pro-Palestine? Gotta be real weird for the tater tots who are also pro-Palestine because their daddy is, and then they come in here to be like, Hasan, you fucking suck. And then they're like, oh shit, Hasan is also pro-Palestinian. That's crazy.
Original appalling terror attacks. That,
well,
again, is where I have a moral quandary.
Well, the question is, I suppose, and I don't purport willing to
Jewish
begun to do. You know, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like a incredibly silly way it's an incredibly silly way to talk about the situation. Just being like, oh, dude, it's just Abraham Accords, placing so much emphasis on it, not realizing that it's like it's a utterly unserious way to deal with the ongoing issue, and it's simply just another way to like avoid the problem. You know what I mean? The real problem in the region is not that the Gulf nation states are not openly in support of Israel. The real problem is Israel is an apartheid state. It's an apartheid regime. Washing over that reality will not work. People see it. Like, if maybe the rest of the Muslim world, including fucking Indonesia, by the way, not just like the Middle East, but if the rest of the Muslim world had not been so awfully fucked over by American imperialism, maybe they could not understand the Palestinian plight, okay? Maybe they would just go, oh, whatever, that's just another group of individuals. I guess like the example I will give you is the treatment of Uyghur Muslims in China, okay, in Xinjiang. This was also brutal. Not saying it was as brutal as what Israel is doing, but it was still certainly brutal. Re-education camps, mass surveillance, deaths, unlawful imprisonment, all of that, okay? And yet the entire ummah, the entire Muslim world, did not react in a similar way. One, the leadership didn't react in that way, partially because they also, just like with Israel, had interest in trading with China. But also, on top of that, the people on the ground didn't react in a similar way because they did not see it as an expression of American imperialism. They didn't see it in the same way. They didn't recognize it. Not saying that they should have never, not saying that like no protest was necessary in that circumstance. I'm not saying that at all. Another example I will give you also is the Rohingya, the ethnic cleansing campaigns that occurred in Burma. The entire Muslim world did not react in the same way. The reason why they didn't react in the same way, was it not awful? Of course it was. Of course it was awful. Why didn't the world react in the same way? Because the Muslim world did not see it as a continuation. They did not see it as a continuation of Western imperialism that they have been impacted from personally. If you are wondering like why the Muslim world reacts in the way that it does to Palestine and the Palestinian plight, one example or one reason for it is because, one, they're Arab, but more importantly than that, they also are being brutalized by the same forces that have brutalized them in meaningful ways. Okay? Myanmar. Sorry, my man did name Myanmar. I apologize. Yes, also Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa as well. Anyway. I have a bit of a headache. Holy shit. Okay. Apparently, the ADL is laying groundwork for Biden, Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI to investigate campus Palestinian activist groups on material support of terrorism. As I've said before, if you live in a politically repressive climate that need to tactfully adapt speech to survive, an urgent open letter issued last Thursday by the ADL, which, lest we forget, promotes itself as one of America's leading defenders of civil rights, and the Louis Brandeis Center for Human Rights Under Law, urge college and university administrators to immediately investigate their campus chapters for Students for Justice in Palestine for potential violations of the prohibition against materially supporting a foreign terrorist organization. They claim to have sent the letter to nearly 200 schools. This is in-fucking-sane. Where are the free speech defenders? Where are the free speech defenders on college campuses? Okay? Where are they? Where are they? This is a real violation of free speech. Just like AIPAC-backed legislation, keep defending Hamas, they're the terrorist dumbass. Okay, got it. Just like the 36 different states where AIPAC is pushed anti-First Amendment, anti-BDS legislation. That is a clear-cut, unconstitutional violation of America's First Amendment rights at the behest of a foreign nation, mind you. The lobbying group of a foreign nation is able to write legislation in 36 American states that significantly undermine the First Amendment right of American citizens. Terry Albury, former FBI counterterrorism special agent turned whistleblower, said that when the ADL talks, the FBI tends to take what it says seriously. Asked how college administrators who lack subpoena power for bank records could conduct material support investigations, Albury replied, they can't. But campuses can enlist law enforcement via joint terrorism task forces around the country that unite state, local, and federal police. Campus police can offer their services to the local FBI office and say they received a referral about radical students, Albury said, and they will work in concert with the FBI to initiate investigations of those students. Okay? That is not true. Free speech is not protected when something is considering society threatening. It is fair? No. Is it fair? No, but it's lawful. If you think boycott, divestments, and sanctions, which is a peaceful movement, a peaceful demonstration to demand boycotts, to demand sanctions, and to demand divestment from an apartheid regime, if you think that that is threatening to society, you are fucking stupid. I don't know what to tell you. Why do I think you are fucking stupid? Because the BDS movement literally started with the original BDS movement against apartheid South Africa. The major difference here is that Israel, which also had an apartheid regime at the time, saw the fucking international pressure being applied to apartheid South Africa, especially in the aftermath or near the end of the USSR. Notice that this was a major fucking burden for them, especially as they saw to continue the apartheid regime and decided to do something against it. So you're wrong on that front. You're absolutely incorrect on that front. You could not be more incorrect on that front if you tried. And yes, Israel was a staunch ally to South Africa and the continuation of the South African apartheid. They literally exchanged materials. They exchanged apprehension methods with one another.
Well, Stefan Dujarric, the spokesman for the United Nations Secretary General, offered his support to journalists in Gaza.
It's a badge of honor that in the midst of conflict, your colleagues of not just Al Jazeera, but others that remain there, remain to tell the story. It's a mark of immense courage.
هاي المستوطنين يعني هاي.
Here's the violence that befalls the Palestinians in the West Bank.
As the war in Gaza rages, violence against Palestinians in the West Bank is surging.
This is one of the most important aspects of this conflict that does not get any coverage because there is no defense for it under international law. There is no defense for it under any semblance of morality. If you have even a fraction, if you have any morals whatsoever, you will recognize this for what it is, an apartheid regime through and through. The conditions in Gaza are even worse than the West Bank, but these people still try to justify said conditions by claiming they voted for Hamas. Well, there is no Hamas in the West Bank. It's the Palestinian Authority. It's led by secular forces that collaborate with the Israeli government. And what do the Palestinians get in return for that? Death and destruction.
According to Palestinian villagers, Israeli settler attacks like these have been happening almost daily. So right now, a group of settlers have kind of moved up to the road here to try and intimidate the Palestinian farmers who live on this land. These guys are coming in large groups with weapons.
هم بيركزوا بس على 7 أكتوبر 107 أكتوبر من 70 سنة بنعيش 7 أكتوبر احنا.
I'm in the town of Kusra in the West Bank. This is a Palestinian village where 6 people were killed in just a 24-hour period. The villagers we're talking to here are saying that the attacks and intimidation from settlers has gone into overdrive. This is one of the bloodiest periods in the West Bank in 15 years. With so much attention focused on Gaza and focused in the north of the country, so many of the Palestinians here are worried that they will be next in line to be attacked. At the height of the olive harvest season, Abdul Azim Wadi works under the watch of an IDF outpost. His family has lived on this land for 3 generations. On October 12th, Abdul was with his brother Ibrahim and nephew Ahmed, attending a funeral for 4 Palestinians who had been killed the previous day.
هو كان إنسان متعلم معه ماجستير كيمياء مدير عام في وزارة الاقتصاد الوطني. واحنا جينا طريق كمان متفق عليها مع الارتباط الفلسطيني والارتباط الإسرائيلي. بتفاجأ إنه في مستوطنين 5 سكروا الطريق علينا.
According to Abdul, who was just up the road in the funeral procession, this video shows armed settlers stopping their car and opening fire on Ibrahim and Ahmed. Hours later, the 2 men died at the hospital. Abdul says they were unarmed. After the attack, settlers have since claimed they had been terrorists, offering no evidence.
كاتبين قتلنا مخرب كبير هو ابنه وادي وولده. ليش؟ هذا إشي كثير كبير وخطير جدا. هاي المستوطنين.
During our interview, a group of armed Israeli settlers approached.
All you need to do is watch one fucking video of an interaction like this, and it's over. Okay? You will very quickly understand how completely and utterly unacceptable this is. This is something that Americans can also comprehend as well. You might not be able to comprehend entire city blocks being reduced to rubble. The only situation where you've ever seen that is on television against enemy combatants, against people that America has declared enemy combatants. So you can't understand the humanity of that. There's no way to empathize with that from your perspective. But this is personal violence. It is morally abhorrent. It is morally repugnant, but it is also very personal. So when Americans see this, they can liken it to a school shooter, for example. It's still significantly worse, but this is how the private fascist militias operate in the fucking West Bank. I could see all my anger issues, conditioned hatred coming out. If the crowd is going mad, I get riled and most likely to join the crowd's madness and start torching villages. This has been a problem for too long. If we can get rid of these Palestinians now, we can live in peace. Hence why the Supreme Courts are so essential. Hence why King Bibi was co-opting the Supreme Court last year. And there's the punitive cost to it as well. No, this person is explaining the Israeli mentality, chat. Calm down. Instead of freaking out, understand. What he's trying to say is, like, this is what the settler mentality is. They get, like, riled up.
As the settlers walk further and further forward, the Israeli military intervenes.
There are cameras there. I suspect that's the reason why they intervened in the other direction.
The IDF has stepped in to kind of pull the settlers back.
Normally, they don't do that.
So there was no violence. But the Palestinian people that were with here, the farmers, are saying this is happening almost every day.
Yeah, they had Western press with them. That's why. The IDF doesn't fucking... Brother, the IDF doesn't normally pull back. Their job there, and they sometimes pull back, certainly, but their job there is not to pull back. Their orders are clear, to protect the settlers. Okay?
اليوم عشان شافوا كم من صحفي وانتوا لبستوا لبس الصحافة.
Yeah, see, she said it.
الجيش نزل بسرعة قبل.
Yeah, there you go. Here, I'll give you an example. Does anyone remember that one very famous video of the West Bank? The occupying force in West Bank almost opening up fire on a bunch of nurses and then stopping dead in their tracks when they see the cameras turn to them. Do you remember that? Eilat in southern Israel is under Yemeni Houthi attack again. Explosions occurring, surface-to-air missile launch. Thank you, Elant News, for the update. Here, you want to see? You want to see how they fucking... There is one thing that they are afraid of sometimes, okay? And that is this.
They're a journalist. Here we go, look at this. Here we go. Ah, he just told him not to throw. You can see it. They saw the camera and didn't throw. But there you can see in his hand.
Look at this.
And stun grenade.
Yeah. He had a fucking stun grenade in his hand. He was about to lob it. For the record, at fucking doctors that are being interviewed. There's another one.
ما أصلا يطخوا المستوطنين ولا يعملوا إشي. الإشي متعب يعني. أبوي اليوم راح هيك وجهي لوجهي لهم صعب بكفي يعني لوين. إن شاء الله خير.
أخوي إبراهيم ولا مرة كان عدائي لأي شخص سواء مسلم أو مسيحي أو يهودي.
What Sarah said is really an ongoing issue. The problem is these settlers are never held accountable and do as they please with impunity. Like, dude, think about this. A dude with a fucking ADL on his profile is saying that. The more that you see the brown shirts and how they operate in the West Bank, the more you will understand how completely unjustifiable this is. Calling them settlers is inherently wrong. They're invaders. I mean, they're terrorists. They're settler terrorists. They're in violation of international law. And Israel has continuously said that they care about a two-state solution.
Standing up for
when showing that they don't, and have basically used that time frame over the course of the past fucking 50 plus years to continue settling in that area, only pulling back a little bit at times. Oh, yeah, this is another one.
Hey!
This guy was being, I think he was like talking to Lawrence Wright or something. I remember this. I remember covering this when it happened as well.
Leave him!
I want an ambulance. I don't do.
What's the matter with you, guy? Are you so bored? I did. I did delete the video.
You are not allowed. He's not allowed to ask you to delete the video. We'll go to Peterson and file complaint against him.
Hey. Stop that.
I see there is a huge escalation from the Israeli soldiers and the Israeli settlers toward Palestinian and Israeli human rights defender. We are now really...
Is there any conducted research on these incidents and their frequency? Of course. btselem does it. btselem does a good job. But right now there's a lot of international interest and pressure on Israel. So almost every fucking news outlet has reported that more than 100 people have been murdered in the West Bank since October 7th. But yes, there absolutely is a lot of 121 Palestinians, including 33 children, have been killed in the West Bank since the 7th of October. And I described the process. And how this works before. The settlers come in, they fucking shoot someone point blank, or settlers come in and spit on a Palestinian in, minding his own fucking business. And then they shoot him and they kill him. Then they go to the fucking funeral and kill a bunch of other people. And then, of course, the moment that, Palestinians go, what the fuck are you doing? You're killing us. Then the IDF steps in and sometimes takes action themselves. Yeah, they lit up a fucking house on fire yesterday.
Have real life threats. I feel my life is in danger. What happened that the soldier was wild and he didn't care about the presence of a prominent international journalist. They don't care. They don't care anymore even about the cameras, about journalists. They feel that they are backed up with their own government and backed up by their own system.
I talked to the IDF spokesman, and he had misrepresented the facts of the case by saying that the soldier was performing his regular duties and that Isa was cursing him and provoking him. That's not true. The entire episode was initiated by the soldier himself.
This guy got a 10-day suspension because Lawrence Wright was there. And it became an international incident. Think about it this way. The IDF assassinated Shireen Abu Akleh. And the guy who assassinated Shireen Abu Akleh was not punished. He didn't even get a suspension. Because while it was on camera, the criminal act on the Israeli side was not filmed. Then the IDF went to her funeral and beat the shit out of the people carrying her casket. Then the IDF, this past week, went to her mural and destroyed her mural. When I tell you this resentment does not end, when I tell you the arrogance, when I tell you the fucking resentment, the blood-curdling anger that they feel towards Palestinians who dare to desecrate their breathing room, their living space, by simply existing there, it is impossible for you to comprehend that level of hatred. Okay?
Just film it and go home.
Hey. You know, we are witnesses.
It shocked me really to my core that people can do that to each other. Because this soldier is also normally a human being, but I think they are
Normally.
that brainwashed that they don't see like Palestinians as human beings anymore. There is a dehumanization that is incredible, and we felt that in that moment that he was treating Issa as like, I have to say it, like an animal who has to be tamed.
Israel is one of the most racist countries in the world. While you'll never hear anyone in the mainstream media say this, this is actually one of the most important things you need to understand if you want to know what's happening right now. From its inception, the whole idea of Israel as a country was based on racism. Israel was conceived as a Jewish state, and while there's nothing wrong in principle with Jews having a homeland, the problem is that they insisted that that homeland had to be in Palestine, which already belonged to someone, the Palestinians. The slogan of Israel's founders was "a land for a people without a land." But deep down, they all knew that the only way to have a Jewish majority in Palestine, an Arab country, was to expel the Arabs. One of the founders of Israel, Yosef Weitz, wrote, "There's no room in the country for both peoples. There's no way but to transfer the Arabs from here to neighboring countries." Israel was quite literally founded by expelling and massacring hundreds of thousands of Arabs in a years-long process called the
This is why it's so funny when people are like, Israel is a land back movement. It's like, bro, Theodore Herzl very openly, both to other colonizers and in his own writings, mentioned how to quietly and silently try to expel all of the Arabs that live there. Like, it's well documented. The founding fathers themselves, one, were not necessarily religious, so the idea that this is a religious war is really fucking stupid and annoying. They did use religion as a justification because they wanted to tackle it on every avenue. They were like, we need to do everything we can to populate this land with Jews. Yes, they also considered getting Uganda from the British before settling on Palestine. And the reasons, obviously, as to why they settled on Palestine instead of Uganda is because they could at least utilize the religious justification. The myth-making was set in with Judea and Samaria, right? But they very openly knew that this was a colonizing movement that meant ethnically displacing the millions of people that live there.
Nakba. And when you found a country based on racial exclusion, you're gonna get a culture that fosters and celebrates racial exclusion. Because countries that commit terrible atrocities rarely acknowledge committing those atrocities. And the presence of Palestinians who remained in Palestine became a constant reminder, not only of the violence that founded Israel, but of the constantly looming threat that they might come back and try to reclaim their land. Every day you can find videos coming out of Israel showing Israelis calling for all Arabs to die, insulting the Prophet Muhammad.
I mean, these are almost all of these are from the one fucking rally that they do every goddamn year. But it is like a very specifically done rally. What's it called? Isn't it Jerusalem Day or whatever? Which one is it? Where the most conservative, far-right, hyper-nationalist, ultra-Zionist freaks will specifically go on Jerusalem Day and just like yell this shit at as many fucking Arabs as they possibly can. Flag Day? Whatever, I forget what it's called. But yeah, this is a Jewish power rally. The average Israeli also has a fuck ton of racist opinions about Muslims and Palestinians and Arabs in general. After all, as I talked to you about this yesterday, there is a non-insignificant, very large number of Arab Jews. Arab Jews that were some expelled from their Arab nations as the Muslim Arab world was going through its own post-colonial nationalist movements, some of which voluntarily came to Israel, some of which were terrified even by Israel to inevitably leave, like the Iraqi Jews that who had their synagogues bombed by Mossad, for example. This does not mean that like the Iraqi Jews were in a cheery circumstance in Iraq. They were still being persecuted. But the reason why I think it's important to recognize that is because it served the purpose that the Israeli government wanted, which was to ensure that that land was populated, ensure that Jews felt very scared in every other country so that they would come to Israel, the one country where their interests will always be protected. However, if you want to understand how this apartheid state operates, yes, Avi Shleim is the person who I was talking about, who wrote about the Mossad bombings, who also wrote a ton about the Arab Jew experience in the early days of Israel. I've talked about the Arab Jew experience as well. They were sprayed with DDT, but when they first got there was an integration protocol for Arab Jews because Arab Jews were seen as non-European and therefore barbaric, and it took a while to integrate them and to ensure that they were culturally assimilated. And that process was horrifying as well, which is, at least according to some thinkers, part of the reason why so many of the Arab Jews are now the most aggro, far-right Jews in Israel. And if you ask Arab Jews right now, for example, they will say they are not Arab. Many of them will say they are not Arab. There is a different classification. They'll say they're Sephardic or Mizrahim instead of saying that they're Arab Jews. Because Arab is a specific designation for Palestinian citizens of Israel under the apartheid regime. So Arab Jews are technically considered Jews. Palestinian citizens of Israel, no matter what their background is, they could be Christian, they could be Muslim, they could be atheist, doesn't matter. Palestinian citizens of Israel, however, are considered Arab. The Druze and the Bedouin, like they are all considered under the categorization of Arab. Arab Jews, on the other hand, are not Arab. They are actually Jews. Now, it gets confusing if you're oblivious to this, but this guy also incorrectly said there's Arab Jews in the Israeli army. Of course there's Arab Jews in the Israeli army. What you meant to say was there are Palestinian citizens of Israel in the Israeli army. You mean Muslims and Christians who are Palestinian that are in the Israeli army. And this much is also true. They are tokens. There's Ethiopian Jews in the Israeli army as well. This does not mean that Ethiopian Jews were treated well in Israel historically. Wait till you find out 52% of Border Patrol is Hispanic in the United States of America.
Desecrating mosques, spitting on Christians, mocking and celebrating the murder of Palestinians, committing violent hate crimes against Palestinians, watching Gaza get carpet bombed from a cliffside for entertainment.
Yeah,
but don't just go off these anecdotes. Let's look at some of the polls. One poll found that 2/3 of Israeli teens believe Arabs to be less intelligent, uncultured, and violent. It also found that 50% of Israelis wouldn't live in the same building as Arabs, wouldn't befriend Arabs, wouldn't let their children befriend Arabs, and wouldn't let Arabs into their homes. Another poll found that 60% of Israeli Jews want segregation from Arabs. Another poll found that half of Israeli Jews agree with the statement, most Jews are better than most non-Jews because they were born Jews. Jews. The poll also found that 88% of Israeli Jews would be disturbed if their son befriended an Arab girl, and 90% would be disturbed if their daughter befriended an Arab boy. This poll found that about half of Israeli high schoolers don't think Arabs should have the right to vote. Another poll showed that almost half of Israeli Jews don't want Arabs teaching their kids. Not only are these views widely held in Israeli society, they're also represented in government, which codifies these sentiments into law. For example, Israel has a law that says if an Israeli marries a Palestinian, or someone from several other regional Arab states, that person isn't allowed to move in with said Israeli. This law was passed in 2003, but it's been renewed every single year since. Israel also doesn't allow interreligious marriage to be performed in the country, which is meant to deter Jews from marrying non-Jews. In 2018, Israel passed the nation-state law, a law which has constitutional status, which says the—
Guys, don't worry, it's the only democracy in the Middle East. And also, Cyprus is right there if you want to get gay married. Just get gay married in Cyprus. Now, they're doing all this. Meanwhile, it's not like, let me explain something to you. It's not like fucking 80% of Israelis are not secular. They are. But the reason why the government can get away with this far-right theocratic fascist nonsense is because of how racist they are and how they have been able to racistly, violently maintain an apartheid state.
right to exercise national self-determination, i.e. have rights, is the exclusive right of Jews, no one else. There's also the Nakba law, which makes it illegal to acknowledge the Nakba, the expulsions of Palestinians that were needed to found Israel. This would be like passing a law to make it illegal to talk about indigenous genocide or slavery in America. There's also the Admissions Committee law, which basically—
No. I don't think people can comprehend it that way. It's like it's like if Germany criminalized mentioning the Holocaust. Not Holocaust denial. It's like if Germany criminalized mentioning the Holocaust.
It allows towns to operate panels that deny applications for entry based on socio-cultural compatibility, which essentially just legalizes racist housing discrimination. In Israel, advocating genocide of Palestinians doesn't hurt your chances of holding a high position in government. And in fact, in many cases, it helps. In 2014, Israeli lawmaker Ayelet Shaked wrote an unhinged rant on Facebook, calling all Palestinians enemy combatants and saying their mothers should be killed for giving birth to, quote, little snakes. The next year, she was appointed Minister of Justice by—
Oh, also, the other thing that people forget is that, like, while settler terrorism is internationally recognized as a crime, despite the fact that 450,000 settlers currently occupy the West Bank, which is Palestinian territory, internationally recognized as Palestinian territory, which Israel has no right to, no claim to, and is currently unjustifiably occupying, and has no legal basis of doing such a thing. The Israeli Knesset and high-ranking officials in the Israeli government are literally settlers now. Okay? Like, it's not just like dudes who are like, oh man, these guys are fucking crazy. Let's look the other way, but also simultaneously help them out. It's like directly, the fucking settlers are in the Knesset.
by Benjamin Netanyahu. Itamar Ben-Gvir, a lifelong admirer of Meir Kahane, an Arab exterminationist, a man who praised a Jewish settler who killed a Palestinian for throwing a rock at him, a man who was famously acquitted after being criminally charged for chanting death to Arabs, is Israel's current Minister of National Security. He's not some fringe figure either. He's one of the most popular politicians in Israel right now. In the last few days, Israel's been working hard to cast itself as the victim of hatred.
Oh, I forgot. Itamar Ben-Gvir. Arab Jew. That's why the integration policies were so fucking devastating. That it literally created an environment where, like, all of the Arabs were like, dude, we hate Arabs way more than you do, brother. You don't understand. Look at us. What? He is half Arab? Itamar Ben-Gvir is an Arab Jew. What, is he not? Fuck you mean? He is.
The victim of terrorism, the victim of anti-Semitism, that they have no choice but to lay siege to Gaza. But underneath this carefully concocted victim complex is a racist, Jewish supremacist state that's been trying to finish the job that the Nakba started for decades. And really, this shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. After all, they're literally cutting off water and electricity to a city of 2 million people right now. Their generals talk openly about flattening Gaza and killing the animals, meaning Palestinians. It's obvious their goal is genocide.
Anyway, so what the fuck is this?
I'm
Is this guy cool? Please credit the videos. Brother,
Israel is
you should go find the Breakthrough News Network guys and tell them that I watched their video so they can fucking individually DM me and be like, thank you so much for watching the video. Normally we would have sent it to you so you could watch it on your stream. Okay? These guys and Double Down News and Al Jazeera and all these other fucking accounts literally send me their videos personally so I can watch them on stream. Yo, change your title. Dumb fuck. Wait, what? What happened now? What? Are we doing the same thing now? It's actually Yemen didn't strike Israel? Is that what it is? That was also Hamas? Is that what you're going to say? Thank you for crediting the video, but can you please pay your editors, Mr. HasanAbi, Mr. HamasAbi? That's cool. Okay. Oh, I was going to watch the Wendover Productions video, actually. I did want to watch that. He's a mid-lib who claims to be a centrist, but given the video and the time it was released, probably decent. I don't know anything about Mr. Beat. Al Jazeera sponsors HasanAbi, Qatar sponsors Al Jazeera, Russia sponsors Qatar, Russia sponsors Hasan, confirmed, tell the Twitch cops. Yeah. Can you eat or condemn hummus on stream? I love hummus, and I will never say that hummus is an Israeli invention, because that would be a fucking lie. I don't eat any Sabra hummus.
The most consistent through line across the Holy Land is war. From the Maccabean revolt and the Jewish...
This is a Wendover Productions video on how Israel's security failed. We're going to take a look at
Roman wars, through the Crusades, the Ottoman Mamluk War, and all the way to the Israel-Arab and...
What's wrong with Sabra? Sabra is a direct supporter of IDF, are they not? Well, I mean, first and foremost, the reason why I don't eat Sabra is because it fucking sucks. Like, it's not good. It's disgusting. I find it to be I find it to be personally an affront to God. This does not mean that there aren't incredible Israeli chefs that have been able to perfect hummus, okay? For example, the restaurant that I used to go to, Safi's, that's run by an Israeli couple, and their hummus is bomb as fuck. I will readily admit that. Sabra is dog shit. Fucking terrible.
In 6-day wars, it's been attacked and invaded, defended and died for, time and time and time again. The clearest cause as to why is...
Why are you lying to your audience? Just admit that it's Jover for your hairline. What do you think? I'm wearing a hairpiece right now? Like, what's going on? What do you think is happening? Bovell in art district in LA, that's also incredible.
Jerusalem.
Yes. Same.
From the perspective of geography, the city shouldn't exist. Propped upon hills and positioned 30 miles or 48 kilometers from the nearest major body of water, 20 miles or 32 kilometers away from the nearest major river, and without a single river of any sort running through it, the city is dry. Without water, Jerusalem is without a prosperous trading harbor, it's without close proximity to maritime shipping routes, it's without any real industrial base, it's even without easy access to drinking water. Within the walls of the Old City are populations that represent 4 separate cultures and 3 separate religions. And within these walls are also some of the very holiest sites to 3 religions: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, the world's 2 largest and the oldest monotheistic religion, respectively. Because of what's said to have happened here, who's said to have passed through here, and what's been built in their honor here, Jerusalem, sitting high and dry in the Judean mountains, has served as the center of the world for 3 massive, powerful groups of faith for more than 2,000 years. And thus, it's been fought over, often under the guise of religion, but importantly, rarely solely because of religion.
Okay, good. Thank you. I was about to say, please, Wendover, don't do this like classic "It's a Holy War" narrative, because it's so fucking stupid. But I'm glad. I didn't think he was going to do it. Wendover is also part of the Nebula guys, so he's decent. He does have lib takes that I disagree with, but that's bound to happen.
The simplest explanation is not always the right explanation. Whether wars of empire building in the past or state building in the present, religion's only part of the story. Today, as it's been for nearly a century, it's not 3 religions, but rather 2 nations fighting over the common territory that one group asserts as Palestine and the other asserts as Israel. After decades of attacks on one another, failed negotiations and peace talks, terrorism and outright war, the outlines of the conflict between 2 nations promised the territory nearly a century ago looks like this. Israel, a rich Western power controlling all the land between Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon, and Palestine, as just these swaths of land, often mired by shading or striping on maps to designate its status as a mere partially recognized state by the UN.
I really respect libs that at least have like lol Western power so true. Exactly. I really respect liberals who fucking put their money where their mouth is and show that they are actually coherent and consistent in their worldview. Do I agree with the fucking rule-based liberal order? Of course not. I think it's fucking laughable. I think it's a joke. I think it's a lie. Do I believe that America is a force for good? Abso-fucking-lutely not. But I do respect someone who kind of believes that and then will openly go against it, especially at a moment like this. I don't want to gas him up too much because I don't know how hard he goes here, but I mean, so far so good.
Despite their shared landscapes, Israel and Palestine are a world apart. Quality of life in Palestine is considered, according to the UN's Human Development Index, roughly analogous to that of its neighbors, Egypt and Lebanon. Israel, meanwhile, almost exactly matches the United States' HDI. From an income perspective, it's even starker. On a per-person basis, Palestinians earn just a third of—
I swear to God. Wait. I want to know what the Israeli life expectancy is. Does anyone have it? Off the top of their dome? My hand is full right now. I can't Google it. The life expectancy between Israel and Palestine, Israel and Gaza, Oh my God, you guys are such fucking assholes. Man, shut the fuck up. Motherfuckers in the chat saying 100, fuck you, dude. Oh my God. I can't type. I can't type right now. I'm so fucking annoyed. I'm so annoyed. It's as though I forgot the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Israel's life expectancy in 2020. Wait, shut the fuck up. The current life expectancy in Israel is 83.49 years. Brother, that is 5 years higher, 6 years higher than the American life expectancy. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. That's what happens when you have social health care.
Of what their neighbors in Egypt or Lebanon do, while Israelis are on average some of the wealthiest people in the world, bringing in about what South Korean or British people do. This imbalance of wealth is both a symptom and a cause of the imbalance of power between the two nations that is now just about as lopsided as it's ever been, making an already contentious relationship all the more combustible. In consequence, a number of militant groups have arisen to fight both for an independent Palestinian state and against the continued contraction of Palestinian land. This grows the disconnect even further. On one side of the walls, there is a high-income, developed, westernized cosmopolitan nation centered by one of the wealthiest, most globally interconnected cities in the world. On the other, mere miles away, are active, growing militant groups with the stated goal of the destruction of the state of Israel. In Tel Aviv, there are people staying at $500 a night 5-star hotels.
Okay, come on, dog. You can't, on the one hand, describe the fucking conditions, and then on the other hand, be like, I mean, I don't know. On the other hand, be like, yeah, these are barbarians at the fucking gates of this beautiful Western beacon of fucking prosperity. You know what I mean? Like it makes it seem like these guys are player haters. You know what I mean? Like fucking Hamas just formed as a consequence of not hating the game, but hating the player instead. You know what I mean? It was worded a little weird for my taste, I think. Not technically incorrect, though. I mean, yeah, there is a violent emancipatory cause. Anyway.
Eating at $100 a plate fine dining restaurants, then heading to exclusive nightclubs with globe-spanning DJs, while just an hour drive south, there are rocket-laden militants working day and night to plot their deaths. To maintain this disconnect, Israel has, through the years, developed a sophisticated system of security to protect its citizens.
Okay, dude, come on. This is a fucking gross misrepresentation of history. No, the rocket-laden militias were not fucking formed out of thin air. That's insane. And that like the Israeli security apparatus just simply had to exist as a consequence of the rocket-laden militia brigades is a fucking ridiculously ahistorical notion. Remember, Israel has never stopped expanding into the West Bank. Never. Okay? They've never stopped expanding into the West Bank since they took control over it, since they occupied it, and there's never been a single moment where they even fucking acted like that was inappropriate. They would hide it. They would try to like sometimes maybe lower the amount of new settlements they were building, but they never stopped building new settlements. Originally, they also were building settlements in the Gaza Strip as well. Ridiculous to act like that's not significant. Ridiculous to also act like Israel allowed Palestinians a voice at the fucking table. One of the grossest ways that defenders of Israel who present an ahistoric, fact-ridden analysis of historical Israel, the nation's development, routinely do this one thing that I find abhorrent, repugnant, but many white liberals don't understand. They always act like Jordanians and Egyptians, due to them being Arab, actually did a lot of grave crimes against Israel, and that's somehow the Palestinians' fault. Meanwhile, They never even had Palestinians originally at the bargaining table and routinely considered Palestinian militancy to be a terror cell that was not to be dealt with. That mentality never changed on the Israeli front. There was only one instance where that mentality was slated to change, and the motherfucker who wanted to deal with the Palestinians got executed, and those who championed his execution have been in power year over year over year. They literally kept voting for those motherfuckers over and over again. Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir. You say, how do you know? You don't live there, lol. You don't live there. You have millions of dollars and live in America, lol. I know. How can one understand anything? Like, for example, scientists that talk about the theory of gravity, or scientists that talk about like the moon and shit, had to have gone there and seen it with their own two fucking eyes. You have to literally, if you can't figure out the world is actually spherical, you have to literally go out to space and look at it. It's called reading. You should think about doing that at least.
While keeping Palestinian life into the enclaves it permits. While this extends nationwide, nowhere is this more relevant than with the Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip. Gaza is a territory encircled on all sides by security, not just in two directions, but three. Israel's mission is near complete control of what goes in and out so that the Israeli state is entirely isolated from the activities of its captive neighbor. This starts with a wall. Above ground, it extends some 20 or so feet or 6 or so meters, then below ground, it extends a certain amount too. Following the discovery of a vast network of Hamas tunnels used to infiltrate Israel, and in one dramatic case, kidnap a soldier who was then held for ransom, the country spent 5 years and $1 billion building an underground wall of an undisclosed depth to make it more difficult for Hamas to cross under the border. As a second layer of protection, they developed a system of sensors to unveil any attempts as well. Above ground, Israel sets strict rules to keep Gazans what they consider a safe distance away. Nobody's allowed within 300 feet or 100 meters of the border, while only farmers are allowed within 1,000 feet or 300 meters, and only by foot. On the other side, Israel has a network of guard towers with remote monitoring equipment like cameras and radar to inform the Israel Defense Forces when an attempted incursion is occurring. As perhaps the most dystopian feature of all, Israel has a fleet of remotely operated, self-driving machines.
Bro, this is so fucked up. I can't believe the way that he's describing it. I know he's trying to strike a neutral tone here because, like, you know, you're supposed to, I guess, when you do YouTube videos like this. But you're just describing a prison. Like, you're describing... Like, it feels weird talking about this on such neutral terms to be like, yeah, they built a wall and then, like, the people wanted to, like, escape the prison, understandably. So then, I know he's calling it dystopian. Hold on. No, I'm talking about, like, what he was describing the prison conditions. And then he's like, and people wanted to understandably escape. So they built a wall underneath the wall.
Machine gun robots that patrol the area, notify the IDF of potential threats, then allow for remote operation, firing a slew of bullets towards Gaza to maim or kill any targets without the need for any human soldier to leave their chairs at their base. While Israel only borders Gaza on its northern and eastern sides, it's exerted at least a certain degree of control on its southern and western too. Gaza borders Egypt on its southern side, but for a period of a few decades, the Sinai Peninsula was under Israeli military occupation. In exchange for its return in 1979, Egypt agreed to build a border with Gaza. To accomplish this, they split Rafah in half, separating one city into two through its core, separating families, communities, and businesses. Today, movement is only allowed through the Rafah border crossing, which closes quickly whenever Israel-Gaza tensions heat up. Egypt wary to let a deluge of refugees in, partially given the impact the depopulation of Gaza would have on the Palestinian mission of statehood that it supports. On its western side, the territory of Gaza borders the Mediterranean Sea, but unlike almost every other territory in the world, it does not control its own coast. Israel does. The country forms a box around a slice of the sea and allows a select number of Gazans to fish in it, but no more. The Israeli Navy patrols and prevents any ships from going in or out without their approval. It's the same situation with the airspace.
Yeah, that's why whenever dumb motherfuckers are like, excuse me, Israel left Gaza to, like, be completely controlled by Hamas, actually. And look how they replied to that incredible moment of kindness. Like, you have to be the most delusional person to look at the situation and act like this is kindness. But then again, you know, I guess they also fucking consider a humanitarian corridor to be kindness because Israel sets the standard. Israel sets the standard of how high they will go or how low they will go. And then the world reacts to it. And when they set the standard, everyone goes, okay, that's acceptable now. But here, maybe they'll dial it back a little bit. Aren't they so kind?
Israel controls it completely and regularly flies combat and surveillance aircraft over the territory. But that's largely irrelevant because they destroyed Gaza's only airport in 2001 during an outbreak of violence. So today, the only legal ways in or out of Gaza are the sporadically open Rafah and Kerem Shalom crossings on the southern border and the even less reliable Erez crossing on the northern border with Israel. This is a crucial lifeline for Gaza. While the Rafah crossing opens to a friendlier country for Palestinians, the neighboring section of Egypt is sparsely populated, so when, for example, someone needs access to higher-level medical care, Israel or the Palestinian West Bank are the most likely destinations. But there is no functioning right to travel for Palestinians between Gaza and the separated West Bank, so even when heading to East Jerusalem for treatment, patients are required to gain a permit from Israel. Only 2/3 of applications, which only happen after a doctor in Gaza refers a patient for higher level care, are approved in the time needed, and Israel uses—
Yeah. Did you hear that? Only 2/3 are allowed to get additional fucking hospital care that they need. Like, specifically cancer treatment and shit. Like, for example, breast cancer is very treatable, especially if caught early on, right? I forget what the exact rates are, but women in the Gaza Strip die to breast cancer by magnitudes higher than women in Israel proper.
Uses the difficulty of travel at manufacturers to gain a leg up with its security. Patients and others who need to cross the border are routinely subjected to Israeli recruiting efforts.
What is it? 80% of women survive in Israel proper versus 30% in the Gaza Strip? No. Hamas giving him cancer now, eh? The Zionist perspective is super reactionary and needs a gentle touch. Let's wait until the conclusion he gets at the end. I feel like he's being neutral, but showing how fucked it is. You gotta let libs think that they had the idea themselves since they think they're smart. Liberals also... My major problem with liberals is that they look at the pre-existing narrative that whoever the fuck our allies, our foreign allies set, and go, oh, dude, it was like that all along. It's no different than someone out from the outside looking at like the United States of America and listening to Ben Shapiro talk about how fucking racist this, how not racist America is and going, oh, I agree with him. Go look around. All of these outlets have portrayed what is going on in a different way. So obviously, it doesn't matter. Sam posted his view on Twitter. Who the fuck is Sam?
They'll be given a choice. Sometimes their medical treatment will be paid for in exchange for information. Sometimes they'll be barred from entry altogether unless they agree to help Israel. Most try to reject these
Wendover
efforts,
Productions
rightly
guy?
fearful for their lives if they give information on Hamas or other Palestinian militant groups, but some sign up. This network of spies ranges from low-level casual informants all the way up to upper-level Hamas operatives compensated with hundreds of thousands of dollars for ongoing inside information about the organization. The stakes are high, as Gaza's Hamas authorities regularly execute.
If you're wondering what I personally think, I think there's a near endless history of Israel committing atrocities in the name of security, responding disproportionately in the way that creates a vicious cycle towards catastrophic human loss. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Isaac Cox posted a clip from your stream. I don't know who the fuck Isaac Cox is. What? He's making it seem like these are reasonable measures for terrorists? Uh-oh. Who's Isaac Cox? Oh, is it? Are you trying to say I suck Cox? I'll say it. I sucked your dad's cock, dude. He fucking loved it. He's gay now. How's that feel? And I fucked his ass. You have a gay dad now. I'm your second dad. What, you think I got a problem, dude? I don't give a shit. I'll suck your mom and your dad. Make it a fucking throuple, know what I'm saying?
Execute individuals under the charge of espionage for Israel. Information gleaned feeds into the Israeli intelligence agencies, and this is combined with that gained from surveillance aircraft and an advanced system of digital surveillance to give Israel, at least theoretically, a good picture of what's going on in the territory without the need to actually go inside. Through this, Israel at least hopes to be able to thwart all attacks into its territory, but there is one method that Israel can't reliably stop from at least starting: rockets. The reasons why Hamas has come to rely on rockets so much are straightforward. They're relatively easy to build using scavenged metal for structure and baking and agricultural supplies for propellant. They're therefore unguided and imprecise. It means Hamas fires them indiscriminately into Israel, regularly hitting civilian targets, rather than the military targets permitted for strike under the laws of war.
Yeah. I think the ethical thing to do here is allow Hamas to have guided munitions and an Iron Dome. That's what I'm saying. So they don't have to hit civilian targets no longer. Give Hamas and specifically the Al-Quds, the Al-Qassam, not Al-Quds, Al-Qassam, and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, guided munitions and a means of deploying them, so that you ensure that they don't hit civilian targets. Then I guess.
The rockets can also be launched from within the center of Gaza, where it's easy to
we arm both sides. Everybody wins. America wins.
hide, and where Hamas can position itself near targets that Israel would hesitate to destroy, like hospitals or schools. That leaves Israel with
I'm gonna wait for some dumb motherfucker to clip that and be like, he's being serious. This is his honest opinion. Take that to the fucking Daily Mail, dude. Where will he stop? First, we acted like he loves Hamas beheading babies and cutting their heads off. Now, he wants Hamas to have guided munitions.
with two options. Either they don't initiate an airstrike against the launch site, and Hamas...
I like that. People are going to hate you for this. Good luck with that, by the way. I like that when I have like haters now in the chat, they at least like sign off too. Oh, never mind. He's being sympathetic. I thought you were a hater. He's like, good luck. Good luck. I'm about to fuck your day up, dude. I'm posting this shit on Reddit.
Can continue, or they do, and the organization will bolster its case when accusing Israel of war crimes in Gaza. Therefore, rockets are perhaps the most regular tactic deployed by Hamas and other militant groups in the region, yet life in Israel stays relatively normal regardless. In nearby Israeli towns like Sderot, bus shelters were built to double as rocket shelters. The automated system only gives about 15 seconds of warning given the close proximity to Gaza, so these allow residents to quickly flee into relative safety even when out on the streets. In order to allow kids to play, especially during times of heightened tensions, the town built a massive indoor playground in a reinforced armored building, along with an outdoor equivalent centered with what looks like an oversized caterpillar, yet is actually, once again, a rocket shelter. As distance increases from the border, warning time increases, and therefore the ability for Israel to respond does too. And perhaps the most regular response comes from the famed Iron Dome. While incredibly complex technologically, the concept is simple. It's a system that, in a matter of seconds, uses radar to detect whether a rocket is on a trajectory towards a populated area, and if so, sends a small guided interceptor missile to destroy.
It's like, I wish he covered a little bit more on like the Palestinian side so far. Because once you show the disparity, because like he recognizes the asymmetry of violence, right? He recognizes the constant maintenance of an apartheid regime and the asymmetry of violence that like Israel has always dished out. But there's also the consequences of said asymmetry. I feel like it would serve everyone better. Not to, I mean, listen, I'm not a fucking YouTube video essayist. I'm you know, he knows what he's doing, but I wish that, well, the Palestinians got nothing. What would he cover? That's what I mean. Like, Israelis have the Iron Dome system. They get $4 billion. They almost ran out of Iron Dome missiles, so America fucking shipped new ones immediately. Okay? On top of that, they have bomb shelters. Palestinians have nothing.
Destroy the rocket midair. This works remarkably well. It has a success rate over 90%, but it has its limitations. For one, the interceptor missiles each cost upwards of $100,000, meaning a massive barrage of well-aimed rudimentary Hamas rockets would put a strain on IDF supplies and budgets. This was a long understood.
I'm one of those Palestinians that live in occupied Israel. My friend donated $3 to those affected by the earthquake in Syria and Turkey via the Qatar charity. A few weeks ago, he was under investigation because Qatar charity supports terrorism. They mean Hamas, so he was on the verge of being in prison for supporting terrorism, and I'm very shocked because the donation was last year. Jesus fucking Christ, holy moly. Sorry to hear that, chatter. Hope your friend is okay.
Theoretical Achilles heel. Israel had even been developing a laser-based equivalent in order to solve the problem, but around 6:30 a.m. on the morning of October 7th, 2023, theory came crashing into reality. The Iron Dome, recognized, revered, respected the world over, suddenly, spectacularly, and tragically failed as Hamas rockets arced across the sky before, at a rate far too high, crashing directly into buildings in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Ashkelon, and other nearby Israeli cities and towns. Israel and its security system was under attack, and the opening move was remarkably simple. Get around the Iron Dome.
Did you just say, why don't you react that way when someone's friend dies of the vaccine? Oh my God. I thought you were being serious for a second. Jesus Christ. Motherfucker. Y'all need to chill out with your memes, okay? You're memeing too hard.
By overwhelming it. In quick succession, Hamas launched some 2,000 to 3,000 rockets. These rockets, low-tech, unreliable, but manufactured on the comparative cheap at about $600 per unit, ground Iron Dome interceptors, allowing far more than the usual 10% to make groundfall, sending Israelis across the nation running for bomb shelters. The coordinated barrage served as the opening shots and tipped Hamas's strategy. Keep it coordinated, keep it simple, and move quickly. As sirens blared across Israel, Hamas took aim at the barriers encircling Gaza at least 6 verified locations. First, they bombed observation towers and communication infrastructure with run-of-the-mill commercial drones carrying explosives to blind the cameras and neutralize the remotely operated.
This is why I said Ukraine changed a lot. Like, I feel like the tech development that benefits insurgency warfare is tremendous. Even Bayraktar, which is like a relatively cheap drone to make.
Machine guns. At the same time, fighters riding fan-powered hang gliders and paragliders floated over the fence to secure territory on the far side. With the smart fence now blind and defenseless, Hamas fighters on motorcycles stormed across the buffer zone, blasted openings into the fences.
I guess technically it's not just Ukraine. I feel like Ukraine made it even more serialized in its production. Obviously, insurgency warfare has been getting improved year over year over year. And one could even say it goes all the way back to Vietnam or even prior versions of guerrilla warfare. But I think it's like super streamlined at this point.
And rushed towards nearby Israeli communities or IDF bases, in some cases capturing the military installations before they even knew they were under attack. Following not far behind the blitzing motorcycles were bulldozers that widened the gaps to allow for more Hamas vehicles to pass first into Israel, then, with hostages in tow, pass quickly back into Gaza. Armed with nothing more than Cold War-era weapons, retrofitted civilian transportation, and paper maps, roughly 1,000 fighters now poured into South and West Israel. Of course, getting beyond a barrier marked only the beginning. In documents later seized off fallen Hamas combatants, it was clear that the invaders were prepared to meet heavy resistance, as an entire page of the document detailed the weak points to attack when faced with the IDF's armored vehicles. And yet, while Israel was able to quickly counter with returning rocket fire into Gaza, its ground forces were nowhere to be seen as invaders.
This is what I told you. Israel's first response was to start bombing Gaza, dude. Like, they literally have one button, I think. I remember when it was happening, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I remember covering it, like, the next day. The first day, I could not cover it. I was doing family day shit. And what they immediately responded with was, oh, shit, we don't know anything else. Let's just bomb Gaza. Like, they just hit the bomb Gaza button over and over again, before they even fucking secured their own southern territories.
Invaders pushed into at least 22 separate Israeli towns. Among the biggest failures of the IDF's massive state-of-the-art security system was something that had less to do with physical security or security infrastructure, but with their ability to see this coming. Now, for their part, whether by posturing as a newly restrained fighting force over the 2 years prior, or keeping the plan of this attack so secretive that not even those who deployed on October 7th knew exactly what they were getting into, Hamas kept this about as quiet as they possibly could have. But limiting leaks and playing tame for 2 years shouldn't have duped one of the most vaunted intelligence services in the world. And while the investigations as to exactly why Israel missed the signs have only just begun, there's at least one partial explanation bubbling to the surface. The most advanced AI and data monitoring doesn't go very far if the people you're spying on don't leave a data trail. Perhaps the signs in the data were missed, or perhaps they never existed as the plan took shape through hushed conversations. Like the attack itself,
Nah, no shot. No fucking shot. Dude, no shot. It's impossible to mobilize like thousands of people and train them. I know you can go analog, but how the fuck did they not find a single document, dude? And also, that's not even true, because like Egypt at least like warned them, right? Egypt warned them and said, this might happen. There's like increased activity.
The planning may have been too utilitarian, too 20th century for the intelligence community of the future. But even then, if they missed the planning, there was the training too. And again, intelligence
That's what I mean. How the
failed
fuck?
as Hamas in the attacks wave.
Like, where'd these motherfuckers train, bro? Where'd they go? Where'd they go to train?
Has published videos of training exercises preparing for precisely this style of attack, working with drones, invading an Israeli-style settlement, and flying hang gliders, some exercises in the light of day. Just as the attack will have cascading...
That's exactly, like, you can't, like, you can't. How did you, like, miss these dudes learning how to use hang gliders? Because, like, you can't just magically be good at fucking hang gliding at a specific speed over a border wall, right? Like, that shit you have to train, right?
Training exercises preparing for precisely this style of attack, working with drones, invading an Israeli-style settlement, and flying hang gliders, some exercises in the light of day. Just as the attack will have cascading implications for years to come, so too will the intelligence failure, both abroad and at home, as questions over the organization's reputation have already begun to surface. Israel's vaunted intelligence missed the ball. Then, making things worse, as their impenetrable fence came crashing down, Israeli
500 militants were trained by the IRGC Quds force in Iran in the months prior, including in September. I mean, still though, Hamas fighters trained in Iran before October 7th attacks. Roughly 500 Palestinian. Dude, how fucking good is the Iranian training though? Like, goddamn. Like, I don't understand. They just go to Iran for a couple months and then all of a sudden they're like a fucking incredibly competent military group. Like, how is that even possible? These motherfuckers' diets are controlled by Israel, and they were able to like go to Iran. I mean, Wall Street Journal also has been really unreliable. about their coverage during this. Yeah, Mossad also, this shows the Iran nuclear program every year. They literally assassinate like nuclear scientists. Iran unironically has a well-trained army. I know that. I know they do. I know, but still, it's just, I don't know. I think the worst part about it, like I said, is arrogance. Arrogance, okay? Like, the IDF is far too comfortable. They literally, for years and years and years, it's a fairly regular thing. There's a facility north of Tehran for most of the Axis members train at. They leave via the Rafah crossing or via tunnels through Egypt and fly into Iran. It's just that, overall, I think that you're quite wrong on the first part. Israel's quite competent, which makes it even more horrifying. I think Israel is competent, but they're also incredibly arrogant. I think it's 100% hubris, 100% arrogance. They literally thought, like, these guys can't do shit to us. They can't. We control their food. We control all matter of fucking supplies going into the Gaza Strip. We control everything. We surveil round the fucking clock. I also think that not only did they do that, but that arrogance also caused them to shift their resources elsewhere, to the West Bank specifically. That arrogance caused them to refuse to reckon with how frustrated Palestinians were getting, how radicalized Palestinians were getting, as they kept shitting on the Palestinians in the West Bank. That arrogance also caused them to not listen to intelligence coming in from Egypt and other places that, like, you know, some increased activity around the border was happening in the lead up to October 7th. And also on top of that, their standing military is an internal police force. They literally get geared up like fucking, they're going to war, and they're going to war with toddlers. Like, they do. They go to war, and who do they go to war with? Little babies and shit, like fucking medics, as they snipe them from above watchtowers, you know? It's just, when you do that for years and years and years, you are entirely too arrogant. You get entirely too fucking arrogant. And you don't realize that a bunch of fucking recently radicalized 18-year-olds with Cold War era weapons are going to inevitably retaliate.
Forces were slow to swing into action. Light on numbers as some units had been moved to the northern border in anticipation of Hezbollah attacks, and sluggish to mobilize on a holiday, it took hours to figure out what exactly was going on across fractured communication networks, then hours to mobilize, all precious time as Hamas fighters rampaged through villages, killing and kidnapping indiscriminately. It wouldn't be for 3 more days until—
I think that's literally, if Israel didn't see this coming, I don't know why people are like, oh, Hamas definitely knew that they were going to be able to kill 1,400 people. It makes total sense. I've talked to so many fucking journalists. I've talked to subject matter experts over the course of the past 3 weeks, and everyone has the same exact perspective that, like, even Hamas, which they openly stated, were surprised by the profound military efficacy. Like, they had no fucking clue be this. They thought that there would be a lot more resistance. They thought that they'd be able to grab, like, you know, maximum 10 fucking people. No, it is indiscriminate. The violence was indiscriminate, chatters. Come on. It was. When you open up the floodgates and then there's significantly less resistance than you thought there was going to be, they walked into checkpoints and literally slaughtered the entire IDF brigade before they could even put their fucking vests on. We watched the videos. I don't know if you have, but I have. I wanted to know exactly what had happened so I could cover it adequately. They went into IDF checkpoints. They went into IDF checkpoints and barracks and fucking shot every single person inside of the barracks before they could even put their fucking vests on. Okay? So once that fucking happens, they were like you see it. You see in the videos, they're like driving around towns with no resistance whatsoever. So they're like, what are we supposed to do? They just start opening up. They start opening fire. Because remember, like not every single person here, there is no standing army. There is no rules of engagement. Okay? You have like a bunch of dudes who have so much anger in their fucking hearts, whose family members have been slaughtered. All they've known is bombs above their heads. And I guess the one time they fucking went to Iran. Okay? They have unlimited pain, unlimited anger. They have so much trauma. They're armed. They don't even know what the fuck to do. They're like, holy shit, we're inside of Israel. This is insane. Because you have to remember, they give, they give permits so you can go into Israel to work. Okay? That is true. But many Palestinians don't get that, especially if you're in Gaza. They won't even let you fucking go to the West Bank. They even limit your movement into the West Bank. None of this justifies the atrocities. It does not. It doesn't. But I hope it helps you understand so that it never happens again.
Israeli forces were able to beat back Hamas intruders. With such a mismatch between Gaza and Israel in almost every way, it appears that the IDF developed a system of security that was just fundamentally mismatched with the method of warfare that Hamas deployed. With an Israeli over-reliance on technology, all it took was the destruction of that technology for both Israeli capability and communication to break down. That's to say, Israel seems to have grown complacent. They assumed correlation equaled causation, and that the advent of these new systems was the cause of the recent relative.
The Financial Times had a really good article on this as well, where they talk about how Hamas is not like ISIS at all. As a matter of fact, they're very much like Viet Cong, and that they would like send messages flexing to Israel over and over again. Like in 2018, when the Israeli snipers were opening up fire on crowds of children, apparently the Al-Qassam dudes literally took a photo of their own sniper trained on an unsuspecting sniper on the IDF side. They took a photo of it and they sent it to Israel to be like, we are trained, our sights are trained on you, we're not pulling the trigger. That's what the Viet Cong, he said, Lamau. No, there's literally like, we'll go through the Financial Times, we'll go to the Financial Times article in a second, because like, I read it this morning. It's actually pretty decently written. Look, for more than a decade, Israel's military leadership grudgingly acknowledged an overriding trait in its Gazan enemy. Hamas knew how to bide its time. Let the beast sleep until you're ready was the mantra of Mahmoud Ajrami, a veteran Palestinian fighter who was trained a generation of Gaza militants. The examples were aplenty. In 2018, Hamas released images of Israeli soldiers in the crosshairs of its snipers. The shot never taken, even as Israeli shot at protesters at the border fence. Another video showed militants destroying a military bus with a Cornet missile, but waiting for the soldiers to disembark and the driver to take a cigarette. The apparent restraint was interpreted by Israel as a sign that Hamas was deterred, which is like, you have to literally dislodge your fucking head out of your entire asshole with the jaws of motherfucking life to look at a situation like that and think, oh, they must be deterred by our awesome power. How fucking insane. It blows my mind. Dude, this is why racism loses in the end. You want to know why? Because this kind of sheer arrogance can only be achieved if you legitimately have made yourself believe that you are genetically superior to those who you have kept servile and those who you have humiliated for so long. Okay? It is only the type of racist arrogance that has you going, oh my God, these guys are fucking afraid of us. They're so afraid of us, they won't even kill us when they could. That, to me, shows exactly how October 7 happened. That is the exact same mentality of thinking, oh, we have our massive surveillance strategy. How do you look at that? There's no world in which you look at the top of the hour and you think, I'm staring at the barrel of a gun. There is a 3-minute ad break here. And I will be able to avoid seeing those ads without subscribing, because you won't. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Also, shit, Stella is here. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I saw the edit get a bit of momentum post where he said, I'm crying, man. Hamas was just sending them this pic like every day for 3 years, and all they thought was, wow, we really have these guys handled. Wait, hold on. Brain is too deep fried in politics for this. I know. I feel fucking bad, dude. Shit. Cosplay time, news coverage is over. It's not.
Quiet on its border with Gaza. Hamas leveraged this exact dynamic, even purposefully posturing on surveilled communication channels that the wall made meaningful attack impossible, according to one report. What makes the Israeli mission so difficult is the very fact that they're not fighting an advanced army. They're fighting a combination of loosely defined organizations using tactics and technology that nearly anyone could, meaning anyone could be Israel's enemy. This will be the crux of Israel's campaign going forward. The fact that even with all the most advanced aircraft and surveillance and intelligence in the world, little can stop one individual's willingness and ability to fight in any way possible, but another's.
It's a great video overall, I think. But they managed to record the Hamas guys having a phone call explicitly detailing where the rockets came from. Yeah, I mean, that stuff is bullshit. That's like classic, okay? That's classic nonsense. But yeah, this Financial Times article is pretty good. Here, Here.
That great man, V.I. Lenin, at the turn of
V.I. Lenin. A short clip from Kwame Ture about why Zionism is not a liberation movement. Okay, here. While this plays, I don't even know what he has said, but while this plays, I'm going to go handle business.
Wrote a book entitled Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Is it?
Great book. Highly recommend it. It's very good.
If one would read this little pamphlet,
all facts, no printer in that book.
One would see here that Mr. Lenin had precisely pointed out that all of the world had already been conquered and divided by colonial powers. There was no else in the world left to be conquered or divided by colonial powers. This is the time when Zionism comes to rise. Zionism comes to look for a state when everywhere else in the world is already dominated. Thus, in order for Mr. Herzl to get a country for Zionists, what he did was to attach himself to imperialism, British imperialism in this case, quite specifically. Of course, as an African who suffered under the heels of British imperialism, I can have no love for it, and certainly I cannot love anyone who attaches themselves to it and attaches themselves to it for the foundation of a state and then call this a liberation movement. Liberation movements fight against imperialism, not with it. Clearly here. The legal foundation of the State of Israel is what is known as the Balfour Declaration. This declaration was issued in 1917. A man in the government of Britain named Balfour wrote a paper and promised the Jews a national home. The national home he promised them was an area which Britain was colonizing, Palestine. Palestine didn't belong to the British. Just like Ireland doesn't belong to the British, even though they have troops there. But here, these British imperialists signed a note and gave it to the Jews, and they accepted it. Where is the morality for this? If you say that Israel belongs to you, then you don't go to a thief to get Israel, you go and take it. Once you go to an immoral being such as British imperialism, and this is the basis for you getting the land, then clearly here those who are truly liberation fighters must question this. The basis, we say, is the Balfour Declaration, and Zionists know it. The Zionism is certainly not a liberation movement because it never fought against any imperialism. As a matter of fact, today, Zionism is the baby, child, and infant protector of imperialism in the Middle East. It carries out the interests of American imperialism. As a matter of fact, Zionism and American imperialism is like this. If our tax dollars would stop giving money to Israel, the state would sink tomorrow. And certainly no one can deny that American imperialism is the leading imperialist nation in the world.
What a tanky.
So we cannot see how a liberation movement is so tied, string, and ham to American imperialism.
Well, this guy kind of sounds like a tanky. Doesn't he know that the most anti-imperialist organization is NATO and the USSR was a red-fash social imperialist? Yeah.
They work hand in hand with American imperialism. Thus, they can hardly be a liberation movement. In addition to this, Zionism has nothing to do with anything religion, nothing. All religions are concerned with human beings after they die. That's what religions are for. Islam will tell you what happens.
All right, we're done with the politics portion of the broadcast. Here you go. Sorry for the abrupt change of pace. You can. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
All right. Hello. Today we're gonna be cosplaying. We're gonna be doing a cosplay because it's Halloween, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What am I cosplaying? Also, what? Explain to the people.
Hi, everyone. I'm STELLACHU. Welcome. I just got here. I'm like, yo, what's up? I'm like overwhelmed. What do we do? Yeah.
Yeah, I am. Don't worry, I'm not. We're done with politics. I was. We're totally done with politics for the time being. I will be dressing up in Zoro cosplay for Halloween instead.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So that's what we're doing, right? I'm gonna be Zoro.
What made you choose Zoro?
I love Zoro.
Yeah.
It's my favorite in One Piece.
Are you completely caught up on One Piece?
I'm not completely caught up on One Piece.
Neither am I. I think I've watched a grand total of 300 episodes.
Where are you at? Oh, 300 episodes? Okay, I'm way past you. I'm like.
The thing is, though, it's like 300 episodes out of 1,000, not the first 300. It's like literally I've seen probably 40 episodes from each arc, barely. So I don't know.
Oh, you just like watch the first part of the arcs and then move on?
Or kind of like they're just kind of in the background and like I hear what's going on and then I ask like, hey, what's this doing? And then I immediately tune out the explanation. So vaguely understand everything that's happening. I do know that like the latest arc was really
no
slow
spoilers
at the beginning and then it got
no
really
spoilers.
good
I don't know. I haven't seen
spoilers.
it. Okay. I thought Zoro is in Antonio Banderas Zoro. No.
Antonio Banderas Zoro is like the hot. Like remember, I don't know if you care about movies from back then, but I feel like all of the it was just all goth vampire rules, and Zoro was kind of in that realm as well.
What is it? Antonio
Banderas Zoro. If you look at yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's not going to be like that. No, I will not be shaving for Zoro. I will be bearded Zoro. So punish Zoro. But we're going for this.
Yeah. Do you know which outfit this was called?
I don't know what it's called, but it's like after he gets a eye scar.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like post time skip.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to give you a scar on your eye
It's fine.
and a scar across
We
your
can
chest.
do it. I'm gonna get ready. You can talk to them and answer their questions.
Okay.
They will ask questions, but don't ask any political questions, chat. Okay?
I don't know anything about anything. Hi, everyone. I'm overwhelmed. There's so much happening. Oh, yeah, he's gonna have bare chest on stream. He's literally gonna look like Zoro with the mommy milkers just hanging out for free, unless you guys subscribe, I guess. God, how does he keep up with chat? You guys are insane. Did you see that I just transformed Saikuno into ISO? I have a picture. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I just did that. It was posted this morning. If you care about Saikuno and Valorant, I did that. Everyone's been messaging me for Halloween costumes, so I also just did Nicolol. She wanted to be Ronald McDonald, so there she is. I made that costume for her. You know Nico?
Yeah.
I made her
That's
Ronald
sick.
McDonald, like sexy Ronald McDonald.
That's dope. Okay, so what do you want to do? You want to do a TikTok as well, right?
I did.
What do you want? I didn't see that part. I just saw that you said you want to do a TikTok, and I was like, I'm down.
Yeah, so I was thinking,
What did you say?
I come up to you, I'm like, hey, do you know where the bathroom is? And then you point to the wrong direction. And then I go back to you. And because I'm like, hey, that's not the bathroom. I go back to you and you're dressed as Zoro. Because Zoro is always lost.
Oh, that's very good. I love that. All right, yeah, let's do it. I like that. We can do that after.
Wait, I have to start the first one without you in costume.
Okay, you
How
can.
about you point to that wall? And then I'll swipe that way. And when I come back, you're going to, yeah, let's do that.
Okay. What do you want me to like stand right here like this?
Yeah. If you just turn to me as soon as I talk to you.
Okay, so you want me to be like over here?
Perfect. Hey, do you know where the bathroom is?
Yeah, it's that way.
That's not the bathroom.
Okay.
And that's it. And
Boom.
then we're going to swipe into it. So here we go.
That's perfect.
And then when I swipe back, you're going to be Zoro.
That's perfect.
Yay! Easy. TikTok.
Okay. All right, so how do we get started?
Okay.
I've never done this on stream before, so I don't know what you normally would do. Like, is there do you play redo but act more like Zoro? Shut up, chat. I don't know how to act like Zoro, okay? What would you normally do in a situation on your own stream? You stream, right?
Yeah.
What would you do?
Well, we can change your clothes first.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have the robe here, which I really hope it fits. Because
Yeah, you got all of my like. I got March to basically measure my entire body. Hold on, I'll get up and change. Okay.
Try just putting it on first to see if
Okay.
it fits, and if it doesn't fit, then we're canceling the stream.
Okay, fine.
Oh my God, it fits! It fits!
Like a glove. This is crazy.
Yo, for real?
It's perfect.
Oh my God. Okay.
This is incredible.
I made that from scratch. That's literally from scratch.
That's insane.
I had to make it yesterday. Okay, wait, turn around. I want to see the whole thing. Yeah, boy, it actually fits your shoulders perfectly. I was really nervous about that because you got big guns.
Not really. I guess. Oh, okay. We got the boot. Oh my God. Are those boots?
Yeah, I also got you shoes.
That's crazy.
Because are you going to any Halloween parties tonight?
Maybe. Probably not. I never go out, so I don't know. Okay.
Yeah. So
All right. So should I just fully change?
let's do it. Okay, so the pants should be in there too, right? Okay, let me show chat. These pants, I hope they'll fit you. I mean, if they don't fit you, then if you have just black pants, that should work. This is just like pre-bought. And then, so you have to, the way you do it is, well, he doesn't have a shirt on, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off.
Okay.
But there's like a thing for above your there's a thing for your like belly region, right?
Yep, I
Oh,
made
okay,
it.
Perfect.
I hope this
Do
will
the
fit
pants?
too. Here you go. There's some TOS happening to the left of me right now. Whoa.
These work.
They fit?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then this goes around your belly, and there's like some Velcro.
Okay.
Have you ever cosplayed before?
No, not like seriously. I've only done like shitty Metal Gear Solid cosplays every single fucking year because I have like military stuff.
Oh.
I can wear.
Is it? Are you Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
Yeah.
Nice. Hello,
Okay.
I'm Stella. Welcome.
Let me get it.
Here you go. This goes around your belly.
Like this way?
Yeah, that looks fine.
Okay. Do you want to?
Here we go. Yes, this fits. Oh, I'm so glad the measurements were accurate. Yeah, then you put on the robe.
This is nuts.
Yeah. Oh God, I'm so happy.
I mean, I don't know how I feel. This is a little too. It's a little too naked.
All right, and then you tie this around your waist twice.
Okay,
So
you
just-
gotta do that.
Okay.
Here, I'll move away from the camera.
You hold this right here. Oh no, you keep this on because it ties around the robe like an obi.
Oh, okay, got it,
Like
got
a
it, got
Japanese
it.
obi. So you hold this for me. I'm
Okay.
just gonna wrap it around you.
Okay, here, you can do it over here. I thought I was supposed to take the.
Turn it around again. Oh jeez. Okay. Then make sure it's kind of tight.
Damn. This is so sick. This is so sick. It's crazy how quick this was, too. It's like, I mean, I know you spent a lot of time on it. I'm saying, like, it was crazy how quickly I could just, like, look like Zoro.
Boom, you're Zoro.
That's nuts. Okay.
Okay, so then I also have the wig and the earrings. So, do you want to put on the boots?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a earring.
They're
hole.
fake earrings.
Okay.
I thought about this. You guys want to see him so badly, don't you? So
Boots underneath the pants or over it?
I think over the pants looks better. Yeah. Do they fit okay?
Yeah.
It's so nice when things just come to what's the word? As planned.
Have you ever had a situation where you planned it and it didn't work out?
Always. It
Oh,
happens
really?
all the time because I don't do test fittings. Usually people are like, I need this costume by this weekend.
I feel like such a slut right now. I feel like I have cleavage that I need to hide.
Listen, 2023, 2024, I want people to be more slutty. Men especially.
I'm too fat to be slutty. I still feel too fat to be slutty.
No, you're
Anyway, all right.
You're fit. What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. I don't feel that way. Not fit enough.
So this is a cool earring. It's like spring loaded and it opens up like that and just pops onto your ear. Which side does he have his earrings on? Left or right?
Which side?
Left?
Saying left.
Okay. So I'm gonna do
The gay side?
the gay side.
Is it the gay side? I don't know.
I don't know.
I've never had an earring before. It feels weird.
Dude, all of Gen Z have earrings now, so they're all just LGBT, I guess. Because you know the fuckboy earring, which is like the little cross on one ear? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Damn, this shit's... I feel like... Earrings are weird. I feel like it's just so heavy on my ear. I've never had something heavy on my ear before.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we also have the wig.
Oh,
You've
yeah.
never worn a wig before, right?
No, I've worn a wig before.
Okay.
I've worn like a blonde wig before, like a women's wig.
Well, this one is... I hope it looks good on you. It's
Okay.
very neon Green. All right. First, I have to do this.
Oh, you have to put a hairnet on?
Yeah, you have to become a lunch lady.
Okay, let's do it.
Dye the beard green. Okay. Wait, have you ever shaved for stream before?
I've shaved on stream before, yes.
All right. Wait, turn completely towards me. I need to.
Completely? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if I. Wait, take off your glasses.
Oh.
Maybe I should have put on the. That's fine.
What?
The earrings. I could have.
After?
Maybe. Okay, actually, this is not too bad. You don't have very long hair.
I do not.
You used to have long hair.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then.
Look like a pirate.
Bold.
My head's too big, guys. My head's too big.
I hope not. This thing is pretty tight.
I'm kidding. This is the joke. Everyone says my head's too small.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Isn't
What do you want me to
it
do?
better to have?
Is it good?
Isn't it better to have a small head? Isn't it more aesthetically pleasing?
That's what I hear. Apparently in Korea.
Small head.
Yeah.
Right? In Korea, everyone has small head. They Photoshop their heads to be smaller too.
I've never had like a good wig like this though. Like one that is like
I hope this is good then.
like fitted and stuff.
I like trimmed it and everything. You should have seen what it looked like before. It was not cute. Okay, I just need to hairspray this part down. There's a little piece of it sticking out. You look a little bit like the Joker.
I look like I look goofy. I look like I'm I look like I'm in Colonial Williamsburg or something. I just I look less like Zoro and more like a founding, not a founding father, but just like a straight pilgrim. I look like a gay pilgrim.
Then this part. Okay, let me try and fix the other part. Oh my god. This is cosplay. This is what cosplay wigs look like.
This is expert. This is like you guys are watching an expert emotion. Okay.
I hope so.
This is called the blowing on it technique.
Yep. Sorry, it's so
It's okay.
weird.
Yeah, I'm a woke gender pilgrim with my green hair.
Gotta get it to stick. All right, so you have the wig on.
The hair is ridiculous, I think.
It is quite, I will say, because that's just how his hair is. It's like this bright green.
Yeah.
In fact, I chose a slightly less brighter green than his because his is more like a lime.
Yeah. Well, in the movies is different. It's like also shorter.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't cut this too short or else
No,
you're
I
gonna
know.
see underneath, right?
I think it's perfect.
How do you feel so far? Do you feel like Zoro yet?
Oh God. Do you know who this is? This is Indian Jokar.
Oh God.
They're saying I look like Indian Jokar.
Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. So now I'm gonna do some scar makeup on you. All right. Let's take a look.
Looks okay from a distance. Yeah, if you like close your eyes like this, chat. All right, so we're gonna do eye scar.
Yeah. Let's pull up a picture of where his scar is, so I know. And he has like this.
Where's the sword? There's swords. Just fucking calm down, okay? It's the same. It's the same ear as like it's the same side as the ear.
You can't just ask somebody to see their swords for free, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
All right, let's do the scar. Okay. yeah, keep your eyes closed. I'm gonna draw on your eyelid a little bit. Okay. Chest scar next, yeah.
We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that as well. Calm down.
Chat's like, we need it. We want to see his chest.
I'm not gonna. I don't have enough chest definition.
Don't let them body shame you.
I don't just have fans in here. I have a lot of haters as well.
Hello, haters.
Oh my god.
Who the heck is
oh
that?
my god. They're saying I'm rectangular. Oh no. This is, have you never seen okay, well, hold on. You have to see this. You have to see this first, okay?
God.
I don't know if I should show this to you because I feel like it's going to give you a seizure and then you're not going to be able to complete this cosplay, but fuck it.
I traveled 1,000 kilometers to New York City to do this.
I am rectangular.
What the heck?
I feel it in my bones. I am rectangular. I feel no hole. I am rectangular.
He feels no hole. What do you mean?
And you are a circle. I am rectangular.
You must be a circle because he's rectangular and it's, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious what this story is about. He traveled 1,000 kilometers to get here to say this message.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, well, this is the greatest.
Feel no hole. I am rectangular. And you are a circle. I am
Seems like you're a circle.
Yes, I am.
If you don't get it.
Lost soul. I am rectangular. The world is.
This guy is a rocker boy by night, but a CEO by day.
Oh.
He's just like a lovable, corny man that we love in this community, and we celebrate him and we cherish him because he's rectangular. He's like, every one of his TikToks is like literally like, you guys don't get it, but like, I'm not only a marketing CEO by night or by day, but I'm also a rocker by night. And then he's always like, he's got this like weird hair, kind of like the hair I have right now.
In real life, it looks really good.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but in the video, the contrast, it makes it real shiny.
Yeah. There it is.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let's
get back to business.
Wait, face me. I just realized it's a little bit lopsided now because I drew at you from like the side.
Because you're rectangular.
Oh no.
Or no, you're circle.
I just want to be a circle. All right. Look up.
Oh.
That's Kiwi. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
How do you feel about that scar? Do you want?
I feel badass.
scar?
Like I feel. Let me see. It's kind of badass. I like it.
All right. Next up, do you want the chest?
Sure. Yeah. I'm down to do it.
All right.
Maybe not on a camera, but here, this is what it looks
If you
like.
turn completely this way.
What do you mean?
And then face away from yeah, there you go.
Like
and then
that?
no one can see. No one can see. All right, cool.
You can't peek chat. You can't see my memories.
His mommy milkers. Okay. Actually, let me make it bigger. The scar is like the one that Mihawk gave him.
Mm-hmm.
Is Zoro your favorite character in One Piece?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Do you prefer him in the anime or in the live action?
Both. I think he's sick as fuck in the live action, but I prefer him in the anime and the live action. I wasn't planning on going to a party, but like I feel like after all of this, like I have to.
You might have to.
Yeah.
And then yeah, he has staples across it too. Okay, let me do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry, my hands are cold.
No, it's okay.
This is probably one of the fastest cosplay transformations I've ever done.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. Okay. Chest is good. Chest is done.
There you go. There you go.
If you want to go further, we can paint definition into your chest, and then that way you can have anime
Titties? I feel like it's too much, no? I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is cheating, no? The chest scar makes it come alive. I agree.
Here.
All right, let's do it. Let's do anime titties. What are you gonna? What else are you
gonna
doing?
adjust this because I'm looking at it in the thing, and I want to add more to it. Actually, this pencil is dead. Never mind.
Hooting and hollering like a baboon right now.
Is that what they're doing?
I don't know. New One Piece fan edit? Oh, shit. Okay, I'll look at this in a little bit.
Oh, yeah, much better. This gives it a little bit more definition.
I've been trying to hold this back, but I can't any longer. I can't sit idly by and watch Hasan disrespect the art of cosplay. If he really had the dedication it takes to be a real cosplay, he would have shaved his beard and chest. What we have here is a half-assed portrayal and an insult to Oda's vision. Stella worked so hard on his costume and is being undermined by Hasan's lack of grooming. Wait, no, don't say yes to it. I don't want to lose my beard. And then they're going to complain, and they're going to be like, ew, I can't believe you shaved your beard.
For cosplay. It's not like you did it for charity or anything. You did it for a good reason. Okay. All right. I'm happy with that. So now that we have the makeup on, and we have the scar on.
I mean, I'll take the anime titties. I don't know how long it'll take.
Not very long. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna
shave so we can make fun of you. It can be Zoro for the next month. No. Shave
what?
the.
You can grow that beard in 2 days, right?
I mean, I can grow it pretty fast, but I just don't want to. No. I just don't. I want to shave my beard. There's no Zoro. There's no Zoro with a beard. Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. I know that I don't think there's ever like. There's a Zoro with a bandana, but not with a beard.
Oh, ew.
Oh, what the fuck? It's terrible.
Ew.
They gave him the Mihawk. That's why.
Ew.
Oh God.
But that one, fan art.
No, I don't like this one either. I hate all.
Click the fan art. No, not that one. The one number 4.
Oh, this one.
There you go.
No, that's just fan art. That's not like.
Yeah,
it's not even like OG. It's pretty good though. I mean, it's great fan art in general, but at the age of 38, Luffy will still look like a baby. Oh, this is like Luffy and Zoro. Just dye your beard green? Yeah, let me just dye my beard. I would rather shave it than dye my beard green.
Fast.
Yeah.
You want to commit to anime titties?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Shave it. You got to commit to Zoro to wield the sword. I mean, I don't feel like shaving it. I don't want to shave it. I'm worried. I'm going to shave it, and then it's going to be like, damn, bro, you look just like it. Oh, that's fucked up, chat. They're saying I look like Manjaro.
Who the heck is Manjaro?
He's like one of the fake. This is like in the post time skip.
I'm so uncomfortable. He's got mommy milkers.
Yeah,
So do I. Okay.
So do I. All right, hit me.
Cool. I hope that I don't have like a crazy palette with me, so I'm not sure how much I'm gonna be able to do. But we're just going.
You're like, how are we gonna fix this anime titty?
open. Sorry. There you go. I'm doing your collarbone first because that's one of the ways to make your chest look really like toned is to start with a collarbone.
Okay.
I am so glad chat can't see any of this.
Why?
I don't know, because you're self-conscious and there's just a lot happening.
Yeah, it's true.
So I'm just contouring his
Under boob.
Yep.
My undercarriage.
Yep. Okay. I mean, yeah.
Good?
Yeah. It's very, very simple.
Let me stand up real quick.
You have to lift the camera so chat can see.
Wait, I'm going to do that. Oh, hold on. I'm going to pull the whole thing up, the table up. Let's see. Just wanted to let you know so that...
Yeah. Dun-dun-dun-dun. It's like a slow reveal. Wow. There you go. Also, you're so much taller than me. What the fuck? What the fuck?
I got the boots on, that's why.
Oh my god.
It's the boots.
You were literally like a foot and a half taller than me right now. I didn't realize just how tall you are. I feel so small. Whoa. Okay, so the other thing is he has a lot of swords.
Oh, yeah.
Where is that? Okay, here you go. 2 swords first.
Damn, these are literally lore specific too, I think.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I think this is the mouth one. This is the mouth one, I think.
There you go.
So you're supposed to go like...
Just figure it out. Yeah, there you go. He's a sword eater. Ta-da! We did it, guys. I even have whatever this thing is. It came with it, so you can put your swords away in it.
Oh, like
so
the
if you
hilt?
want to carry it at
Yeah.
a party, you can carry all of the swords there.
Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox. This is so wholesome and making me happy in a Halloween spirit. I didn't get any trick-or-treaters out here in rural America. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I have a sign out there that says if you come and try and trick-or-treat, I'll kill you. So we don't have any trick-or-treaters around these parts.
Because they're all dead. You killed them.
Do up the lower buttons. Are you supposed to?
If you want to, it's like, I put all the buttons on, so it's up to you.
Oh, they are done up. You're right. The lower buttons are done up. It's like just above the... Here we go. Thank you. How do you do this, by the way? You just like go like this?
Uh-huh.
That's crazy.
Dude, 100% this was all handmade, except for the pants, but like...
That's so sick. This is incredible. I can't believe...
I made this in 7 hours, actually.
I'm going to wear this jacket.
Yeah?
Do I keep it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course you keep it.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to... I'm saying, like, I'm just going to wear this jacket normally.
Yay.
Because it's so sick.
And then I think he rolls up his sleeves, too, because he has it up on his forearms. Cosplay.
I've never done cosplay before. Like, legit cosplay. Like, this is... I feel like this is legit cosplay.
Now you can wear this to events and stuff. Too bad TwitchCon just finished.
Yeah.
Did you go to TwitchCon?
I did, yeah.
How'd you like it?
It was... I got sick like everybody else. Not COVID, though. I got tested.
So I didn't get sick, but I got exhausted, and I had a 24-hour cold, where I couldn't. Hey, music.
Zoro battle theme. White one is the mouth one? Wait, really?
White one?
Why the fuck is the red one have like the holster?
Yeah, I agree. The red one has like a thing for his mouth.
The red one has like a mouth holster. You know what I mean? I do have a holster, I just don't know where it is. But let me see. Does that fit like a... Can a normal...
It has to be a pretty thin belt, it looks like.
Oh, no. Oh, it's gonna go through this?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I don't think I have anything then.
Well... You'll have to carry this at the party then. Oh my god. Is this how it's supposed to go?
Probably not. Like it's supposed to be like the way the way it's supposed to sit is like this.
Okay.
Like this is how you're supposed to pull
It's on
it
the
out.
correct
So
side.
it's supposed to be there we go. Reversed like that.
And then shove this one in.
Yeah. You can adjust the shoelace, the strap. Yeah, that's true. I could just use like a regular lace or something, right?
If you want, yeah, we can just put that around you if you have something long enough. It doesn't have to be a belt.
The mouth one goes on the hilt. Sheath holders are meaningless. Motherfucker got katanas. The scabbard stays in his belt, dog. Why one is Zoro's treasure sword from his dead girlfriend, Lamau? Swords go on the right side? Wait, why are his swords on the right side?
Is he left-handed?
That's true. Why are his swords on the right side, chat? White one is Wado Ichimonji, Kuina sword. Black one is Yubashiri. Red one is Sunday Kitetsu. Mustache Zoro, please Hasan. I need Hasan, please, please. No, stop. Stop trying to get me to fucking shave. Okay.
So yeah, if we can find something that's longer than this little dinky belt, you can literally just wear that around your waist.
Hell
and
yeah.
Wear it at a party.
Sick. Why is his yeah, it seems like his swords are on the left side. Japanese tradition, so swords don't bump into another person's sword when you walk past them.
So then when you have to pull it out.
Ask if you can feather the wig to make it look less smooth. What? No.
What? For what?
No, don't worry about it. There's like there's backseaters for everything, and I feel like they're backseat cosplaying you, and you're the legend here, so you know what you're doing, and they don't.
Tell me what to do. You have no power over me.
Exactly. Zoro's ambidextrous, true.
Yeah, he can use all of his appendages to fight.
Okay.
Zoro feet fighting when?
Pull up the inner green part. It's supposed to be more visible. I think that's pretty visible.
I agree. That's pretty visible.
Yeah. Like.
Do you see the definition I drew in there?
No, I can't tell. It looks, yeah, it just looks like, or maybe, I don't know. I can't tell where you drew.
Okay, he's back.
No shave, at least let's do the Zoro mustache. No!
You could also wear this with the top down like he does.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that.
Not on stream, not for free.
Yeah, I would not do that.
Only
okay,
for the
this is
cheap
sick.
price of $1,000.
All right, you wanna do the
Oh,
video?
yeah. So if you sit back down.
Okay.
Also, these are the cutest Crocs I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, thank you. They are some K-pop group, Ayala or something.
Oh.
What is it?
They're so cute.
Aespa.
Yeah.
Do you know what that is?
No, I have no idea.
I don't know either.
All right, if you sit and then we just shove them to the side, the swords will look like they're attached to you.
Yeah. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so when I said that's not where the bathroom is, and you just stare at the camera. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Ready?
Do you want me to turn around? Or
No, you're just staring at the camera like we just left off.
Oh, okay.
Actually, let me make sure you're in the same position. TikTok. Okay, so you were here, so I have to make sure I get the same thing. Okay. And okay. What do you think? So I just go whoop.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Love that. Do the Jane Crenshaw. Okay, chat, shut up. This is sick. Is that my favorite anime cartoon man, Zoro the Minority Hunter? Did you know that they call Zoro racist?
What?
Yeah, because he always finds himself fighting black or brown characters.
That's so messed up.
Okay, now you have to film a thirst trap to this.
Noah Zoro, the pirate hunter. What makes you think I'd want to play pirates with you?
Okay, I finished the edit. Want to see?
Yeah.
Hey, do you know where the bathroom is? Yeah, it's that way. That's not the bathroom. I gotta
That's
fix the audio,
sick.
but yeah.
That's fucking sick. Oh my god, that's so cool.
Let's see. Extract audio.
Recreate, please. Okay.
That's not the bathroom.
Reenact this after stream. I'm gonna do that. Yes.
Okay, I'll show the stream chat.
No, don't show it to them. Just post it, and then they'll go watch your shit.
I already posted today.
Oh, you don't want to post it yet?
Oh,
Okay.
did you see what I do for Saikuno?
No. Oh, you did one for Saikuno? We can just pull it up here.
Oh, okay. Let's pull it up here.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put my fucking glasses back on because I can't see because I'm a nerd. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Now you look like you.
Yeah. Now Zoro looks like a nerd. Well, he can't see out of one eye anyway, so.
No depth perception.
Yeah.
Mine is STELLACHU.
Okay.
Thanks for the follow. That one.
What is this?
I like when tall women push me up against the wall. just you know.
What's
Death
going
by
on
Snoo
there?
Snoo.
What's going on there?
Just
Okay.
Tall woman. I do that a lot. If you actually look at a lot of my content, it's
Getting
tall
pushed around by tall women?
Yep.
Okay, where's
Yeah,
Saikuno?
exactly. Did you
Oh,
see
this? This is sick. Wait, where was this filmed? This is fire.
Studio. I have a warehouse studio.
Oh
And
my God.
I have a gun room.
Do they have real guns? Do you have real
It's
guns?
it's
in
all
there?
fake guns, but you know they look pretty dope, right?
Yeah, they
Like,
look real. Like, can you shoot them and stuff, or not?
Nah,
Like,
they're
can you
Nerf
play around with them?
guns.
Oh, that's still sick.
Yeah, here's like a wider shot of it.
That's fire. You have
The
like
other
a
one too.
straight weapons vault.
I made it. Oh, wait, already?
One Piece live actor Munkenyu to be replaced by social distribution for top Gaza donator.
Wow.
You guys are so stupid.
I love that screenshot.
Oh
too.
my god, I am gonna send. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna send the picture to Matt and be like, yo, you should Wait, where's my phone?
Where's your phone?
Oh, it's over there. I'm gonna send it to him and be like, dude, you should fire fucking the Zoro actor. And here, let me just take it.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Do you want to do a standing one at all?
No. Well, we can do that later.
Here you go.
I just wanted to. I'm just gonna send this to him to see what he says. Okay.
Auntie Piker's boyfriend and Matt Owen's friend will be joining the live action season 2 in 2024. Oh my god.
As Zoro stunt double.
There you go.
Okay, there it is.
He's gonna tell you to shave.
Yeah, probably, but when you said you were going to dress up as Zoro, I thought you meant Antonio Banderas. Yeah, I have a lot of like non-weebs in this community, and they all think that they don't know anything. All they know is fucking politics and Antonio Banderas. Zoro's cosplaying you this Halloween. Good one.
That's a fast edit. Goddamn.
Oh, you have no idea what's probably cooking up in the Discord right now. This is like not even a fraction of the power of this community. The moment that we started, I'm sure the edits. It's giving Jeff Wittek. Oh God. Yeah, they won't stop cooking after this.
Oh my God.
This was fire. All right, what else do you have? What else do you want to show us?
We'll do this.
What's your favorite cosplay?
My KDA cosplay for I did Ari's Nine Tails.
Wait, let's see this first. This is another. Yes, I do. Actually, this is really funny you say that because she was the first one to be like, "Oh, we got to get you to do the pyramid head." Like she literally a year ago or 2 years ago was like, "Oh, like we have to get you to do the pyramid head like with the butcher's outfit." I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was supposed to do it with her, but I never. Yeah. True. Oh God, that's dirty. Why'd you do that?
I did it for the TikTok.
Damn, you are dedicated. Oh my God, Lady Gaga commented? What the fuck?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, it is Jessica Negri, right?
Yep, it is.
Yeah. Okay, we're not glossing over the Lady Gaga Noti chat. Let's see what live action Netflix showrunner said. Oh, he said done and done. It's done. All right.
Perfect. You're hired.
All right, guys, report it. Give it to Variety. Give it to Deadline. Matt Owens, the live action showrunner of Netflix's One Piece, has said, "I'm now officially the stunt double." Just kidding. Don't fucking do that. Obviously, that would be like, I think, scabbing because there's still a SAG-AFTRA strike. I was just joking. We're friends.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
Oh yeah. We're not promoting the show. We're promoting the anime. Probably.
Yeah. Next, your own Netflix show. Yeah. This you? No, it's not me. Oh fuck! I do have glasses on.
Yeah. Actually, wait. Was that a fan edit or was that like legit?
I don't know.
That's nice. What is going on there?
Everyone is very fast. This community is very fast with its fan art and also
so fast.
Yeah. I don't know how Scum does it. He's so quick.
Yeah. Damn, dude.
That's Zoro from Movie Film Gold. Oh, okay.
Have you seen the gold? One Piece Gold?
Mm-mm.
They're at a casino, and you get to see.
Oh, you watch the movies?
Yeah, you get to see Gear 3, I think, or Gear 4, whatever the one is where he's all big and red.
Whoa! Spoilers! What the hell?
Do you even know what the gears look like at least?
I do.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
I do.
Good.
Scum probably just says HasanAbi templates fill in as needed. Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Okay. What is your favorite cosplay you said?
KDA RA. If you type in to Google, you can see it.
It's not
as old. you'd have to scroll forever back. Yeah.
How much do you post?
Yes, I post a lot.
Damn,
Pretty often.
you're popping on TikTok. I mean, I don't know how to make a TikTok even. I have like 8 TikTok editors that are posting
good.
TikToks, and even then it still sucks, I think.
That's good.
Okay, what do I type in here? Let's put it here.
KDA Ari STELLACHU.
KDA? Like that?
Yeah.
K/DA?
Nah, just KDA. And then Ari STELLACHU. Oh, HARI.
Oh.
If you go to images.
Whoa, what is this?
Yeah,
Is that?
I have a tutorial video. You don't have to
God
watch the whole thing.
damn,
It's a
I kind of want to
long-
watch it.
You'll learn how to make it.
Hey guys, welcome to my Ari tail tutorial.
No, you don't have to
In this
watch
tutorial. I'm going to
the
show you how to make these
whole
really realistic looking
Oh my God, I
Ari
hate my
tails
voice.
that are
Oh
from
my
the
God, I'm
KDA.
crazy.
Why? It's
I
dope.
hate my voice. I hate my voice. So
You're
much.
like,
When
I'm
I
gonna
first saw Ari,
you're
I
teaching
had to
people.
make
This is
her costume,
important.
and I had to make it look as accurate as possible.
Your last year Halloween costumes? Yeah, you want to know? If you want to understand how bad my Halloween costume situation was, I wore this. I wore this Akatsuki. I wore this Akatsuki thing that I already had that I bought at like Anime Expo, and then Myung and Valkyrie brought like a bunch of costumes for me, and then I wore them.
Hey, look at that. TOS.
Yeah. I blew it up too. Like that one exploded basically.
What is this?
I don't even remember what this one was. This one was like mage sorcerer.
He's combining everything together. Okay, well tighten it. God.
Also, I mean, technically, this is continuing the tradition because like Valkyrie is the one who suggested I link up with Stella, so she's still the one responsible for me wearing a cosplay this Halloween.
She hit me up like last Tuesday.
No helmet
Yeah.
though. It was a
So
budget,
I had
budget cost.
Actually, I had a week, but I only started making this yesterday because I had to finish Saikuno's outfit first.
Yeah.
And then also Tarek hit me up last minute. And
Wait, he did, but he's not even here.
Yeah, well, he probably just landed. He wanted a.
Oh, he is here.
He wanted a Viper cosplay.
Wait, he's here?
Yeah.
What the fuck? He didn't even text me. I'm about to fucking rip him right now. What the hell?
He texted me. He was like, "Hey, like, I lost a bet. Can you make me a Viper cosplay?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, dude!
Did you?
Halloween's in like 2 days." So I made him the mask. And
Oh,
I
you
made
did?
I made him the wig. So I have those 2 at least. But I told him that he has to go figure out the rest of his outfit. Wait.
He has to do a slutty Viper because the Sentinels lost to MXS?
Oh, is that what it was?
I guess.
I guess it's not gonna be that slutty. I mean, I could have made it.
Stella, you met Matt Owens too, right? Ask Stella if she's going to Anime New York City this year. Last year, she was at the bar with us and Matt Owens.
I'm gonna be hosting the cosplay contest.
Damn.
I'll be on stage and everything, telling jokes. All right, here we go. I made that in.
That's fucking nuts.
Less than 10
Yo, you're so talented. It's crazy.
I made this. Viper's mask, and then just.
He said, bro, I'm seeing you tonight, Halloween party.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I'm
Are
gonna
we
be
all
doing
going to the
his
same
makeup, too.
Halloween party?
Yes.
Oh, we are. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
Tell him I said hi.
Okay, I will. He's probably watching right now, or unless he's live.
He just landed. There's no way, unless he is.
Wait, oh my god. Okay, I forgot that there was another. He said, "Tell her what up." I forgot that there's another Halloween party. There's 2.
I'm supposed to go to 2,
Nice.
but I don't know. We'll see.
I hate going out. So.
This is why you're a streamer.
Yeah, I despise
Gamer.
I despise like having to do social stuff.
I understand this concept.
Yeah.
I also like to stay home. I just want to stay home and play Baldur's Gate.
I have not played Baldur's Gate, but I watched Gen V. I just finished that. Like I always have my shows.
Yeah.
I have my shows that I have to watch.
Yeah.
And you know, if I go out, then I don't have time to watch my shows.
That makes sense. I am just obsessed with Baldur's Gate. That's it.
Yeah.
That's my entire
What are you doing? Are you
personality.
fucking all the characters?
Hell yeah.
Did you have sex with a bear?
Of course I did. Oh my God, it was great. I loved having sex with a bear. It was a good idea. It was a great idea. I do not regret it.
This one didn't fit at all. This one was.
What is that?
Some armor, or I think it was supposed to be Gerald or Ruby.
guys,
And then this is what I ended up. This is what I ended up being because I just had all of the stuff.
Yeah.
It's like
So I
he
ended
knew
up
it.
going
He
with
knew from the
that.
start. It's like I'm a wee bit hard.
There you go.
And that's it.
Dude, that looks so good on you. Oh, never mind.
Something like
How
village.
come you decided to
Hidden
just
Leaf
cut your
Village
hair? Your hair
Band
looks
or
so nice
anything at
long.
the Wait, costumes?
Yeah.
really? This was a good hair day, I think.
Yeah.
I don't. This was actually a surprisingly good hair day. But look, see, they even made fucking memes immediately right after. They're just fast with it. This was a surprisingly good hair day. I did not have oh God.
Why was that naked? Just okay.
That's backseat casting couch.
Wow.
Normally I don't have a good hair day. Oh, here, this is a classic.
What?
That's a classic cosplay.
Princess. Are you
Classic.
Pillow Princess?
Classic
Or
HasanAbi. What does that
Passenger
mean?
Princess?
What is Pillow Princess?
I'm gonna let Chad explain that to you.
They don't know. They've never interacted with humans even.
The one of them is better than the other, depending on your interests.
You just sit down and do nothing during sex? Oh, no, I'm not a pillow princess. It's a lesbian who does no work during sex. Okay.
And then there's the passenger princess,
What's that one?
someone who does not drive, always sits on the side. Doesn't even take aux, they just chill.
What do you like is that also sex?
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
think
in
so.
a car.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck? How
in
do
a
you
car, in an actual car.
Oh,
in a
okay,
car.
that makes sense.
They
I
drive
thought
it
you were
around.
straight talking about I thought you were talking about like someone who's just bad in bed again, but this time differently.
I assume a passenger princess is also a pillow princess. I think they're not mutually exclusive.
Okay, pillow princess can be anyone, not just lesbian. Okay, got it. It's the reverse of Austin, a selfish bottom. Oh, got it.
Oh, that's such a nice thing to say about Austin.
No, he's a selfish top.
Well, see, I thought the
Famously.
opposite would be a very giving top.
Yeah, service top is the
Service
opposite.
top. Service top.
But he's not. He claims he's a service top, but he's not. He's selfish.
Wow.
Yeah, Austin's always catching strays. What else can I do, chat, for cosplay? Like with this cosplay, now that I have it.
Oh my god, don't watch this. Oh my god, go back to Google.
Come on,
Look
this
at
is
the
good.
video. No, don't look at that. Oh my god.
Is that? I don't know.
It's a tutorial. I hate
What?
it so much. Shut up.
Yeah,
No, I
this
hate
is
my
so
videos.
good. What do you mean?
Okay, no, just zoom to the very end. Zoom
Oh
to
my
the-
god, you made a fucking PDF?
Oh my god, graphics.
You are such a goddamn nerd. You made a fucking PDF for your cosplay? That's insane. Like the level of, oh my god.
Either transparent warbler or PET G. You're gonna need to cover all of your plastic with Super 77.
I hate my
Be
Oh.
generous.
Oh, you sell the PDF.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I was like, okay, that's crazy.
Be afraid of it breaking. Make sure you have somebody to
Oh,
help
look,
you
there's
out.
Jeff.
Having someone help you is really important because
Oh my
one
God,
person needs to support the cellophane and the other one has
Dude,
to
you're
roll the
killing it.
cellophane on. You're gonna need one of these rubber rollers because they're gonna
No,
make
no,
your
no,
life
no, no, no,
so
no.
much easier. To avoid making bubbles in your
Oh.
cellophane,
Oh
make
my
sure
God.
that you're going about it really slowly.
Are we doing something else
you
now?
can see what it looks
No,
like.
this is
before
great.
and
What do you
after the
mean?
Cellophane applied.
I don't know. This has 348,000 views. You cannot be like, oh, this sucks. Please don't watch it. While also simultaneously you posted it and it's popping. And it got 18,000 likes. 18,000 people were like, this is my shit. Why do you, how long have you been,
embarrassed.
this has been out for 4 years. How long have you been doing on-camera stuff?
6, 7, maybe.
7 years? You still haven't gotten used to your voice?
No, I hate my voice.
That's
I
crazy.
like it when I talk like an anime person, like a mommy. But I wish that was my real voice. It's
Wait,
not.
why don't you, do you do it in here?
I can. Okay, hold on. I need something.
No,
to
I'm
say.
saying like when you're narrating this,
No, I just sound like a friggin' weirdo.
look at her Bayonetta cosplay
Welcome
she
everyone.
made.
Oh yeah, the fourth video I did. Avali.
Achacha. Hi everyone, welcome back to Stella
This is my hair.
Transforms. It looked different, right? It looked very different. We got some sexy
Okay,
boys,
scroll to the very
soft
end when
flowers,
you
we
see
got a sword
Ovally
bucket.
transformed.
Yes. Let's get me makeup. Okay. We made it happen. I told you not to worry.
God
I was
damn.
like, I got you. I know exactly what you need.
I gave her titties.
Yeah, you gave me titties too. You just,
Yeah,
this is
give
what you're-
everyone titty. I'm the
and
titty
some other
giver.
things, but yeah. Okay, cool. You guys ready? Let's go put on the cosplay. I'm gonna go get dressed. That bad? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I'm definitely breaking an ankle.
I made those shoes.
Hey. But it's all gonna be worth it.
Can't wait.
Holy fuck! Shit! Ta-da!
You know Ovally, right? You know her
I
real
wanna
life.
cry, but
right?
the makeup
yeah,
took
I've
like
met her
an hour to
before.
get put on, so I can't cry. She ran away from
Saw me and my girlfriend also did a One Piece cosplay. I made my own hat and vest. Why is this 18 plus?
You're beautiful and amazing and tall.
Hey, that's not 18 plus.
Yeah, that wasn't 18 plus. I'm glad. This is fire. This is so sick. Here. Me and my girlfriend also did a One Piece cosplay. I made my own hat and vest. Please show Stella how hot your fans are.
It's so cool.
This is sick.
That's good. Your fans are hot.
Yeah, it's important.
I also like her nails. They're
Yeah.
really cute.
Are those like Tony Chopper nails? Is that what it is?
I wish we could see them. It's like a whole album.
My man, you're literally wearing the fucking like Soho fuckboy long jorts and sambas. You literally just straight up, you just look, the vest is sick, okay? The vest is sick, but like the bottom is straight up Soho shit. He's like, he got the long jorts. You got the long jorts and you got the sambas on, but the hat is sick. The hat and the vest is sick. That's why you have to shave. To be fair, Luffy would dress exactly like that. Okay, maybe. Luffy bloke core.
Wait, what's bloat core?
Bloke core is bloke cool. Fucking hell. Is when you dress like an oi bruv.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's not what I thought it was going to be.
You can't be saying that with a beard. I can't stand you motherfuckers because I know the moment I shave, you're going to be fucking complaining. You're going to be crying nonstop. Don't you dare criticize that Luffy if you're going to be Zoro with a beard. I can't believe how much people have been yelling about the beard.
5 people are like, shave.
No, it's not. No, there's.
Okay. How many? Everyone who wants to shave, say shave right now.
There's so many people saying it. Oh my God.
Damn. All right. Okay, I see it now.
A lot of people are saying it. A lot of people no, he needs to keep the beard. It's just like for one night, I look like Zoro, but then for like a week, I look like shit. You know what I mean?
Do you have a picture of yourself without a beard on?
Yeah. I mean, here, let me just get this out of the way because I can't.
Oh, it's in your mic.
Oh, damn.
You do be like him for real.
Okay. Does anyone have photo chat? Look how good you'd look if you shaved.
What is this?
They're just fucking with me.
Whoa!
Ah! Oh, no, that's the worst. That's like the worst I've ever looked.
Whoa, who was she?
That's the worst I've ever looked. That was like mid-COVID. That's people are being ruthless by showing that. That's just not allowed. That's a burn it with fire photo. That's what's fun about being alive, my guy. Customize your damn avatar. I mean, I do it all the time. What do you mean?
That's true. You customize your avatar. Wait, someone just said Astarian in chat. Hello. Yes, Astarian. Hey. Okay, yeah, you look very different. You look very, very different.
Wait, what the fuck? This is from 2017. Chat, there's a fucking newer photo of me shaved. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and enemies, United Auto Workers strikes. Big game. They're asking too much. Take the dub. Take the fucking dub. Take the dub. You gotta take the dub where you can.
I vote shave.
I'm gonna look like a baby.
Zoro is a baby. He's baby.
You know what?
Zoro.
All right, fuck it. I'm gonna shave. All right, I'm gonna shave. You put so much effort. You put too much effort into this costume for me not to fucking go all the way.
He's gonna do it, you guys. He's gonna do it. What have we done? We've done it. We've done it, you guys. We did it. Oh, oh. Yeah, I'm vibrating too. Oh my god, I'm shaking. This is crazy. What the? He's doing it. We did it. What? Yes, I did you a service. Here yes. Good job, everyone. Oh, I've been banned from all future streams. Oh no. Oh no. Bullying works. Hacha. Good job, everyone. Don't bully chat. Wait, no, don't bully me. Don't bully comma chat. Don't bully chat. Don't bully comma chat. I won't do either of those things. I will do both of those things. We did it. Let's go. Gonna shave. I think he looks good without the beard. I think I don't know how everyone else is gonna feel about it today at the party. I think they're just gonna comment about how he has no beard instead of commenting about everything else. I don't know. We did it, you guys. We did it. Oh, sheesh. Baby face. Hasan. He's gonna de-age himself like 10 years, right? He's gonna look like he's 22. Oh my god. Chat, you're so fast. You're so fast. We did it. We did it. I'm gonna read this big. How did it feel to draw on his chest? I mean, it felt like drawing on a chest. It's human skin with a pencil. Yeah, it felt normal. How does it feel when you guys draw on chests? You ever draw on a chest before? His beard will grow back in 2 hours. I agree. He will. I'm really impressed you committed to it too. I'm actually excited for this. Customizing your avatar is like my favorite thing. Yes, he does look better clean shaven, you say? Gotcha. The important thing is we emboldened our weird parasocial link to our streamer. Human skin. I'm trying to because everyone's really fast. I'm reading the longest sentences. Do you focus on cosplay or do you work on costuming in other areas too? Only cosplay. I only do cosplay because I do not want to work in film or any of that stuff. It's too much work. My hands hurt, you guys. My hands already hurt. But yeah, I make costumes for a lot of streamers and YouTubers, pretty much anyone who hits me up and is willing to just give me money. I will literally make any costume for money at this point. And I have a bunch of 3D printers and sewing machines, and I have a studio space as well. So if you guys have any recommendations for people, please go and bully them into getting me to make them a costume. Yeah, basically, yeah, people only find out about me because their friends tell them about my work. So I think that's how Hasan, Valkyrie was like, yo, you get Stella. So I think that's how it happened. Yo, if I can get AOT to cosplay from AOT, that would be, AOC to cosplay from AOT, that would be amazing, right? So yeah, I don't know. Who else have I done? Well, I did Saikuno. I did Nico Lol. I did Tristan from TikTok. I turned him into Gojo recently. Everyone wanted Halloween costumes, you guys. It was very stressful to finish everything. I've done all of OTV and their costumes for Valorant. I've done a lot. I've done a lot of stuff for Riot. Do you ever work with stall streamers? Listen, as long as you pay me money, I will make you fucking anything because I don't know. Literally, that's it. It's just capitalism. You pay me money, I give you costume in exchange. Whatever you want. You want to be a Gundam? I make you a Gundam. It might take me 6 months. Yeah, you want to put it? I'll put it back on.
What? Here you go.
Oh my god! Wait, do you want me to put it on before they see you?
Before I get down?
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. But here, I can just move away.
You're so tall.
Yeah.
You look great. This was a good idea.
I felt like it would be disrespectful to all the work you put in to not shave, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm glad you did because this actually looks fantastic on you. I just feel bad for the future itchiness that's going to happen for like the next month.
No. What do you mean, for my beard?
Yeah.
No, my beard grows in literally 2 days.
Really? It doesn't get itchy?
No.
It's only like the first time you grow it.
Really?
Yeah, my beard never. No, I don't feel itchy at all. Even if you shave it right, like I just use a electric shaver anyway, like electric razor, so it doesn't matter.
That's true.
But also, even like when I shave my chest, if I do it right, it doesn't.
That's good. That's good. I like that. You don't have to worry about it being itchy or anything.
Are you gonna have to blow on it again?
I don't think so, because I already sprayed it.
Okay.
Tuck this back there.
How many wigs I have?
Wait, what are those? What are the other Halloween costumes?
We all did Barbie
Ah!
for the podcast.
Nice. Okay, I do have to spray it again.
Alright, I'll sit down.
Let me just make sure everything is good. Hold on.
You want to do it right here?
Yeah, I can do it right there. It's fine. I'll just spray this part. Then tuck this back in there. Okie dokie.
Alright, can Chad see now?
Yeah. Chat. I can't believe it. He did it. Da 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 da. Oh my god, bro. He did it. What do you think? What do you think, chat? I'm gonna have to refilm that TikTok because this is way better now.
Really? Oh yeah, true. Because it's like now it's now even my beard is gone.
Yeah.
Now you have to post it today.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm gonna put your swords back over here. I'm gonna refilm that TikTok. This is the best. And I'm gonna flip back to just stare at me. Oh. One more time. Oh. Nice.
Is that good?
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, you're right. I will have to post it today. Oh, heckin'. Dude, this is dope.
Inspo just did his own hair and beard next. Let's go. You like it, admit. I don't like the way I look when I'm shaved. I forgot how good this man's jawline is. God damn it. Thank you for saying that. The beard disappearing between cuts is going to be so much funnier. Yeah, I now I want to see what it looks like without the...
Okay, so let me... From the beginning. Hey, do you know where the bathroom is?
Yeah, it's that way.
That's not the bathroom. Oh. Dude, that looks great.
It's so it looks like a different person.
Oh my gosh.
People are gonna be like, "What the fuck? It's not the same person."
Oh my god, I'm gonna post it to TikTok now, so that you.
All right, now that they can see it, I got. Okay. You post it?
I'm gonna post it to TikTok. Hey, we're.
Where is this on? Why is Zoro on stream? Good. Yeah, good one. Good one, guys. Jiletli tamamlamış. No, I elektrik kullandım. Elektrikli shaver.
Yes, cosplay.
Hey Zoro, where's Hasan? Good one, guys. It's like little babies.
They'll never be able to find you.
Kyoretsu, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Oh, I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break also. All right, I'm going to run it now.
Go to my TikTok.
All right, let's see.
Is Blub Spectre...
Oh, he streamed. I posted it. It is posted.
It's not up yet.
Come on. All right, refresh.
Wait, I follow you? It's not showing as I followed either. I don't know what happened. Maybe you're getting shadow banned.
Please don't say that.
No, I'm kidding. Cover the war dressed like this? I mean, it's a little ridiculous. Here's your best shaved pic.
Whoa!
I mean, I was a baby back then. I was much younger.
What? How old were you there? You look like you were 14.
I was like 24.
Oh, wow. Okay, you look really good at 24 then.
Damn, what is it? Now now you look like shit. Now you're 32 and you look like ass. That's crazy. Thank you. You destroyed my confidence.
You look like normal
Wha-
person.
Oh, here it is.
There it is. Hey, do you know where the bathroom is?
Yeah, it's that way.
That's not the bathroom. Oh. Hey, do you know where the bathroom is? We did it!
This is so sick.
That's not the bathroom. Oh. Hey, do you know where the bathroom is?
Yeah, it's that way.
That's not the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh my god. We did it, fam. Hey, do you know where the bathroom is?
Where's the crying?
That's not the bathroom. Oh, there you go.
Boom.
I'm proud of you for committing to the character.
Well, thank you so much. How is the transition so clean? She knows how to do TikTok. Here you go. I'm blasting this so you guys can go support Stella.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Add the Zoro sound effect. I don't know what that would look like, but
What would the Zoro sound effect be?
next step, dye your eyebrows. Okay, calm down. Okay, like that's a little ridiculous.
Technically, his eyebrows are so thin. I'm not doing that to you.
Yeah. I wouldn't go that. I wouldn't go that far. I can't go that far. That's a bit much. That's a little too much.
Yep. So you're gonna keep this on for the rest of the night?
Yes, I will. 100. And it's so comfy. It's like, it's so comfy. It's so cozy. I love the jacket, and I will be wearing this jacket, unironically, like on my own for fun.
I'm glad we did it.
Shave your brows and draw it on. Yeah, no. Now I want to do way more.
Whoa, that's a nice comparison. What pre-post time skip?
Pre and post time skip.
Honestly, incredible.
Kind of look better with the beard, but it's okay, I guess. Don't know what fabric that is, but it looks like it's just one shade, just like an anime. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. One shade, just like.
I don't know. I don't know what people are saying. Don't listen to them.
Okay.
They don't know what the fuck they're
We're
saying.
never listening to you ever again, chat.
Exactly.
The last time we listened to you was when we got him to shave. What is that?
They put a young person filter over
That's
it.
hilarious. Is that what you look like when you were a baby?
No, I was so fat. I did not look like that when I was younger.
Oh man. Clap, clap. That's good.
This is your best shaved pic?
Mm.
Okay, well.
They called you a femboy. Wow. That's a compliment.
I think when I was younger, I could have been a femboy, but now, I mean, that's like a little bit, that's like very, when I was a baby.
Yeah.
Now I feel like I'm too, I'm too burly. But anyway.
Man.
All right, this was wonderful. Thank you so much, Stella. Thank you for everything that you did on such short notice, and also for making Todix cosplay in the meantime, and numerous other people's.
I'm gonna
including
show up at the party and be
Sykunos.
like, I made that guy. I made that guy. I made that guy. I made that
Hell
guy.
yeah! What are you dressed up as?
So in Baldur's Gate, there's a Wave Mother costume. It's actually on my Twitter. I wore it to a Halloween party the other night.
I'll put my glasses on. I can't fucking see shit without these.
There you go.
Okay. Oh, do.
Wait, which one do you not worry
You versus the guy she told you not to worry about? Okay,
about? They
dude.
both have menacing auras.
Okay. God damn. he's so handsome.
He did a good job.
Is ISO the new agent?
Yeah.
Or something?
Yeah, ISO, and then the next one will be aperture, and the one after that will be f-stop and shutter speed.
All right, so where's yours? So this is Nico.
Nico's, yeah. If you keep scrolling, that's the fabric I used.
Yeah. How'd you make this so?
Fast.
I don't know. I don't understand how you made this so fast.
There
It's
you go.
crazy.
There's the Wave Mother.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, so in the game, you can get this from some mermaid ladies, and you can put it on anybody, not just like the girls, but the guys as well, and they look hella slutty in them, and I appreciate it, so I had to make it. Hey, they put glasses. Wait, that's from the thing?
Yeah.
You can just wear your glasses. They're legit. They're canon.
Film Z.
Look at that.
Yeah. Now that I shaved the beard, the opportunities are endless, honestly. Like,
Now you can be any anime character you want. Who else do you want to be?
I mean, I don't know.
Now you know I can make a costume in less than a week and technically in 7 hours.
4 sword style? Oh god, that was me when I was going upstairs to shave. No, the real Zoro, I'm gonna do this. Wait, hold on. You're not the only one with guns. Hold on.
Oh, we're gonna see. Oh, what's gonna happen? What's he gonna do? Oh, sheesh.
Yeah, it's not real, don't worry. Where's the other one? Oh, there it is.
Look at that. Yep.
This is modern Zoro.
Yep. He would have 3 guns, 1 in his mouth. Look at that. Wait, what kind of guns are those? Are those airsoft?
This is a Daniel Defense Mark 18, and this is just a Glock.
I don't own any.
But yeah, no, this is airsoft.
Yeah, I only have Nerf guns that I painted for my gun room. If you ever want
those are Nerf guns that you painted.
Yeah, if you ever want to come shoot in the gun room, not like a gun, but Frodo's, you can.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the gun room looks sick. Love it. All right. Jotaro would be sick. I mean, yeah, there's a lot. Now that you have all of my sizes.
Pretty much.
Now that you have my sizes, I'm definitely gonna become a cosplay guy now. This is my
Yay.
thing now.
All your favorite anime boys.
Yeah.
Dope. All right. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Let me take a selfie before I leave because it's proof I made your costume.
Of course.
Yeah. Dope. Okay. I'm gonna go
Kuma
change into my Halloween costume now.
Wait, really?
Sounds good.
Wow, what time does it start?
I'm probably not.
Oh, okay. I was
there
about to
until
say.
At least 9 or 10, like a normal human. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also want to eat food. Bye, chat.
All right.
Thanks for being so nice to me. I appreciate you all.
Zoro and Sanji. Look, it's XQC.
Oh my god, it is! Wow. Yo,
Yeah.
message him. Be like, hey, can you just...
No, I'm not trying to hang out with him on Halloween. What the fuck? All right. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Everybody, STELLACHU on everything, right?
Yes.
She toiled over this costume, and it's fucking incredible.
Now I'm gonna go eat din din and then change into my cosplay, and I'll see you guys. Bye.
All right. I'll walk you guys out.
Here are your glasses.
Thank you.
This is a sword stand.
Oh yeah, I saw. Thank you so much. I have all the Zoro swords already, but
Hey, you have to get them for you.
yeah.
Okay, so you have these boxes. That bag was for the wig. I don't think you need anything else. I think that was it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Wait, let me get a full body photo now that you're standing.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Here.
Okay, ready? Oh my god, yeah, this looks great.
1 second. It's not even a meme how comfy this is. It's kind of crazy, actually. It's like a fucking glove. Don't forget your Thousand Sunny cosplay. Oh. Look at Shinshi from Bleach. He is you. No, I'm Zoro. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm Zoro. I think this is literally the first time I've ever done cosplay. I feel kind of sick. Like, it makes me feel dope. But I feel like I have the same Henry Cavill thing where it's like he looks way more handsome when he has like a little bit of a beard. You did the thing. Oh, this is incredible, dude. I love Zoro so much. Oh my God. Kismet. Instead of the mustache. Goated. Look at that. And now, shit. You will never be Japanese. Excuse me. I will never be Japanese. I'm motherfucking Zoro, bitch. You better fucking check yourself free. Wreck yourself, motherfucker. Quick, glue it back on. Halloween gaming. You look suave without the beard, like high fashion. I don't think so, but thank you. Wait 1 second. Would you do a Trafalgar Law cosplay? Yes. I don't know what it is, but the outfit is fired. The wig is meh. You can be Khal Drogo, Jason Momoa's character. What do you mean? The wig is fine. You get buckle fat removal? Yeah, I got buckle fat removal. Kai will not recognize you without the beard. Oh my God, don't fucking say that. Don't say that. Chat, don't say that. Now I'm... Fuck, now I feel... Now I'm scared. You got me... Where is it? She was quick with it. I might not be... Actually, you know what? Hold on, I'm going to tweet. What is the Zoro thing where he says Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame. You look like a handsome young man. Thank you. How do you compare to Manuel's Zoro cosplay? Oh, Manuel Ferrara did one too. Look at him. That was 3 years ago. See, he didn't shave. I did. I took the extra step. Initiative, baby. Please throw me down several flights of stairs and slice me up and hit me with your car, sir. Okay, calm down. You look like shit XD. Okay, well, I don't agree with you. I think I look fine. What's done is done. The beard is gone. Yeah, I know. You guys made me do it. The best part of the costume is how happy you look. Thank you. What is this? AIPAC endorsed scores of January 6th insurrectionists. They are no friend to American democracy. They are the one of the more racist and bigoted PACs in Congress as well, who disproportionately target members of color. They're an extremist organization that destabilizes U.S. democracy. Standing with Israel as it defends itself against barbaric war launched by Hamas and other terrorists. This is such an insane fucking legislation to write. Okay? AIPAC, instead of standing with Israel, Representative Thomas Massey voted with AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan, Jamal Bowman, and Summer for PA. Massey and the squad opposed supporting Israel, opposed condemning Hamas. Like, does this shit actually work with Americans? Like, I actually don't know. Maybe it does. All voters agree ceasefire. Should the U.S. call for a ceasefire? Democrats 80%, Independents 57%, Republicans 56%. All voters 66% agree. Stella said that she wanted to make cosplay for AOC when you were shaving. You have to link them up. I'll tell her. Okay, what is this? You got to shoot some good footage of yourself in the cosplay for me to work with and film a thirst trap yourself. That's what Austinox said. You should get your clit pierced at Claire's on stream. It is kind of wild that, like, you can't get 66% of Americans to ceasefire ever. Maybe America is anti-Semitic, dude. The only time Americans are like, hey, man, we got to do a ceasefire is when the Jewish state is going too out of hand. Maybe they were right. This is the one time. This is the one time I'm actually convinced, because it's like, you can't get 66% of Americans to ceasefire on anything. That was definitely a chatter on the wrong Chatterino tab. Don't ask me how I know. Vivek's take on Hasan.
I think Hasan is representative of woke culture. But here's the thing. I can't listen to Hasan for too long because I'm scared I'm going to fall in love with that guy. And man loving another man, that's just a democratic ideal, which I do not stand for. Seriously, I have no idea what he talks about.
Vivek. Vivek, like cake. Political Zoro. I need a, what is, I always fuck it up. Is it kafia or shamak? I guess it's both, right? Like, I need a kafia to fucking, I need a kafia so that I can rock a fucking Zoro stands with Palestine look. You know what I mean? Inshallah, we will find the One Piece brother. Yeah. Zoro, I've been watching the stream for some time now, and I still haven't seen you condemn Hamas. Are you trying to clear Zoro's racist allegation by covering news as him? Yes. The red one is usually a shamal, and the black one is a kafia. No, the kafia is just the same. It's just the name of the dressing, like the scarf. But it also is the national Palestinian symbol, popularized by Yasser Arafat. Well, the black one is popularized with the fishnet pattern, and it's supposed to have a fishnet pattern for fishing being like like fishing was like a big Palestinian industry, right? Alongside olive, the olive harvest. The black and white checkered keffiyeh dates to the 1950s when Gulub Pasha, a British officer, wanted to distinguish his Palestinian soldiers' black and white keffiyeh from his Jordanian forces' red and white keffiyeh. The black and white keffiyeh's prominence increased during the 1960s with the beginning of the Palestinian resistance movement and its adoption by the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. The black and white fishnet pattern keffiyeh would later become Arafat's iconic symbol, and he would rarely be seen without it, and occasionally would be wearing a military cap or, in colder climates, a Russian-style ushanka hat. Arafat would wear his keffiyeh in a semi-traditional way, wrapped around his head via an agal. He also wore a similarly patterned piece of cloth in the neckline in his military fatigues. This way of wearing the keffiyeh became a symbol of Arafat as a person and a political leader, and it has not been imitated by other Palestinian leaders. Another Palestinian figure associated with the keffiyeh is Layla Khalid, a female member of the armed wing of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Several photographs of Khalid circulated in the Western newspapers after the hijacking of the TWA Flight 840 and the Dawson's Field hijackings. They used to hijack planes all the time. These photos often included Khalid wearing a keffiyeh in the style of a Muslim woman's hijab, wrapped around the head and shoulders. This was unusual as the keffiyeh is associated with Arab masculinity and believed this to be something of a fashion statement by Khalid, denoting her equality with men in the Palestinian armed struggle. The colors of the stitching in a keffiyeh are also vaguely associated with Palestinians' political sympathies. Traditional black and white keffiyehs became associated with Fatah. Later, red and white keffiyehs were adopted by Palestinian Marxists, such as the PFLP. But yes. Today, the symbol of Palestinian identity is now largely imported from China. With the scarf's growing popularity in the 2000s, Chinese manufacturers entered the market, driving Palestinians out of the business. In 2008, Yasser Hirbawi, who for 5 decades had been the only Palestinian manufacturer of keffiyehs, was struggling with sales. Ironically, global support for Palestinian statehood as fashion accessory has yet put another nail in the coffin of the occupied territory's beleaguered economy. I got a red and white one from my Jordanian friends back in the day, like years ago, and I kept it with me, but unfortunately, I lost it, or I don't know where it is. It might be at like my parents' home or something. There's an official Hirbawi store in America. Did not know that. The original keffiyeh made by the last and only factory in Palestine. But this one says, is this not correct? The Hirbawi USA? Is this fake? What is this? Anthony Blinken dressed his son as Zelensky, asking Biden for treats for Halloween. You couldn't make this up? Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's daughter wore a dress in the colors of the Ukrainian flag and his son wore a Zelensky costume. That's kind of fucked up. They're literally making fun of this dude, man. Dude, if I'm Ukraine right now, I'm so pissed. Okay, I talked about this before, but it's like they already had signaled that like they were going to lower the amount of military support that they're offering to Ukraine, even before they went super gung ho on Israel. Okay, even before then, and now the Ukrainian counteroffensive failed. I mean, it just did. It was, I think, like widely considered a failure after 5 months. And on top of that, they're just like fucking straight up being like, all right, well, maybe it's not so politically viable to give weapons to Ukraine as much now. We should focus on Israel instead. Fakest fuckers in the world. I mean, I said this so many times. That face when you wanted Snickers, but Biden put billions of dollars worth of missiles in your basket instead. It's still going, but yeah, failed as they were supposed to get 500K more artillery shells than they got. I mean, look, ultimately, I stand firmly on the same position that I've held for a very long time, which is that the United States has almost always in Ukraine, it doesn't matter if they like land on the morally correct position or not. The United States' interests in Ukraine were never honest. It was never about Ukrainian emancipation. It was always about weapons. It was always about selling weapons, dumping off old stock, and they openly said it. They openly said, guess what? We used 5% of our military budget, and we took down, we destroyed 50% of our foreign adversaries' military. At no point were they like, after they were done selling the war, at no point were they ever like, oh man, we really care about Ukrainians. They forgot about Ukrainians so fucking fast. They switched up. And I said this even back then. I mean, they're not going to stop supporting Ukraine because like there's still going to be a steady flow of weapons. But the reality is that it failed mostly because it was so overhyped. The counteroffensive was Ukraine's version of the 3-day Russian operation. To be fair, they don't care about Americans either. Thank you. Exactly. Why would you, even for a brief moment, unless you're like one of these fucking NATO Andes, why would you for even a brief moment think that America gives a shit about Ukrainians? America doesn't even give a shit about Americans, dog. It's like we don't even have healthcare, homie. What do you mean? You think they gave a fuck about Ukrainians like being free? What are you, crazy? No. Neil Hauer on X. What is this? Almost 5 full months in the Ukraine's counteroffensive with action winding down. I think it's safe to say it's been a serious failure. The overarching goals was to liberate a large amount of territory, including the cities of Tokmak and Melitopol, and none of this has happened. There's obviously a million caveats and context explanations you can add, but if you showed me the above map in the next 5 months of gains someone on June 1st, they'd undoubtedly regard as a serious failure. This commentary is even better in cosplay, I guess. Not that it matters. Like I want the war in Ukraine to end. Okay? I want the invasion in Ukraine to end. Like I don't want Ukrainians to die. I don't want fucking Russian conscripts to get fucking slaughtered either. Are you aware that a certain pair of HasanAbi obsessed political commentary streamers are currently organizing an effort to deplatform you over your coverage of Gaza? No, but I mean, welcome to the fucking fold, I guess. Why the fuck would you bring that up, chatter? Probably won't end until Ukraine is Russia, sadly. No, that's also not true. That's also ridiculous. There is no Ukraine becomes Russia in this timeline either. I said this from the jump. Why would someone want to deplatform commentators mostly unbiased? I mean, first of all, I wouldn't say I'm unbiased. I would say that I am biased. I'm biased towards permanent security for everyone in the region, just like I want complete and permanent security for those living in Ukraine and also those who are unfortunate enough to be forced into go to battle for Russian interests. Problem is, I don't think people care about like whether or not I am earnestly doing this. Like they don't care. They don't care about like the material impact. They don't care if like there's definitely a lot of people who just only care about the drama and the like what it will do for their own personal brand. And there's just a lot of people who hate me, and there's not really much I can do about it. They, it'll always drive clicks. So that's it. Yeah. Not much else I can do about it. How do I not let it get to me, if that's what you're asking? The way I don't let it get to me is by just doing what I'm doing. I have an awesome community. We've done a lot of great things these past 3 weeks. And that's it. You know what I'm actually surprised about? I'm shocked that I'm actually kind of shocked. I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. If I remember it, I'll bring it back up. You will literally die if you have fun on stream. I mean, I was having fun, and then a chatter came in here and was like, "Hey, did you know that like there's a concerted effort to like deplatform you by people for your coverage on Palestine?" And it's like, dude, I've spent every waking moment of the past 3 weeks constantly reading, constantly trying to fucking figure out and make proper analysis on like an ongoing atrocity that my government personally has a major involvement in, a major role in, and educate people as best as possible, and also do my very best to at least like try to raise funds for those who are victim to these atrocities. And I have tried as best as possible to not even for a brief moment allow someone to take my words and use it against me and try to bastardize what my goal is ultimately, which is to like inform people about what is going on, the ongoing atrocities, and what it means to be just a Palestinian, and the resilience of the Palestinian people. And there are a lot of people, I think, in my opinion, who've shown their asses in that time frame time and time again. where their goal mostly has just been to see if they could just fucking cut as much commentary off of like what I'm doing wrong and how bad I am. And it's really odd. It's like, just take a side. If your side is opposing mine, then just cover your own side. I don't really know why you have no interest in like even taking a stand one way or the other. I'm not even talking about being morally consistent. But it's like, I feel like there's a lot of people out there who just, I guess, side with whatever is the opposite of what I say, and then try to like desperately engage in post hoc rationalizations to be like, oh, there's a good reason. There's a good reason for this. It's because he's biased and he's like a very big political commentator and he's misinforming people. That's why. And it's like, really? That's why? 3,000 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered. 8,000 people in general. And your focus is on like some fucking random political commentator in a sea of misinformation, in a sea of anti-Semitism, in a sea of Islamophobia. Like your hyper focus is whatever the fuck your personal pet project is. No matter how hard you try to justify that to yourself, in my opinion, no matter how hard you try to justify that to your audience, that can't feel good. That can't. There's no fucking way. I think all you're doing is just basically showing where your motivations lie. You can try and justify it to yourself and your audience as best as you can. To be like, no, I'm doing this for a good reason. And the good reason is because like Hasan is big and he's misinforming people, I think. He's really violent. He's a really bad influence on the left or whatever the fuck you think it is personally. But I think ultimately a lot of people that aren't internet drama obsessed weirdos look to that and go, I see where this is. I see what's going on here. Some people recognize it and think, well, I don't care. I really fucking hate Hasan anyway because I've been conditioned to this position for years and years. And others will probably look at this and go, maybe this is not the most important thing. Because think about it this way. Even if your goal is to like defend Israel, right? It's odd to try and do that by what, like covering petty drama, clips out of context, trying to get me fucking deplatformed. Weird. Anyway. All right. Did you finish Band of Brothers? I did. It was great. I'm gonna run the last ad break here. Nearly 3,200 Palestinian children killed in 3 weeks, says senior UN official. Yeah. There's a lot of racism too. All the fuckers calling you cockroach fell in line with the rest of the weirdos. Yeah. Do you have any comment on Jeff Bezos' tacit approval of your ideologies? Yeah, he loves me. We see the world eye to eye. We are so similar. I hit him up all the time. We're besties. Anyway. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Miss Susie B, thank you for the 5 Get the subs. Peace, everybody. Peace in the Middle East.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in alive. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.